Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Is my audio clear?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 5th International Symposium and 12th Annual Scientific Conference of the Metro Manila Health Research and Development Consortium, the theme COVID-19 Pandemic Realities, Equitable Initiatives for a Healthy One. Again, we are live online via tuaevents.org/MMHRDC. We have participants in Zoom, FB Live, and YouTube. I hope you were able to sign in your attendance for today. Before we start today's activities, we will have, or I am May Angeline Lontok from CEU Makati.
I'm
And with me,
Pearl Edgy Cuevas from CEU Manila. And at this point, may we call on Father Echanes for the doxology.
Let us pray. Almighty and everlasting God, we come before you in humility, asking forgiveness for the way we humans have mismanaged our freedom and suffer the consequence of our self-confidence apart from your selfless and life-giving spirit. We thank you for your love and grace that guide us back to seek your will and wisdom and to use our freedom in ways that care for human life and the environment we live in towards a transformed, reformed, peaceful, and sustainable coexistence. Thank you for the establishment of the Metro Manila Health and Research Development Consortium and their very significant role and work, especially during this time of persisting pandemic, so that we can come together virtually for this 5th International Symposium and 12th Annual Scientific Conference to learn from empirical data, be rightly informed and guided as to what our new future would be after having lived along with this new normal situation for quite some time now. We thank you that we can hope in you over and above the limitations of our capacities, that we may see your gracious hand in our every endeavor and glorify your name for being all in all. Through Jesus Christ, your Son, our Lord and Savior, who lives and reigns with you in the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever. Amen.
okay, good morning, everyone. How are you? Good morning, Ma'am Pearl.
Good morning, Miss May. Thank you, Father Echanes, for blessing us today. So yesterday, we had a very fruitful discussion during the first day of the conference. And so let's recap what happened yesterday. We had this momentum event we started this momentous event with plenary session 1, which talked about the healthy future of everyone. To give insights in this, our first speaker, Dr. Langkarpin, discussed the roles of a private university during recurrent COVID-19 pandemic in Thailand. She narrated the changes made in the country to ensure infection control during the COVID-19 pandemic. This was followed by the session on transforming future global education, technology, and strategies by Dr. Min Yu Lee. Dr. Lee talked about the difference in learning preference of our current students, wherein teachers become facilitators and moderators. Truly, technology has revolutionized the way we teach and learn. An important point stressed by Dr. Lee is to ensure interconnectedness despite some use of disruptive technology. The major points in her lecture is that global education should include culture, cooperation, and creativity. Lastly, for plenary session 1, Dr. Bautista spoke about the new roles and impact of public information, internet, and fake news. Dr. Bautista discussed viral misinformation as the greatest threat to our health. That, aside from the COVID-19 virus itself, viral misinformation has spread like an epidemic at this time. This is detrimental to our health because this can lead to vaccine hesitancy and poor health behaviors. Truly, it is our role as healthcare workers to educate the public. We started plenary session 2 with our health resiliency journey given by Dr. Luna, our first speaker for plenary session 2, and he tackled risk management and empowerment for health resiliency. Our speaker spoke on the role of enjoining the community in disaster risk preparations. He talked about efforts done in the community level, such as the community pantry, and encouraged us to harness this good existing good initiatives that have already been built. This was followed by women's involvement towards health resiliency addressed by Dr. Rubin. Our speaker opened their eyes to gender violence against women and the LGBTQ community that has become rampant during this pandemic, even if there was a decrease in the reporting of this for several reasons. It is thus important to address vulnerabilities that could hinder the freedom and productivity of this marginalized group. The topic on sustainable media for health resiliency was taken on by Mr. Tima of GMA Network, wherein Mr. Tima motivated us to double-check websites to see if the news we encounter comes from a reliable source. He highlighted the need to verify information, where it came from, and who said what, because information is crucial in making informed choices for our health and well-being. The last speaker for plenary session 2, Dr. Nadala, spoke about global perspectives, COVID-19 vaccines, and variants. She discussed the evolution of the virus and the efficacy of the vaccine choices we currently have and are giving to the public.
Okay, that was the first two plenary sessions. Now for plenary session 3, we talked about our health challenges journey. Dr. Panaligan spoke on healthcare challenges, management, and vaccination. The journey to nursing excellence amidst the pandemic, the SLMC way, was shared by Dr. Dimalibot, who gave us a glimpse on the best practices of SLMC in caring for their nurses physically, financially, and even mentally. Police Colonel Collado shared on the narratives on the challenges in law and order. Our speaker spoke about the role of our police force in maintaining peace and order during the havoc of the pandemic. He highlighted the combined team along with healthcare workers. They made their presence felt through malasakit centers, which has helped many of our fellow men. Followed by the topic by Ms. Ferrer on the challenges in the Philippine education during COVID-19. She showcased the need for readiness in the return of students to school. We may be implementing online learning for now, but she stressed in her talk that the role of regular interaction of students to their teacher. Plenary session 4 focused on our health promotion journey. Professor Hind spoke on events industry in UK. He spoke on the role of organizers to ensure the safety and well-being of people attending their events. According to our speaker, COVID is here to stay. We need to accept that it will be part of our daily lives, like wearing masks within public spaces. Next are global perspectives on leisure and recreation, which were discussed by Mr. Gutierrez. He talked about the initiatives of the tourism industry to stay afloat during the pandemic. We were also oriented to the Philippine American Educational Foundation sharing on Fulbright programs. Our Fulbright partners have oriented us to the lucrative opportunity of conducting research in the United States and also sending exchange attendees from the United States to conduct research in the Philippines.
This morning, we will have plenary session 5 and the research competitions. Do not forget to register for this event to receive your certificates. For attendees who wish to obtain CPD units for this conference, please answer the evaluation form on the link and QR code that we will be sending out later in the day. Evaluation forms can be accessed until 12 noon of Tuesday, September 28, and kindly give us time to process and verify your attendance on the 2-day event before expecting your certificates with CPD units via email.
Today will be another exciting day for the research enthusiasts among us, starting with plenary session 5, which is about our holistic health journey. The topics for today include holistic perspective, on coping with health issues. Okay, in the workplace, we will also be enlightened on the holistic care management in the hospital and public health. Today, we will also talk about online promotion of holistic health at home. So list down your questions that you may have in mind and be prepared to ask them during the open forum.
In the afternoon, we will also have the much awaited 2021 MMHRDC competitions. We will have oral research paper competition for the undergraduate and the professional level, also competitions on poster research, 3-minute pitch to policymakers, creative works, and photography. I'm sure we will have an exciting afternoon lined up. To cap it off, we will be given a message of hope and resilience amidst the COVID-19 pandemic, and we will learn about the critical next steps against this and other future pandemics. So without further ado, let us start this day's thrilling learning environment by calling on Dr. Luisa Enriquez and Ms. Joycelyn Abiog Filoteo to introduce our plenary speakers.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Can I be heard? So, welcome to Plenary Session 5 in this 2021 MMHRDC Annual Conference. Before starting the plenary, may I read to you the rationale? More than just being free of diseases, being actively engaged in caring for oneself and for others can contribute to a happy and fulfilling life. This philosophy, as espoused by holistic health, empowers victims and patients not only to receive care, but also to become instruments of healing themselves. Holistic health has been defined by the Council of Holistic Health Educators as working with the whole person to improve overall health, energy, and outlook on life. So to start with this plenary session 5, let me introduce to you our first speaker. Dr. Sheila Marie Sheikh Hodgson is a doctor of philosophy in guidance and psychology, a registered guidance counselor, a registered psychologist, a registered psychometrician, and a licensed professional teacher. She is currently a guidance counselor and a full-time graduate school professor at Far Eastern University in Manila and Makati. A TV host and organizer of Wonder Teacher Program at ABS-CBN, DZMM, Teleradio, a consultant, training and mental health advocacy in the workplace, a program director, consultancy, training on mental health advocacy in the school and community at Unilab Foundation, a consultant career guidance training and career journey books at Rex Publications and Rise, and a former senior guidance counselor at the University of Santo Tomas. Dr. Sheikh Hodgson is also affiliated and a founder of Bayanihan Wellbeing or BWB initiative led by the Unilab Foundation Incorporated, and founder of Peer Organization of the Philippines, and currently a CPD Council for Graduate Counselors and CPD Monitor at Philippine Regulation Commission or PRC. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Dr. Sheila Marie Sheikh Hodgson.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning po, and thank you so much, Dr. Luisa, for that warm introduction. And of course, thank you to the organizers of the MMHRDC. Maraming salamat po. Special thanks to Ma'am Jet Naval for inviting me over. And of course, to all our participants for this morning, a blessed morning to everyone. So my assigned topic, it's all about the online promotion of holistic health at home. And you can just call me Sheikh na lang po. So am I clear and am I audible? So clear naman po ako?
Yes.
Thank you po, Doc Luisa. Okay. And our rationale for this morning, why am I here, is that it is all for the welfare and psychological well-being of our digital youth. of course, our Gen Zs, and of course, our Alpha Gen, and of course, our families, our loved ones, our school, and of course, our community and our country. And this is our situation. So we are on the age of disruption. We're in from the traditional face to face. Now we were all coerced to go for really 100% of online learning. And because of that, no, somewhat we tend to really be so busy with online learning. And at the same time, of course, we are also busy with our new landscape, which is work from home. And because of that, in the study of Hootsuite Digital 2021, which will which definitely gives us a lot of latest insights of how people around the world, okay, really use the internet, the social media, the mobile devices, and e-commerce. As you can see that there's what they call 7.83 billion penetration already, of how we use technology, and 66.6% are really attributed to our mobile phone because this is the most accessible and of course the cheapest. Of course, our internet use 59.5, and of course 53.6 is what they call our social media, because all of us definitely are human being and we are definitely social. In the write-up of booklet as early as February 1, 2021, it was declared that we are definitely the most active in the internet and the social media for the 6 straight years. No? And last year, we have what they call an average of almost 10 hours in the internet, from the parents to the children, and even to us, no? All employees. And for this year, we are averaging from 16 to 64-year-old, we're averaging to 11 hours. And there are advantages, but there are also disadvantages of disruptions. And because of that, in the study of Sharkin as early as 2006, and it was also validated by Barr in the 2017 study, that really there are really effects of some mental health illness or some emotional distress brought about by our online learning that really affects our children and even our families, no, in work from home setup. So these are some of the effects, like the atypical behavior, a change from the usual. No, we tend to be affected by somewhat irritability, from calmness to patience, no, to irritable and short temperedness. There are also some emails that are accusatory, and somewhat bizarre, fantastical and disoriented, and somewhat even us, no, and our children and our students are somewhat having some late assignments, late projects, no, and not returning into emails and even calls. And because of that, in the in the study of Jones last year, that there's what they call oversharing, and there are also some effects, no, that tends us to also have red signals, especially that is really affecting our holistic health. And this is what they call some really posting a lot of pictures and meals, oversharing of our videos, okay, venting every emotion in our social media. And of course, there are also tendencies of posting nude or embarrassing videos and pictures, and even dark posting. And there's what they call sad fishing, which is also part of the oversharing. Wherein this sad fishing is really writing and posting unhappiness in a vague way that really attracts attention and sympathetic response. And of course, in the write-up of Independent, that there's really a lot of sad fishing, especially now among our teenagers. And it definitely affects the mental health and the well-being of every homes and every children and every family. And this creates a lot of emotional contagion. If we are spreading negativities in our social media and negative emotions and posting, negative emotions can definitely be contagious and spreading. That's why there's also what they call some risk of oversharing, like loss of reality, lack of sleep, anxiety, depression, addiction, and of course, a lot also of isolation and loneliness. Okay? And in this on our way to our fifth industrial revolution, wherein the fourth industrial is definitely on AI, on big data, blockchain, and crypto. I do hope on our way, nearing to our fifth industrial revolution, I do hope that we can see our mission and our vision, to see our purpose and inclusivity, and at the same time really be innovative and having the digital well-being in every home, so that we can guide our children and become great and examples, and we can definitely be the source of strength to guide them in their holistic development. And of course, the COVID-19 really affected us. No? That really created a lot of volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. That really tends us to be fragile in our thoughts, in our feelings, in our behavior and character. And I do hope that that as a mentor and educator, and of course, parent and second parent of our dear students, I do hope that we can find our vision for us to be given the understanding, the clarity, the agility, especially in these challenging times of new normal, so that we can definitely be agile. And with the situation that we are in, I do hope that you can also write in the chat box for us to really promote holistic well-being, not only in our traditional, but even in our online, no, at home, and even in our school, of what is the role and vision as parents or guardians or mentors, as second parents of our dear students and children in the new normal. So you can definitely write it in our chat box. Okay? And of course, I do hope that we always believe that parents, all of us, guardians, and even mentors, really play a crucial role, not only in the education, but the holistic well-being, the character strengths, and of course, the better life of our dear children and students, online and offline. Okay? And of course, also remember that we are also the absolute truth and hope of our digital native children, which are the Alpha Gen who are younger, 0 to 12, and of course our Gen Z students and children who are 13 to 23 years old. And because of that, everything starts with the family. And of course, this is also in partnership with our schools, which is the first nourishing environment, not only of our IQ, but also of our emotional quotient, our social and spiritual quotient, our adversity quotient, and resiliency quotient, the ability to face different adversities and difficulties. Of course, also our diversity quotient, and of course, our digital well-being quotient, that will definitely produce a lot of character strengths like resilience, of course, humility, of course, self-control, that will also give us the meaning and purpose in our life. So definitely, our home and our family is a gift, especially for our holistic development. And we are definitely the support and the strength and the anchor and the partner centered on hope, on faith, and of course, on other character strengths. And very important also that we need to also develop, that in order for us to also develop our holistic development, it also what? It is also producing a lot of empathy rooted from our mindset. And our mindset can give us really an empathetic heart that will definitely create a new normal for inclusion, for well-being and engagement. And in the model of Nina Hersher et al., it is very important that in order for us to flourish holistically in this digital age and in this age of disruption, and of course times of COVID, that we are not just really, really developing mental, physical, but including our relationship, our productivity, and of course our digital citizenship and well-being pillar. Okay? And these are some of the things that I will be advocating, not only in the school but also in our home. And these are the model of the UNESCO on the digital citizenship and well-being pillars. Number one, I do hope that we can have the digital foundation, using basic skills to protect our personal information, so that we can really definitely go for security and privacy, especially in our online world, together, of course, with our traditional life. Of course, a lot of digital wellness. I do hope that we can promote health and well-being in using the technology by healthy screen time and not to leaning to addiction, and become great examples of our dear children and students. Of course, a lot of digital engagement, that we are creating a safe space online and of course also offline. And this is also what anchored with uh, our safe space law that we have in 2018. And of course, a lot of digital empowerment, that as parents and as second parents of our dear children, I do hope that we use our platform and our technology not to stress people for sad fishing and oversharing, and of course cancellation era. But I do hope that we can definitely enable, use our platform to inspire, and of course to become a good influence of becoming a parent, and of course becoming a great mentor in the holistic development. And of course, I do hope that we can have a lot of digital opportunities. And when you talk a lot about a lot of digital opportunities, I do hope that we can embrace recalibration, and of course really upgrading, so that we won't be left behind, and we can definitely guide our children and our students now for holistic development. And of course, what we are also advocating is our digital well-being in all areas of our lives. Okay? And of course, just to sum it up, no, okay, it is also very important that you also have to really go for protective factors, warm, supportive parenting, coping skills, online and offline, stable environment, and positive experiences. Of course, as you compare it, no, not more into adversities. And of course, very important that it definitely starts with our loved ones, which is our home, in promoting not only our traditional, but also our online holistic development. And very important that we lead by example, not to be addicted with the gadget. And of course, creating a supportive parenting at home and in school, that we are friendly, that we are definitely firm with our discipline, friendly so that we won't be abused, definitely firm, back up by firm discipline and fair agreement. And of course, a lot of family visioning, so that we can implicate our agreements, our policies, our rewards and punishment, even our healthy communication, our mobile free meals, and of course, our schedule that is healthy. Okay? So just to to implicate this, I do hope that we can also have what we call the whole school well-being model, which is anchored by Cahill et al. No? That we are promoting not only in our home, but also in partnership with our entire school community, that the parents together with the school are definitely having the promotion of mental and of course holistic development online and offline. And of course, in the mental health law, that all students and teachers and even parents should also know the mental health education, that there are also targeted early intervention programs for the 20 to 30% of students that are definitely needing additional help, especially in this online learning. And of course, referral also to professional intervention. Okay? So of course, just to sum it up, we are definitely having to choose to leave the best digital footprint, wellness, citizenship, etiquette, and safety at homes, and of course, in partnership in school. And I do hope that we can also embrace a positive education, that we are not just teaching our children in the online learning and, of course, our home, not only achievement, but also on well-being, social emotional skills, character strengths, non-cognitive skills, and for them to be happy, especially in their online life. And of course, these are my books with Rex Education that I did for social emotional learning, character strengths, and well-being. And of course, also digital well-being, my career journey. I hope that you can check it out. And of course, our show with Father Tito Kaluwag every Thursday and Saturday. I hope that you can watch it. It's a ABS-CBN Wonder Teacher, Thursday 3 to 4, and of course Saturday 4 to 5 p.m. This is for the youth, for the families, and of course for the educators that we are creating for the holistic development of every families. So thank you so much. Maraming salamat po. Let's advocate for holistic well-being at home, in partnership, of course, with our school. And this is my FB page if you want to connect with me, and my Instagram, Sheikh Guevara Hoxon, my YouTube channel for my weekly videos in ABS-CBN on character strength, Sheikh Hoxon, and my LinkedIn, Dr. Sheila Marie Sheikh Hoxon. Maraming salamat po. Take care and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sheikh, for that very substantive and interesting talk. Indeed, there is a great need to safeguard the holistic health of our digital youth and our families, especially in the midst of challenges in the new normal. Thank you, Dr. Sheikh.
Yeah, thank you, Ma'am Joy. It's really a small world. Great to see you here.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Sheikh. And so now we are going to proceed to our second plenary speaker. Mr. Jericho Bahador is a member of the American College of Epidemiology, Fellow of the Royal Society for Public Health, Fellow of the Royal Statistical Society, Registered Member of the Institute of Clinical Research, and Senior Member of the Royal Institute of Nurses. Mr. Bahador is a nurse supervisor, training coordinator at the National Center for Mental Health and a part-time lecturer at Trinity University of Asia, St. Luke's College of Nursing. He earned his Bachelor of Science in Nursing, cum laude, from the same university. He is a candidate for the degree Master of Science in Epidemiology, Public Health at the University of the Philippines, Manila, College of Public Health. He also completed the summer school on behavior, economics, and psychology at Prague, Czech Republic last 2018. He presented his works locally and internationally, with one in which he won Best Paper Award for Academic Poster Presentation in the 2019 International Health Literacy Association Conference in Vietnam. His research interests include mental health literacy, infectious disease, and psychiatric epidemiology. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome to speak on holistic healthcare management in the hospital and public health, Mr. Jericho Bahador.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. It was so unfortunate because this morning my recorded lecture was actually corrupted. That is why I need to make a live presentation. Nevertheless, I have the slides and let me share it with you now. I hope you can see my screen. And I hope you can hear me correct. Hear me loudly?
Yes.
Okay. So holistic healthcare management in the hospital and public health. So first of all, I would like to express my gratitude for the invitation to speak on this plenary session. Okay, so I have a story to tell. Diana is a 31-year-old single and a critical care nurse in a tertiary government hospital. One day, when she went home from night duty, her mother told her, "I have cancer." Another story is Natasha, a 28-year-old mother who is also an entrepreneur. The pandemic caused her husband to lose his job at the construction site. One day, she received a text from her husband. "We went to the hospital because Paolo complained that he cannot move his leg. The doctor told us he has polio." The third story is about Vince, a 35-year-old father of three, supervisor in an international company. One day, he felt so ill and he called the CEO that he cannot go to work and needs some rest. After a day of rest, he didn't improve. He went to the hospital and a nasopharyngeal swab was done. After 2 days, the result was positive. He was placed on the isolation facility for a week. While on quarantine, he received a call from his brother. Your wife was rushed in the hospital due to problems with breathing. The next day, he received a text. She's gone. Any interventions for Diana, Natasha, and Vince? What will you say to them? Where will you start? Difficult, isn't it? Any answers from the book? None? Because holistic healthcare is easier said than done. Addressing the problem that seems to be the priority is not enough. It's not just about the COVID. It's not just about being sick, but the consequences and the different problems arising from it. But is holistic approach really necessary? Yes, because of the following reasons. First, the presumed cause may not really be the true reason. You might be working on a presumption, or you are just assuming too much. Second, the water does not sink the ship, but rather a tiny hole on it. Do you agree? And the third one, anything that causes stress will activate the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis, or the HPA axis. All the stress hormones, your cortisol, your norepinephrine, your epinephrine, and other hormones in your body will shoot up and will cause a cycle of problem within your body. That is why we are introducing holistic healthcare, the mind, body, and soul approach. Now, my lecture will focus on 3 concepts. First, healthcare in the Philippines, which is just an overview. Then holistic healthcare and holistic mental health care. Let's go first on the overview of healthcare in the Philippines. Of course, health is a basic human right guaranteed by the Philippine Constitution of 1987. It's provided in a dual health delivery system, which means the public and the private sector provides health services in general. And the public sector is largely financed through a tax-based budgeting system. One of our health insurances that we employ or we utilize in the government is the National Health Insurance System, or the PhilHealth, wherein the members pay premium while those elderly and persons with disabilities are fully subsidized by the national government. Now, for the PhilHealth benefits expanded since its creation in 2000 and up to the present. It includes outpatient benefits at first, and then there were maternity care packages, TB dots, neonatal care package, and so on. For the manpower or the personnel, the ratio of public doctors and nurses to the population is 1 for every 20,000. It's below the World Health Organization recommended ratio of 1 doctor per 1,000 people, and midwives numbered 1 for every 5,000 people. This manpower ratio is not yet affected by the current pandemic. So this is a pre-pandemic ratio. How much more this pandemic times? For the number of hospitals, according to the Department of Health in 2009, we have 1,796 combined public and private, while the number of hospital beds are 94,199 with 1.0 beds per 1,000 population. And the region with the lowest bed to population ratio is the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region of Muslim Mindanao, or formerly ARMM, with 0.17 beds per 1,000 population. Total number of nurses are 90,308. For the doctors, 40,775. The number of high-end mechanical ventilators in the section of respiratory services in one Department of Health hospital in Metro Manila is just 28, with a population of 109,152,811 and spanning in the 7,641 island. For the mental health in the country, it started with the Royal Decree of 1808 by Spain, creating or actually allocating some wards or beds in the Hospicio de San Jose, which is actually considered the first Roman Catholic social welfare institution in the country. Hospicio de San Jose is not the first hospital for the mentally ill. It just so happened that the Spanish naval authorities made a deal with Hospicio de San Jose to take care of their Spanish sailors with some sort of mental health problems. So before, Hospicio de San Jose was created for the elderly, for the orphans, and for those with special needs. Then, as time goes by, the census of mentally ill patients in Hospicio de San Jose increased, and the government decided to open an insane department at San Lazaro Hospital by the resolution number 2122 of 1912. Then moving forward, tumasa naman yung census, the government decided that there's a need to establish a hospital for the mentally ill, solely for the mentally ill, and that was the Insular Psychopathic Hospital under the Philippine Public Works Act number 3258. So Insular Psychopathic Hospital is actually the first name of the National Center for Mental Health. It was opened in a 64-hectare land spanning in the Barrio Mauway, Mandaluyong, Rizal. And for your information lang din po, did you know that 379 patients was transferred from insane department of San Lazaro Hospital to the Insular Psychopathic Hospital in 1928. So 1928, naglipat ng 379 psychiatric patients from San Lazaro to the National Center for Mental Health, which has an estimated 11 kilometers na distance. In 1928, just imagine paano po sila naglipat ng ganun karaming psychiatric patients. Wala po nakalagay sa ating literature kung paano, but our guess or hypothetical guess is that they used bus. May mga bus na po kasi at that time. Hindi kakayanin po kung kalesa. Anyway, so much for that. And the Philippine Mental Health Act is actually now the backbone of our mental health services here in the Philippines, the Republic Act number 11036, which supports or promotes evidence-based mental health practice. So that is the main focus of the Philippine Mental Health Act, evidence-based practice, research-based interventions, as well as patients' rights. So yung dalawa yun ang pinaka-importante in our Philippine Mental Health Act, patients' rights and evidence-based mental health practice. Now, for the prevalence or the existing cases of schizophrenia, we have estimates from the National Statistical Office in 2000, and the region with the highest prevalence of schizophrenia is Southern Tagalog region with 13.29 per 10,000 population, followed by the National Capital region with 13.08 per 10,000 population. For depression, it was estimated that there are 4.2 million patients in the Philippines who were reported by the World Health Organization, and 1 of 3 na depressed will seek help of a specialist. That is the estimate. That was in 2004. Of course, the pandemic might cause these figures to increase significantly. According to the UP Population Institute and the Demographic Research and Development Foundation in 2002, 1 in every 10 15 to 24-year-olds admitted to being depressed. So isa sa bawat 10 na 15 to 24-year-old population nagsabi sila ay na-depressed na minsan. And 15 to 19-year-old naman, isa sa bawat 10 15 to 19-year-old teenagers ever thought of suicide. So ganun na pala siya ka-existing ang ating suicide ideation. And per 100,000 population, there are 1.08 mental health beds in general hospitals. There are 4.95 beds in psychiatric hospitals. There are 46 outpatient facilities with 4 community residential facilities. It seems that the figures are relatively high, but it is not. Hindi siya ganun po kalaki. Dahil sa 7,641 islands and 109 million population, hindi po sapat yan. I'll give you an example. Here at the National Center for Mental Health, pre-pandemic times, our outpatient facility catered 60,000 outpatients in 2017. So 2017 pa lang po yun, 60,000 na kagad ang nagpapa-check up. And our patients are already in queues or nasa linya na sila as early as 4 or 5 a.m. or 4 or 5 in the morning. And we have currently, pre-pandemic times, our census reaches up to 3,700. So 3,700 ang aming inpatients. Medyo bumaba lang siya this time of pandemic because of the lockdowns, the quarantines, the restrictions on the travel of patients from regions to the NCMH. And according to 2016 figures, we have 1,224 hospitals, 2,587 city or rural health centers, and 20,216 village health stations, which is of course still not enough to cater for all our patients. Now, let's go to holistic healthcare after our overview ng healthcare in the Philippines. Question, how can we say healthcare is holistic? Dahil sa whole, dahil sa buo, what does it mean? Does it include drugs or medicines? Of course, pharmacology or psychopharmacology in mental health. Does it include surgery or surgical procedures, diagnostic procedures? Yes. Does it include physical and occupational therapy? Of course. Nutrition, yes, it's very important. Did you know na meron na rin po ngayong nutritional psychiatry kung saan the approach is also it includes nutritional aspect of the mental health. So marami na ngayong studies on the association between supplements and mental health, on the levels of vitamin D and depression, on the intake or the sugar intake and addiction. So yun yung mga studies ngayon. That's why meron tayong nutritional psychiatry. Exercise. Siyempre, exercise, bukod sa it boosts the immune system, bukod sa it promotes good health, it's also good for mental health. And also, it's good for brain health per se. It's good for the memory. Exercise promotes the production of the brain-derived nerve growth factor. So it's good for our brain, for our brain cells. Weight management. Yes, yung mga overweight as well as yung mga underweight, they are high risk for developing depression. Pain management. So sakit nga ng kalingkingan, sakit ng buong katawan. That is why you need to deal with the pain. Kaya nga meron tayong mga pain specialist. We have one pain specialist na dito sa National Center for Mental Health who is actually an anesthesiologist. So anesthesiology and then fellowship on pain management. Of course, nandun din papasok yung palliative care dun sa pain management. The psychological support, not just for the mentally ill and also for those with other physical and health problems. For example, at the National Kidney and Transplant Institute, before the patient undergoes kidney transplant, he or she undergoes first mental health debriefing or mental health counseling done by a psychiatrist. And as I mentioned, counseling to those who are in need, to those who need different sessions, several behavioral sessions, different therapies, and stress management. So kapag hindi na-manage yung stress na yan, kahit lalaki pa yan, kahit babae pa yan, sasabog yan. Unti-unti siyang nag-accumulate do sa tao. Pag hindi niya nailabas, hindi niya na-manage, sasabog siya. Sabihin na natin, magbe-breakdown siya. Acupuncture, as well as the other complementary and alternative medicine, is embedded in our holistic healthcare. It's proven that acupuncture helps patients with mental illnesses as well as those with simple stress-related problems. And massage. But we are not advocating chiro or chiropractics. So yun lang po. We are not advocating chiropractics according to our orthopedic specialist. It's not safe because of the possible na disalignment or misalignment na pwedeng mangyari sa iyong spine, especially sa cervical area. And yoga. Very effective, not both for mental ill and non-mental ill patients. And clean environment. Pagka masyadong marumi ang iyong environment, masyadong cluttered, very stressful yan para sa'yo. That's why we promote na bago ka mag-start ng trabaho, ayusin mo muna ang iyong table, ayusin mo muna ang kapaligiran mo, linisin mo muna ang makakalat sa paligid mo. It's an additional stressor. The cultural differences, we should take note of this. Baka nakakalimutan natin. Baka we are not not giving proper attention to the different beliefs, different values, to the preferences of our patients. Kaya nga may transcultural nursing, di ba? As well as spiritual health. I'm not talking here of what spiritual affiliation. It's important na you give the patient the time to pray, to worship kung sino man ang kanyang pinapaniwalaan. And did you know that there's already a study na patients with spiritual affiliation or spiritual beliefs are less likely to commit suicide. May study na po tayong ganyan. And community mental health care, community integration is also very important. Hindi pwede na institutionalized lagi, hindi pwede na hospital lang lagi. Kailangan meron tayong community health care. May community integration tayo. Because our holistic healthcare is based on unity and a humanistic view of the patient. The unity itself should should include the community. And a humanistic view of the patient tells that the patient is a person, not a disease. You're seeing a patient as a person, not as a symptom or not as a sign. You are treating a human being. You are not treating the signs and the symptoms. Just for your information, did you know that Florence Nightingale was the first nurse to emphasize the significance of holistic healthcare? But ang question ba is how to be Florence Nightingale? Definitely not. What is the simplest way of advocating holistic healthcare is the more important question. And how do we advocate holistic healthcare? By asking the right questions to the patient or to the person. Ask about the symptoms or the signs, the symptoms, the feelings, the beliefs and practices, the sleep, as well as plans. Why did I highlight plans? Because you need to elicit or to explore the plans of the patient after hospitalization. May plano ba siya to quit smoking, to rehabilitate, to turn down his bad habits? Kung wala siyang plano, then there will be a cycle. Babalik lang din siya sa dati. Babalik lang din siya sa pag-take ng illicit substances. Babalik lang din siya sa paninigarilyo. Babalik siya sa pagkain ng matataba at maalat. Babalik siya ulit sa hospital. Revolving door ang mangyayari or the revolving door phenomenon. And holistic mental health care is simply holistic care applied in the mental health. And how do we advocate holistic mental health care? By including suicide prevention in our interventions. That's why meron nga tayong Suicide Prevention Month. Not necessarily na pinakamarami nagsusuicide sa September, but it's important we should deal or we should be knowledgeable on how to prevent suicide because once na nangyari na suicide, of course, irreversible na siya. The attempt is still reversible, but it will cause further damage to the patient. Baka lalo siyang ma-depress. I'll give you an example. May nag-attempt na isang teenager, nilaklak niya ang isang panglinis ng CR. Hindi siya namatay, nalavage siya, pero nasira ang kanyang esophagus. Hindi siya ngayon makakain ng maayos, mas lalo siyang na-depress. Music therapy is also included in the holistic mental health care approach because nakakatulong talaga yung music. It's not just listening to the music, but the expression, how to express the emotions while listening to the music. It will trigger yung mga unexpressed emotions. It may cause the patient to verbalize. It may cause the patient to do catharsis. Yung pet therapy din, we are also practicing this. Meron kaming isang malaking aso dito sa National Center for Mental Health. Therapy dog siya. And meron din siyang picture sa organizational chart. na once na nai-stress ang ating mga residents, ang ating mga nurses, ni-stroll lang yung asong yun. Very friendly rin yung asong yun. Dance therapy is also a way of expressing emotions, of expressing hard feelings, of dealing with different stresses of life. And hypnotherapy, one of psychotherapeutic techniques, though this is not too common here in the Philippines. I'm not sure if meron na po tayong trained sa hypnotherapy because may special training po ito in other countries. And according to our psychologists, kapag hindi well-trained ang gumawa ng hypnotherapy, pwedeng hindi magising yung pasyente. Telepsychiatry, in times of this pandemic, we are doing counseling, we are doing consultations through telemedicine, or telepsychiatry, even giving e-prescriptions or prescription via the use of technology. The crisis hotline is also embedded in our holistic mental health care. 24/7 po yan, and there is a significant increase in the number of calls that our crisis responders are receiving per day. Unfortunately, not all calls are significant. May mga ibang tumatawag na mga asar lang, mabubwisit lang, may paparinig lang na music, parang nantitrip lang. But majority naman, ang tumatawag, kailangan ng kausap. That is the main reality on this crisis hotline. Kailangan lang nila ng kausap. Kailangan lang nila ng prevent out. And mental health research, as I mentioned in the Philippine Mental Health Law, it advocates evidence-based mental health practice, which is supported by our National Center for Mental Health through the National Mental Health Research Unit. So meron na po tayong National Mental Health Research Unit as well as the mental health information system, which will try to centralize all the mental health data in the Philippines para magkaroon tayo ng real-time prevalence data on the different mental disorders as well as the suicide and suicide attempts. If you have noticed, ang mga suicide attempts and suicide cases natin, nanggagaling pa yan sa Philippine National Police na data. And psychosocial rehabilitation, which is a program that helps the patient to prepare to the outside world. So what do I mean with preparing the patient to the outside world? It will teach the patient how to cook, how to prepare his things, how to do business, how to clean, how to establish relationships, how to build self-esteem. So para siyang TESDA na dinagdagan mo pa ng mental health, social relationship skills. So yun yung psychosocial rehabilitation. We actually have a psychosocial rehabilitation and training center here at the National Center for Mental Health, wherein the patient undergoes monthly trainings on the different aspects of life that they need to be trained for them to be prepared for the outside world. Now, every aspect of the person should be explored for you to have a holistic health care. And only a system in which all parts flourish is holistic. Sabi nga ni Chris Kilham. Thank you very much and good day.
Thank you, Sir Jerome. Thank you, Sir Jerome, for that very informative and comprehensive discussion on the provision of holistic care in the hospitals and in public health. Indeed, now more than ever, we need that. Thank you, sir. So, for our third speaker for this session, our third speaker is Dr. Randy Misael S. De Llosa. He is the only Filipino who is both a psychiatrist, a doctor of clinical psychology, and an osteopath. He is a product of many schools, He is an alumnus of La Salle Green Hills, Ateneo de Manila University, the University of the Philippines, Diliman, and the Far Eastern University Institute of Medicine. He trained at the Makati Medical Center and Veterans Memorial Medical Center for Psychiatry. He graduated cum laude in the Doctor of Psychology program of the California Southern University. As a psychotherapist, Dr. Deliosa received intensive training in Gestalt therapy in Germany, France, Spain, Australia, India, and Indonesia. He is an academic scholar of the Gestalt Education Network International, which is based in Europe. He received his osteopathic training from the Osteopathic College of Ontario, Canada. He earned his diploma in manipulative body therapy from Gudrum and Papapothis of Thailand. So, ladies and gentlemen, to talk about the holistic perspectives on coping with health issues in the workplace, let us all welcome Dr. Randy Misael Deliosa.
Yes, thank you, Ma'am Joyce. I'll just share my screen. Okay. There. I just want to find out before I start, can I be heard well?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
loud and clear.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, so magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Today I am tasked to talk about holistic perspectives on coping with health issues in the workplace. Sa title, medyo mabigat. Pero this is how I'm going to start. Itong pandemya turned the world upside down, and it began with one sneeze in Wuhan, China, sabi nila. And then everything turned upside down. And ngayon, we have to cope with the new normal, which is really a very abnormal situation. So our new normal is actually abnormal. And really, when my title just implies that we have to talk about holistic health, and I don't have to be complicated about it. We just need to go back to the basics of health. Okay, when we go back to the basics, then we actually take care of ourselves, whether we're at home or at the workplace. So what are the basics of health? Okay, of course, we start with sleep. And besides sleep, there's also having a healthy diet. And then we talk about exercise. We talk about rest. We talk about recreation. We talk about socialization. We talk about emotion management. We talk about digital wellness. And we talk about working from home. So if you notice, yung bagong dinagdag ko with the basics of health is really digital wellness, because all of us are already digital citizens. Nasama tayo sa millennials, and not only that, yung attitudes natin have to adapt to how the millennials are, and we also now belong to what I call is the Generation P. Okay? And P, of course, stands for Generation Pandemic. Lahat tayo ay nagsama-sama, nag-equalize tayo sa isang generation dahil sa pandemya. And of course, I also added working from home with the basics, because that's our reality now. Some of us still have to go to work, and some of us have to work from home, hybrid na nga. And these are really the basics that I'm going to discuss now. Okay? Most probably, wala akong sasabing kakaiba. Everything that I say, you will know. I have chosen to be practical in my talk rather than academic. And while I'm talking about these things, tignan nyo kung nagagawa na ninyo ang mga bagay-bagay na to. So first, let's start with sleep. It's very important that we prioritize sleep. Okay? Dahil dito nagre-reboot yung sistema natin yung brain. Okay? And we have to fall asleep at the same time, okay, every night. And we have to wake up at the same time rin. Okay? Kung baga, dapat routine yung pagtulog and yung pagising. Of course, others will, depende sa shift nila, no? Will have variations in their sleep time. We have to wind down 30 minutes before bedtime. Okay? If you notice, there are some times that while you're sleeping, biglang magje-jerk yung body ninyo. Di ba? Most probably, if your body jerks while you're falling asleep, that means na hindi kayo nag-wind down. It was too quick that you tried to fall asleep. Next is, don't use alcohol to sleep kasi in the long run, alcohol will destroy your sleep. Okay? Also, avoid caffeine 8 hours before bedtime. So if you sleep at midnight, then your last cup of coffee should already be probably in the middle of the afternoon. The last heavy meal should be 4 hours before bedtime. Okay? We don't like to fall asleep with a heavy stomach. Okay? And you have to know that the emptying time of the stomach is 4 hours. So at midnight, it's kind of empty already. So you can take a light snack before bedtime, but not heavy. And then take a warm glass of milk. Of course, we know that milk has some substances that promote sleep. And we can also take a warm bath before sleeping. Okay, why do we take a warm glass of milk, and why do we have to take, why can we take a warm bath before sleeping? Kasi when the warm body or the hot body cools down, then that also promotes sleep. Okay, so our body is warm from the glass of milk and warm from sleeping. And kung malamig rin yung room, okay, not cold but cool, then mas mapapromote yung tulog natin. Also, we have to keep the room pitch dark. Okay, pitch is the color of tar, di ba? And tar, like asphalto, is black. So that's the time that melatonin gets produced in our brains. So let's keep our room pitch dark when we sleep. If we can't, of course, we can wear eye masks. And you should also know how many hours of sleep you need. The way to do that is to sleep for around 2 weeks without an alarm clock and sleeping at the same time. And kung ano yung average time of sleep that you have, then that's the number of hours that you need. Okay? And you should also consider sleep apnea or major depression if you cannot sleep well. So these are the basics of sleeping well. Okay? Now let's talk about eating, our diet. Of course, it's very important that we eat a rainbow of vegetables and fruits. Okay? And dapat high fiber din yung pagkain natin. Because of course, we know that fiber scrubs the intestines. So while it promotes poo-poo, regular poo-poo, then it also cleans up the intestines. We shouldn't delay or skip meals and snacks, because if you skip or delay meals and snacks, then the tendency is for you to overeat. Also, if you are a meat eater, eat white meat at least 4 times more than red meats. Of course, it's basic knowledge that red meats are can be carcinogenic. We have to reduce intake of saturated fats and trans fats. That's why when we buy stuff from the grocery, we have to look at the back, at the label, and find out if they're rich in saturated fats or trans fats. And we need to reduce intake of salt. We need to eliminate junk foods and drinks that are high in calories and contain few or no nutrients. And of course, if you diet, you have smaller portions, but still keep it balanced. Make sure to hydrate yourself. and for more energy throughout the day. Okay, so that you don't rely on coffee, you have to have more protein during breakfast, like low-fat milk, eggs, beans, peanut butter, nuts. And of course, practice mindful eating. Okay? Namnamin nyo yung kinakain ninyo ng mabagal. Okay? And that is mindful eating. Another thing that we need to focus on for basic health, is exercise. And the more important exercises will deal with posture, carpal tunnel, and aerobics. Now, look at my choices of the exercises. Posture, because we're sitting down the whole day. And if we are looking at the computer or writing, then you know that we are hunched over. And when we stand up, we start maintaining a hunched posture. That's why maraming tumatanda sa atin na medyo kuba, na head forward yung posture. Carpal tunnel naman is because we're typing the whole time or we're writing, and tuloy nadadamage yung area ng wrist natin. Pero you should know that carpal tunnel syndrome actually starts from the neck. Okay? And the neck is connected with the spine, which is hunched over. So we need to take care of carpal tunnel not only from the wrist, pero from the whole posture. And we also need to engage in aerobics at least 20 minutes a day. Kayo ba ay nakakapag-aerobics pa? Probably not. So, I want to share with you a video. Okay? Para wala na kayong excuse na hindi mag-exercise. First, let's talk about posture. By the way, I want to know, can you hear the video? Because if you cannot hear, then I have to explain it.
The sound's too weak, sir.
Excuse me?
It's not that audible.
Okay, so in that case, I will be explaining. Look at this guy. This guy has, let's play it again. These are posture exercises. This will be 4 posture exercises. And look what he's doing here. He's stretching out his arm and he's putting out his chest. This is something like the opposite of yung kuba na posture natin habang nasa desk tayo. So we're opening up our chest and opening up our shoulders. Okay? You also notice that he's stretching his fingers, which is also the opposite of how we kind of type or write. So we can do this around 5 times. Okay. Another exercise that we can do is the inverted bow. Okay? So para siyang letter C na baliktad. And again, you're countering the kuba posture. Now this will counter the forward head posture. So we need to remind our head that we can pull it back. And lastly, we can do side bends. So if you notice, these exercises can be done at the office. Next, we need to take care of our wrists. And it's very simple. We need just to stretch out our arms and open our wrists like this. Okay, we can also close it for a bigger stretch. And then we can do the opposite by pointing it downwards, and to make the stretch bigger, then we can also make a fist like this. Okay. Okay. Now, why are these important? Yung posture exercises, which are very simple, no, are important because they can also counteract depression. You know naman that the posture changes when people are depressed. And so when you change the posture, then it may also help relieve the depression. Okay. And I'll kind of skip just to save time. We can now do the seated aerobics. So all we need is a 5-minute video on music, and then we can do these exercises. We can march. Remember, aerobics would mean that we need to move our arms and legs. Okay. So here are some exercises that can be done. And when we try to counteract depression, what we need is vigorous aerobic exercise. Okay, so these are just examples. Now you have no excuse to not exercise. Next on the basics is we need to take a rest. Okay, and we need to take 20-minute power naps between 1 to 3 p.m. And if you're a coffee drinker, it will be good to drink the coffee before you take the nap. Why is this? Because it will take around 20 to 30 minutes for the coffee to take effect. So while you are napping, it is already trying to have its effect. When you wake up, you're already energetic from the nap and from the coffee. Also, it's important to take a 10-minute break every hour just to do a stress management technique. So let's say after 50 minutes, then you can listen to music, watch a funny video, meditate, and do your exercises. Also important would be recreation. For instance, sports, hobbies, games. Marami tayong, we were talking about pet therapy a while ago, and ngayon maraming plantito at plantita, like this person in the picture. So it's important that we engage in recreation. The other thing is socialization. And we need to find a group of emotionally supportive friends. Okay. And we need to avoid toxic people. Also try to avoid being toxic so that you can have emotionally supportive friends. Okay. And also you need, if you cannot avoid people, toxic people, then at least have minimal contact with them, but still maintain respect. And lastly, you can have Zoom parties. And I'll show you an example of a Zoom party. There, see? Isn't that nice? They're having fun all together. And you don't need to be together to do a Harlem Shake. Okay? You can have a Harlem Shake separately. And also, we need to manage our emotions. When we're at work, we are accumulating a lot of emotions inside. So we need an outlet for our stress and negative emotions, such as friends, diba? Friends are an outlet, and activities. We need to also seek help from a psychiatrist, psychologist, or counselor when your emotions get too intense and start affecting your sleep, appetite, mood, self-esteem, focus, motivation, sense of enjoyment, mindset, physical energy level, and will to live. By the way, if you have 5 areas of these where you have problems, then you are a candidate for major depression. Next, we also need to now take care of our digital well-being. Sabi ko nga, all of us are now digital citizens. And one way to be well is to limit after school or after work screen time to 2 to 3 hours. So after work, after school, ilimit na lang natin sa 3 oras yung being on using gadgets. And 1 hour before bedtime, we need to unplug all electronics, and that will include cell phones rin. Kasi alam naman natin na electronics emit blue light, and that will interfere with melatonin production. Also, revisit your non-technology activities and interests. Naalala nyo ba? Tayong mga midlifers, yung mga midlifers dito, what were you doing nung wala pang computer? Di ba? Yun yung non-technology activities. Go back to that. And also, know when technology is getting you addicted. Ngayon, in my clinical practice, ang daming lumalapit for social media addiction, online shopping addiction, gaming addiction, porn addiction, gambling addiction. And all of these are online related. Also, we need to prioritize real-time relationships. And it's very important, have a gadget-free mealtime. Okay, by the way, did you know, many kids now, pag upo sa trono, sa CR, when they sit on the toilet bowl, baliktad na. They are facing the area where you flush because yun yung ginagamit nilang table. Okay? Doon nila pinapatong yung laptop and then that's where they play games. So iba na talaga yung mundo ngayon. Pati toilet bowl ginagamit na pang gaming. And lastly, what I'd like to talk about is working from home. We have to plan our day by making a to-do list. So sa 1 hour bago matulog, okay, you can already make your to-do list para productive yung the next day. And then you have to prioritize your tasks rin para unahin yung pinaka-urgent. And we have to learn how to set our limits by saying no. And let's engage our family members and delegate household chores and responsibilities to them para hindi natin inaako, di ba? Lahat. And we have to instruct family members to respect our work time. And hindi naman maiwasan na they will intrude into our workspace and work time. So one lesson for today's times is to be adaptable, tolerant, and forgiving when they intrude into our work time and workspace. So I haven't said anything really new. Many of these you're already doing. So I just like to remind you, if you have extreme problems, such as depression, anxiety attacks, etc., then of course you can always contact me or people from this panel, and we will be glad to help you. So thank you very much, and God bless all of us.
Okay, thank you to our session speakers for engaging us in a stimulating discussion about holistic health journey. Now, I actually gained a lot of realizations from the talk. Now, it is quite interesting that today we don't only look at our physical health, but we also need to look into our mental health. At this point, we would like to award the Certificate of Appreciation to Dr. Deliosa, Mr. Bahador, and Dr. Hoxon. We would like to call on our organizers to award the certificate of the certificates.
Let me read the citation. The certificate reads, Metro Manila Health Research and Development Consortium, in cooperation with Trinity University of Asia, presents this certificate of appreciation to Dr. Sheila Marie Guevara Hoxon, Mr. Jericho S. Bahador, and Dr. Randy Misael Deliosa in exhibiting exemplary knowledge and competence as speakers in the 2021 MMHRDC 5th International Symposium and 12th Annual Scientific Conference with the theme COVID-19 Pandemic Realities, Equitable Initiatives for a Healthy Juan, held at Trinity University Asia Events.org MMHRDC from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. of September 25, 2021. Signed by Dr. Maria Antonia Capili, Director of the University Research and Development Center, Trinity University of Asia. Dr. Hilton Y. Lam, Director of Metro Manila Health Research and Development Consortium. Dr. Howell T. Ho, Dean of College of Arts, Sciences, and Education, Trinity University of Asia, and Dr. Carmencita D. Padilla, Lead Convener, Metro Manila Health Research and Development Consortium. To our plenary speakers, thank you for sharing your expertise with us today.
Okay, so we actually have a lot of questions for our plenary speakers, and we would like to give back the floor to Ma'am Joy Abiog Filoteo to moderate our question and answer with our speakers.
Thank you, Ma'am Pearl and Ma'am May. So let us now proceed to our question and answer, to our open forum. Dr. Malu, do you have the first question?
Okay. We have a question here. Is holistic synonymous with integrative medicine? Up to now, we are using a disease-centric model. So maybe anybody from the two speakers can answer that question, please. Were you able to get the question? Dr. Mr. Bahadur, perhaps you can answer that question first.
Thank you. I will agree that it's an integrative type of medicine po. So just like mental health integration in the community mental health integration, it's like a medicine integrated with all the specialties. That's the simplest, I mean, na definition of a holistic healthcare.
Dr.
Yes.
De Leosa, please.
Yes, I have been an integrative psychiatrist even from the start, okay? And what usually when I talk about integration, that means that I'm putting together different types of therapies. And that's what I enjoy, di ba? Learning a lot of stuff. I'm sure Mr. Bahadur and also Dr. Sheikh also put things together. And in some way, we are all integrative. Pero holism is really about a mindset. It's about seeing the person from a wide perspective. So sabi nga ni Sir Jerry, it's not only the disease, no, which we have to take care of, but more importantly, to see the person. Pero when we're holistic, we see the person in the context of the situation and in the context of the bigger situation where he is in. So it's more about perspective when we talk about holism.
Professor Piloteo, may I just ask this other question? No, it's my
Yes.
personal question.
Yes.
In the face-to-face situation, the mentors can usually, I'm talking about students in this case, no? The mentors usually see the signs of mental state of students who needs help. But at the current situation, it's quite different. So what adjustments have been done at your end as psychiatrists to recognize or identify students who have potential to have mental issues during this time of pandemic? That's my personal question. Dr. De Leosa?
Okay. Some children will not be open. So here we have to engage the parents because the parents will be watching over the children. So it's very important that as school personnel, we need to have a lot more meetings,
Yeah.
webinars with the parents because they'll be the ones to catch their children, whether they're depressed or addicted, online or anxious. The other thing is when it comes to children, no, it's very important that the information doesn't come from older people because they're tired of us. They're tired of older people. Pero if we can engage naman the youth, we can create programs for the youth that will be hosted by the youth, especially if the youth are giving testimonies. They are more powerful than academic research. For instance, if an unwed teenager or even a male parent, di ba? Biological parent, testifies about yung difficulties nila, that will be more listened to than a a research with a lot of academic references.
Mr. Bahador, any input on that?
I agree with Dr. De Losa. I'll just give you a concrete example of mental health assessment for students. In University of the Philippines, Manila, specifically in the College of Public Health, before enrollment, they need to undergo a basic mental health assessment. I forgot the exact name of that assessment tool, but it's required among the students pre-pandemic times. This time po, hindi ko alam kung how do they administer it, but it's a good decision, it's a good initiative to include mental health assessment into students. Another example is in Ateneo de Manila University. The guidance, I forgot the name of that section about guidance counseling, something like that. They received several referrals among teenagers who are already having these suicidal ideations, as well as those with substance-related problems po. So parang there's already a need na kailangan talaga isama po ang mental health assessment for our teenagers, for our students.
Okay. Professor Joy, your
Yes. Thank you, Sir Jericho and Dr. Deliosa. We have here another question. Sirs, aside from the hotlines that you mentioned earlier, are there other mental health support hotlines that that can help our audience for mental health support?
Yes, of course. One is me. One is Dr. Sheikh. I actually don't know if Sir Jericho is a practitioner. Of course, he would be doing counseling in his institution. Pero I have a little bit something against too much promotions of crisis hotlines. The thing is, some people who call, they just stop at talking about themselves. They're not getting direct help.
Mhm.
Whereas if they go directly to the counselor or the psychologist or the psychiatrist, then you know that they're in better hands. Of course, it's important that we promote our hotlines, but it's important also to refer them to actual people.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay? Like for example, kayo na nakikinig, tatawag ba kayo sa institution for when you're depressed? You would call an institution or you would call the telephone. You want to call a person, right? So if there's a face behind the person, then it's more engaging.
True, sir. Thank you very much, Dr. Deliosa. Any thoughts, Sir Jericho?
By practice, I'm not actually a therapist, neither a counselor po. So I'm more of a psychiatric nurse as well as a researcher epidemiologist. But I can do counseling. Nurses can do counseling. That is the best way of helping our patients, even our colleagues who need counseling po. Even mental health workers need mental health counseling. That's the reality, especially this time po. For me po, I agree with Dr. Deliosa again on too much promotion on mental health hotlines. Why? You need to trust the person for you to verbalize. Dapat may tiwala ka doon. Magtitiwala ka ba doon sa kung sino sasagot lang? And ito po, di ba ka mapagalitan ako, but the training on crisis response, sabihin natin dikahon po siya. Meron silang sinusunod po na format, na template on how to answer questions. Kasi kung wala po silang susundin ganun, baka mali naman po yung masabi nila. What I'm trying to say is, kung pwede naman na hindi crisis hotline yung tawagan mo, then tumawag ka na ng iba mong pinagkakatiwalaan. Kasi kapag tumawag ka sa isang tao na hindi mo naman pinagkakatiwalaan at sinismis pa yung sinabi mo, mas mabigat yun para sa'yo.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Definitely, this will help our audience in terms of mental health support.
And thank you for all the very practical suggestions and recommendations, which I think many of our audience will follow after this conference.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for answering the queries of our participants. We actually learned a lot from this topic, as this is something quite useful in our daily lives. At this point, may we again request our speakers and moderators to stay for a photo opportunity with us. May we request the slides with the certificates to be flashed while we do the photo opportunity. Okay, so let's smile. Ayan. Sir Randy, Mr. Bahador, no? Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Your
Thank
best
you.
smile.
Yan.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing with us your expertise. And this is really a very learning opportunity for us. Okay, so I think this is our time to cue in for our intermission number. Doc
And
Pearl.
now, to give us an intermission number, let us listen to the TUA chorale.
Pangin ka ba kasi nahuhulog na ako sa'yo naman kasi unggoy ka ba kasi sumasabit ka sa puso ko naman kasi pustiso ka ba kasi you know I can't smile without you. Pagod na ako, maghapon ka na kasing tumatakbo sa isipan ko. Kasi naman kasi mahal kita. Bagay tayong dalawa, picture nga para mapadevelop kita. Hindi tayo tao, hindi nang tayo hayop. Bagay tayo, bagay talaga. Papupulis kita kasi ninakaw mo ang puso ko naman kasi kuto ka ba kasi palagi ka sa ulo ko naman kasi apoy ka ba kasi I love you. Magsalbabida ka nga kasi baka malunod ka sa pag-ibig ko. Kasi naman kasi mahal kita. Bagay tayong dalawa, picture nga para mapadevelop kita. Hindi tayo tao, hindi nang tayo hayop. Bagay tayo, bagay talaga. Kamukha mo si Papa P, John Lloyd. P, Papa P, Papa P, John Lloyd. Exam ka ba kasi sasagutin kita agad-agad naman kasi drugs ka ba kasi kakaati ka kasi naman kasi langot ka ba kasi you're really, really hard to get. Posporo ka ba? Pwede posporo rin ako para match kasi naman kasi mahal kita. Bagay tayong dalawa, picture na para mapadevelop kita. Hindi tayo tao, hindi nang tayo hayop. Bagay tayo, bagay talaga. Gusto ka ba kasi I really, really care.
Okay, thank you very much for that very nice intermission number. May mga na-LSS ba? Baka yung iba dyan kumakanta pa rin and singing with it. I know the song was quite entertaining and at the same time might have encouraged you to join while they were singing. Okay, at this point, we would like to remind you to view the exhibits. Okay, the exhibits of the competition gallery, which includes the oral and poster research presentations. But however, the voting has ended last night. Okay, the voting has ended last night, and the winners of the People's Choice Award for the different competition will be announced later. The basis for the People's Choice Award is the stars and the views that you have posted. Okay, so for this, I hope you were able or try to view the exhibit still because it's still on. Okay, the competition gallery, which includes the oral and poster research paper presentations, a 3-minute pitch to policymakers, as well as the photography presentations. Okay, so just a reminder, the voting has ended last night and the winners of the People's Choice Award for the different competitions will be announced later. Okay,
But
so
they can still like, share, and comment, ma'am, right?
yes, could still like, share, and comment. But the voting has ended already last night.
Okay, so now we would like to welcome you to the 2021 MMHRDC competitions. The research paper presentation will be facilitated by Dr. Ramon Jason M. Javier. Our moderator is a physical therapist by profession and a certified patent agent. He functions as the executive assistant for intellectual property research of the University of Santo Tomas. He is the co-chair of the ethics committee of the MMHRDC, and Dr. Javier will be introducing you to the panel of judges for this competition category.
Okay, let's give the floor to Dr. Javier now. Morning,
Pleasant.
sir.
Hello, good morning. A pleasant good morning to everyone, especially to all our foreign delegates. Once again, welcome to the Philippines. So for this morning, we will be listening to at least 12 different research papers, 6 from the undergraduate categories and 6 from the professional categories. Now, I have the honor to formally introduce our panel of judges for this morning. So I'll begin. So the first member of our panel of judges finished his Bachelor of Science in Physical Therapy and Master in Public Health from the Emilio Aguinaldo College. He likewise has a postgraduate degree in Master of Ministry from the Union Theological Seminary, Theological Education by Extension. At present, he is pursuing his Doctor of Public Health Promotion and Education from the Angeles University Foundation Graduate School, and he is also the incumbent Dean of the College of Physical and Occupational Therapy and the Academic Coordinator of the Metropolitan Medical Center College of Arts, Science, and Technology. In 2019, he was named Most Outstanding Physical Therapist, awarded by the Professional Regulation Commission, and he is also a seasoned researcher, having numerous presentations and publications. Fellow lifelong learners, let us welcome to the virtual stage Dean Napoleon R. Caballero. Then our second member of our esteemed panel of judges earned her Bachelor of Science and Master of Science in Public Health, major in Biostatistics degrees from the University of the Philippines, Manila, College of Public Health. She later on pursued her degree of Doctor of Philosophy from the School of Medical Science, Griffith University in Queensland, Australia. A seasoned researcher and lifelong learner, our renowned judge has a number of publications, both in local and international peer-reviewed journals, with her study of interest focusing on tropical medicine and infectious diseases. At present, she serves as the Chief Science Research Specialist of the Department of Epidemiology and Biostatistics of the Research Institute for Tropical Medicine, Ladies and gentlemen, let us give a big round of virtual applause for Dr. Marianette T. Inubaya. And of course, the last member of our esteemed panel of judges is a dear colleague and friend. She earned her degree, Bachelor of Science in Biology from the University of the Philippines College of Science Institute of Biology in Diliman. She then pursued her Doctor of Medicine degree from the University of the East Ramon Magsaysay Memorial Medical Center College of Medicine. And later on, she also completed her Master of Science in Public Health, major in epidemiology from the same institution graduate school. In addition, in 2013, she became a global bioethics education scholar at the Center for Bioethics and Human Dignity, Trinity International University in Chicago, USA. She is an active member of the Medical Academy, currently a professor and a former chair of the Department of Preventive and Community Medicine of the UERM MMCI College of Medicine. And she is likewise a faculty staff of the UERM MMCI Graduate School, handling various courses in the Master of Science degrees program in public health, tropical medicine, Asian health practices, nursing, as well as the other degree programs in Master in Health Science Education and Healthcare Management. At present, she is the Vice President for Research of the UERM MMCI Research Institute for Health Sciences, and she has served as chair of the Structure, Organization, Monitoring, and Education Committee of the MMHRDC since 2006. It is my pleasure and honor to introduce Dr. Jennifer M. Niles.
RJ.
So once again, good morning to everyone, and I think we are now ready to listen to our presentations. We have, again, we will be having 6 undergraduate category. We will be listening to their videos. After each video, we will be asking perhaps one of the panel judges to post their question. We will be allocating about 5 minutes for each presenter to address the question of our panel of judges. So with that, let us start our oral research presentation, beginning with the first study entitled Activities of Daily Living and Self-Care Agency of Middle-Aged Adult COVID-19 Survivors, a Mixed Methods Design, to be presented by Aiki G. Kawai.
Good day, everyone. I am Aiki Kawai together with my co-researchers, Ms. Joanna Cabral, Joanna Catalan, and Dr. Agnes Raimundo. We are pleased and humbled to present our study entitled Activities of Daily Living and Self-Care Agency of Middle-Aged Adult COVID-19 Survivors, a Mixed Methods Design. Recently, COVID-19, also known as coronavirus disease 2019, is a new type of coronavirus and is described as a disaster to human beings, as evidenced by the downfall of lifestyle. Due to the risk of infection, people have learned to work on their self-care to perform the basic necessities, to promote psychological well-being, to rule out negative behaviors, and to encourage positive measures during the isolation and quarantine periods. The level of self-care practices has been increasing due to the shift in healthcare perceptions, knowledge, and accessibility. However, there's a lack of evidence whether COVID-19 influences the person's ADLs. While difficulties with daily functioning are also common among middle-aged adults, there's paucity of studies about them. Therefore, to fill these gaps, the study aimed to determine the level of ADL of middle-aged adult COVID-19 survivors and their level of self-care agency. Moreover, it described and provided meaning and understanding to the self-care experiences of the study participants as COVID-19 survivors. Specifically, the study sought answers to the following questions: the profile of the study participants, their level of ADLs, their level of self-care agency, the significant relationships between the study participants' profile and their level of self-care agency, and between the study participants' level of ADL and their self-care agency, the description of self-care agency through their experiences, and the instructional materials that are developed to enhance the self-care agency of middle-aged adults who recovered from COVID-19. This study employed an explanatory sequential mix method with the use of a descriptive correlational method for the quantitative phase and a generic approach for the qualitative phase. Using a non-probability quota sampling method, the survey was gathered from the 4 cities with a total sample size of 104 study participants in quantitative design. Among these study participants, 7 were chosen to proceed in the qualitative phase through a purposive sampling. Using a frequency distribution table to organize and obtain results, Pearson chi-square test was utilized to determine the relationship between the variables, while content analysis through 5 phases was used to further analyze their lived experiences regarding self-care. The instruments used in the study were adapted from the following: the Katz Index of Independence in ADL by Wallace and Schalke 2007, the Lawton IADL Scale by Graf 2007, Self-Care Assessment Worksheet from Transforming the Pain, a workbook on vicarious traumatization by Norton 1996. Meanwhile, a memoir was used to guide a whole interview with some questions like, how do you describe your experiences during COVID-19 infection? Table 1 shows that the study participants are independent when it comes to their level of ADL with an average of 98.54 out of 104 study participants. 13.23 to 20.23% of COVID-19 survivors aged 35 to 60 have moderate ADL dependence, while 3.75 to 8.15% has severe ADL dependence. Table 2 illustrates the level of self-care agency, which has a total weighted mean of 4.05, falling under the legend of occasionally. Self-care is summarized into 3 statements. Self-care activities are performed to meet the physical, emotional, and moral needs of an individual. Self-care is a character of doing right things, and self-care is an individual's work to meet their own needs. Table 3 presents the relationship between the study participants' demographic profiles and their overall self-care, while Table 4 exhibits the relationship between their ADLs and overall self-care. Therefore, there are no relationships among the variables. Other variables such as sex and education were found to be unrelated to the impact of COVID-19 to negative mental health, and it is noted that the high dependence on ADLs would result in an increased self-care agency. The simulacrum presents the puzzle and maze illustrated by the 4 themes, which are that self-care is the new discipline, self-care is a spiritual act, self-care is a challenge, and self-care is a commitment. Self-care is the new discipline shows how the study participants modify their lifestyles positively, which enable them to step into life's challenges at their most empowered self. Self-care as a spiritual act indicates how they engage in activities that feed their spirit, to hold on and strengthen their faith, which was tested by the uncertainties and pain brought by the pandemic. Self-care as a challenge points out that self-care during this time does not happen to be a smooth and easy process, as it requires more than the energy given prior to COVID-19 with the restrictions imposed by the virus. Self-care as a commitment expresses the dedication of each person to nurture their health and their responsibility to their family and community to inhibit the transmission of the virus to avoid the risk of being infected. 99% were independent in ADLs, 90% were independent in IADLs, and occasionally for self-care agency. There were no relationship among these variables. Even though COVID-19 pandemic will still be present, self-care activities will still be performed but with improvement, limitations, challenges, and commitment to maintain their health and to prevent the reinfection and transmission of the virus. Based on the study, self-care must be recommended to all people as young as possible because self-care is a need of an individual to survive. That's the end of the presentation. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to our next speaker. The next study will be entitled Artificial Neural Network in the Discrimination of Lung Cancer Based on Infrared Spectroscopy, to be presented by Aaron John Lugtu.
Lung cancer remains to be the leading cause of cancer-related death in the Philippines and worldwide. The sad reality with its diagnosis is that it's typically discovered only in the mid or late stage. Our current gold standard for lung cancer diagnosis is the microscopic examination of stain biopsies. This method is both time-consuming and dependent on the years of experience of the pathologist. Hence, it is prone to inter-observer variability. To improve lung cancer diagnosis, we have to address these gaps. Our research team has developed a new approach in diagnosing lung cancer by combining two concepts: infrared spectroscopy and artificial intelligence, or AI. Infrared spectroscopy is based on the principle of detecting spectral biomarkers as a means of identifying and differentiating cells. In this way, we can detect cancer cells at the molecular level even before any morphologic changes become evident. AI, specifically neural networks, are machine learning models that can classify objects based on what they are tasked to do. They can be trained, improving their accuracy over time. Neural networks allow us to classify a huge number of data at a short turnaround time. Therefore, our study aims to advance lung cancer diagnosis by determining the potential of artificial neural networks in discriminating lung cancer based on infrared spectroscopy. The study revolves around measuring the infrared spectral data of different lung tissue samples. Then, we use this dataset for the training of the neural networks. Basically, the model has three parts. The input layer refers to our spectral data. The hidden layer is where the computations happen, manipulating the input layer to yield an output that classifies the tissue sample as malignant or benign. To do this, we acquired infrared spectral data from 122 lung tissue samples. 56 are malignant, while 66 are benign. Then, we characterized the dataset by performing principal component analysis, or PCA. This summarizes all the values in a two-dimensional plot without losing the distinct identity of each tissue sample. Afterward, the dataset was used to train all the 11 machine learning models. 5 of them were neural networks, while 6 of them were the most widely used models, also known as classical machine learning models, or CMLs. To evaluate their performance, neural networks were benchmarked with CMLs by comparing their diagnostic metrics. The PCA showed the distribution of malignant samples and benign samples. Based on the plot, there is no clear separation between the spectral data of the two classes. This implies that some malignant and benign samples shared some characteristics and thus difficult to differentiate, especially when using simple linear models. This is manifested by the diagnostic performance of the models. In general, the metric values of neural networks across all performance metrics were notably higher than that of classical models. Among the neural networks, convolutional neural network, or CNN, performed the best, having the highest accuracy, positive predictive value, and specificity rate. Among the classical models, support vector machine, or SVM, had results that are comparable with neural networks. Therefore, it is considered the best benchmark model. To further evaluate the diagnostic performance of neural networks, we determined if their metrics were significantly higher from that of SVM. The results showed that all the neural networks have significantly higher accuracy compared to SVM. The findings of the study further proved the potential of integrating neural networks as computational tools in diagnosing lung cancer based on infrared spectral data. They generally showed better diagnostic performances compared to other common machine learning models. Though the study is considered fruitful, we can do more. We can go to the next step by performing a diagnostic cohort design, which is done in a setting similar to that of the real-world practice and confirmatory in nature. With additional money to fund our work, we can start analyzing blood samples to determine the potential of infrared spectroscopy, such as ATR-FTIR, as method for early detection of cancer. We also intend to bring this instrument in the operating room to test fresh tissues and reduce the waiting time of the patient. We can improve our healthcare and even bridge the gap for a brighter future in Filipino research. This is our mission, to make lung cancer diagnosis much quicker and more accurate that would overall benefit the patient. We can do this by utilizing the future, and the future is AI. Together, let's research for a world without cancer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For our third speaker, we will be hearing the paper on cytotoxicity of citrus microcarpa or calamansi peel-derived essential oil on small cell lung carcinoma, acute monocytic leukemia, and colon adenocarcinoma cell lines, to be presented by Erin C. Ong.
Hi, I'm Erin Ong, and I'm excited to share with you today our study on the cytotoxicity of citrus microcarpa peel-derived essential oil on 3 different cancer cell lines. So let's dive right into it. 18 million. That's the number of new cancer cases recorded globally in 2018, with nearly 10 million cancer-related deaths also recorded. About 1 million of these new cases actually came from Southeast Asia, and we're seeing a clear trend in the rise of cancer cases worldwide in the last few years. And actually, around 85 to 90% of these cancers are sporadic in nature, meaning that they arise due to environmental factors such as pollution exposure and lifestyle factors such as having a poor diet. Scientists are now turning to functional food because of their reported health benefits. Fruits and vegetables in particular have abundant concentrations of secondary metabolites, which have been reported to have medicinal or pharmacological properties. For example, citrus plants, such as lemons and oranges, have certain compounds that research has shown to have some anti-cancer benefits. Additionally, functional food represents a more accessible and possibly cost-effective way to intervene against chronic diseases, and this research can support indigenous knowledge with scientific evidence. With this background, we aim to determine the cytotoxic activity of citrus microcarpa or calamansi essential oils against 3 cancer cell lines, namely human colon adenocarcinoma, small cell lung cancer, and acute monocytic leukemia. So how did we go about doing this? First, we extracted the oil from the fruit peels using a method called hydrodistillation. Then we revived the cell lines and allowed them to proliferate until they reached 90% confluence, which we confirmed with a cell viability test. We then seeded the cells into a 96 well plate with 3 columns allotted each for the calamansi extract, the positive control, which was zeocin, and the negative control, which was the growth medium DMEM with 0.4% PMSO. After incubating the cells for 72 hours, we then conducted the cytotoxicity test called the Presto Blue assay, which uses a rizazorin-based dye as sort of a color indicator to show us the relative proportion of viable cells versus inhibited cells. We then analyzed the data to be able to construct cell survival curves. So as seen from the results, calamansi oil and DMEM had similar cell survival curves for normal cells and SCLC, whereas the calamansi oil and positive control zeocin had similar or overlapping curves for colon cancer and leukemia. This was also reflected in our IC50 results. So IC50 is the concentration at which 50% of the cells are inhibited. So the lower the IC50, the more potent the treatment is because you need a lower concentration to hit that same target of inhibiting 50% of the cells. So the calamansi oil had a low IC50 or showed cytotoxic activity against leukemia and colon cancer, but not SCLC and the normal cell line. So why is this so? A possible explanation is the highly drug-resistant nature of SCLC. These are particularly notorious because they have multi-drug resistance-associated proteins, or MRPs, and one pathway involved is the upregulation
Are we having technical problems now?
Yes, sir. We cannot hear the audio of the one being presented.
I think the video stopped playing. Maybe request the tech team to please attend to this. Okay, while waiting for the tech team to resolve the technical glitch, I would like to announce that the evaluation, the criteria for judging will be as follows. For 70 points will be allotted for technical concerns. This will include 20% for originality of idea and appropriateness of
Based on
methodology.
literature.
Are we back? Are we back? May I request the tech team?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we'll resume the presentation.
Are flavonoids like hesperidin and limonene. One study in the past has actually shown that limonene is less toxic compared to citral, so that could be an explanation for the lack of activity seen against SCLC. Nevertheless, the results are quite promising because the essential oil was still able to show cytotoxic activity against leukemia and colon cancer while not being toxic to the normal cells. And that's what you want from a potential treatment. You want it to be rather selective in that it targets the cancer cells without really causing damage to the normal cells. Still, our results are quite preliminary. Therefore, there's a lot of avenue for future research, such as to identify the active agent. So what's the actual compound that's responsible for the cytotoxic activity of the extract? And you could do that by quantifying the secondary metabolites that are actually present in these extracts. At the same time, you want to be able to find out the mode of action or the mechanism involved. So how do these compounds effectively inhibit cancer cells? And one way to do that is through monitoring the intracellular environment, such as through live cell imaging studies. So our research is a foundation for more studies and further investigation into this area of functional food and into calamansi extracts and the potential health benefits that they could have. That ends my presentation for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We are now moving to the fourth presenter. So the fourth presenter will be on the study Coping Strategies and Job Satisfaction Among Filipino Nurse Frontliners in Different Practice Settings, a comparative study to be presented by Mr. Rodolfo B. Opido Jr.
Hello, good day to all of you. I am Rodolfo B. Opido Jr., a senior nursing student. On behalf of my group, I am pleased to present to you our research entitled Coping Strategies and Job Satisfaction Among Filipino Nurse Frontliners in Different Practice Settings, a comparative study. The Philippines, the COVID-19 pandemic brought heavy burdens around the globe. In the Philippines, we have more than 1.9 million COVID cases as of August 2021. Among these cases are 1,734 nurses and 338 nursing assistants that are documented as of September 2020. Evidence shows that the organizational environment affects the stress of all medical frontliners, especially nurses. Considering the far-reaching effects of these stressors to the psychological impact and the job performance of nurses, it raises some critical questions as to how nurses' coping strategies and job satisfactions differ according to the practice settings in a local context. Hence, the researchers try to determine and compare the coping strategies and job satisfaction among nurse frontliners across practice settings. In this study, we operationally define coping strategies as either problem-focused or emotion-focused, and job satisfaction as intrinsic or extrinsic. Meanwhile, the practice settings pertain to area of assignment and type of hospital. The study employed quantitative comparative analysis. Research locale is in National Capital Region. Purposive sampling was used with 129 samples gathered. We used brief coping orientation to problems experienced to measure the predominant coping strategies and Minnesota Satisfaction Questionnaire to measure the level of job satisfaction. We then to proceed to use man-group review test. data collection was done online with screening of participants through eligibility criteria. Pilot testing was done to pre-test the surveys for their validity and reliability. Then, informed consent was secured before participants answered the online survey. We then proceed to participant recruitment by disseminating surveys into different online platforms. Data were analyzed using manual tests. So results show that among 129 nurses, they mostly are 62 years old, single and female, who hold bachelor's degree and work for 1 to 3 years. Nurses' profile is then distributed according to area of assignment, which is either COVID or non-COVID units, and classification of hospital, which is either government or private hospitals. The predominant coping strategies in all the practice setting is problem focus, which are active coping, planning, and instrumental support. Emotion focus focuses on emotional support, venting, acceptance, and religion. Hence, nurses opted for problem focus as precautionary measure to manage and eliminate existing stressors. For the overall job satisfaction, results show that we are intrinsically satisfied with some items of achievement, ability utilization, creativity, and such. Sub-items like compensation, work conditions, institutional policies, and others, which are all part of extensive job satisfaction, are lower in main scores. It revealed that working environment, salary, organizational policies, and management of leaders greatly shape their work satisfaction, which are consistent in other studies. So in coping strategies, there is no significant difference found across practice settings. Although the difference are insignificant, government hospitals and non-COVID wards have higher mean score, which entail the coping panic cycle. The more coping there is, the more stress are present. Unfavorable working conditions, heavy workload, and low compensation are evident on these settings. In job satisfaction, there is significant difference found between the type of hospitals. However, no significant difference was found in the area of assignment, but the mean scores indicated that the non-COVID has a higher job satisfaction. Studies asserted that private hospitals have higher budget allotment, greater work opportunities, and structured procedures. In designated units, recent studies revealed that nurses in non-COVID units have more ideal nurse-patient ratio. Also, the arrival of the deadly virus compounded to the poor conditions of work environment in nursing units. So in conclusion, we can say that 20-62 years old single female nurses who hold bachelor's degree and work for 1 to 2 years are the predominant nurse profile. Nurses utilize problem focus and intrinsically satisfied. There was no significant difference in coping strategies according to practice setting, but a significant difference was asserted in job satisfaction according to the type of hospital. So for our recommendations, in order to capture the essence of this study, it is recommended that subsequent studies may use qualitative or mixed method design to corroborate our findings, increase sample size, and consider addressing or controlling the extraneous factors. We also need to enable and strengthen problem-focused coping strategies among nurses in the nursing service. That will also mean the need to address the issue on the extrinsic dominance of their work satisfaction and look for unprecedented ways to raise and maintain their job satisfaction. So to end our presentation, I would like to quote the from Paul Abdul Ali. So like soldiers, you have held your ground, believing or feeling will soon be found. Frontline heroes brave to the last. So with that, thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you very much for our fourth presenter. We do apologize for the technical difficulties that we are having. If the audio is very poor on your end, we will highly recommend that you use a headset. The headset could perhaps improve on the audibility of the presentation of our entries now for the research contest. So again, moving forward, we'd like to apologize for the technical glitch if the audio is a bit poor, but we pray for your kind understanding. The technology today that we're dealing with amid the pandemic, that's very difficult, no? But we pray that you will still continue to join us for the completion of the research presentation. So moving forward to our fifth presenter, We will be listening to the paper entitled Utilization of Multimodal Learning Materials and Professional Nursing Grade Outcome among Nursing Students during academic year 2020 to 2021, to be presented by Alex George King V. Reyes.
Hey, my name is Carlisle K.D. Montiel, member of the research group. We will be presenting our research entitled The Utilization of Multimodal Learning Materials and Professional Nursing Grade Outcome among Nursing Students during the academic year 2020 to 2021. As universities transform to online learning due to the COVID-19 pandemic, learning materials also adapt to the changes in technology. Students have the options of multimodal learning materials, which are paperless, printed, or mixed. In our study, multimodal learning materials were analyzed in relation to the academic performance of the students. The study seeks to compare the professional nursing grade outcome of the students after utilizing either of the three materials, which are the paperless, printed, or mixed. The study also aims to provide significance in the following: nursing education, nursing administration, nursing research, and the nursing practice. In addition, the study aims to measure the utilization of multimodal learning materials and professional nursing grade outcomes. Specifically, it aims to answer the following questions. First, what are the profile characteristics? Second, how will the nursing students be categorized? Third, what is the professional nursing grade outcome among the nursing students? Fourth, is there a significant relationship between the requirement of textbooks and utilization of multimodal learning materials? Fifth, is there a significant difference between the following: the professional nursing grade outcome of nursing students and the utilized learning material, and the utilization frequency of the multimodal learning materials and profile characteristics. The data collected was then subjected to the following: mean, standard deviation, chi-squared, and one-way analysis of variance, or ANOVA. The data was also subjected to cross-tabulation for the analysis. The study revealed that, in terms of profile characteristics, most of the respondents were 19 years old and only a few are aged 22 years and above. The study also revealed that desktop computers are used more often than printed and mixed materials. Hence, the students are users of paperless learning materials. This implies that the students are 21st century learners capable of utilizing technology in learning. In relation to Roy's adaptation model, students are capable of adapting to technological advances, which is validated by the finding of paperless as the most used learning material. The study also shows that most of the students have attained above average in their professional nursing courses. However, it was discovered that there is no significant relationship between the requirement of the textbooks and the type of learning materials used by the students. In addition, there is also no significant difference on the professional nursing grade outcome when grouped according to the utilization frequency of educational materials. On the other hand, it was revealed that there is a significant difference in age when grouped according to the utilization frequency of printed and mixed learning materials. In conclusion, the nursing students managed to perform well and made their best to remain in the program. However, our study findings are inconclusive on whether the utilization of learning materials influenced the professional nursing grade outcome of the students, thus failing to reject our null hypothesis. Statistically, the difference in the professional nursing grade outcome of the students when using the three modalities is insufficient to conclude that one is exceptional than the rest. For the recommendation, first, various learning techniques should be explored. This is to further improve the grade outcome. Second, allowing the students to freely use whatever learning materials they prefer. Third, exploring different research designs, such as experimental and etc., to investigate the different learning materials and their advantages and disadvantages. And lastly, students can adapt well to technology, which is vital as healthcare also improves and adapts to the changes in technology.
Thank you very much. We are now moving to the last undergraduate category, oral research presentation. And the last paper is entitled Desktop Humidifier with Cinnamon Mercadoy S. Vidal Extract, a double-blind randomized clinical trial of efficacy on dry eyes among office workers, to be presented by Sumatsen Nelson A. Tungbaban.
Good day, everyone. I am Sumatsen Tungbaban, representing my team, and this is our research, Desktop Humidifier with Cinnamomum mercadoy S. Vidal Extract, double-blind randomized clinical trial of efficacy on dry eyes among office workers. Dry eye is a disease of the modern workplace. The decreased relative humidity and constant near work that office workers are exposed to may lead or worsen the signs and symptoms of dry eyes. These symptoms can hamper one's workplace performance and productivity by making it harder to do routine tasks. On a larger perspective, this leads to considerable economic impact. Recently, desktop humidifier has shown potential to improve dry eyes by increasing relative humidity. Another development is the role of oxidative stress in the pathogenesis of dry eyes. Applying both concepts of relative humidity and antioxidants, the local delivery of a plant extract with antioxidant property through desktop humidifier was seen as an easy and minimally disturbing way to combat dry eyes, especially in an office setting. Cinnamomum mercadoy, a plant with antioxidant studies, was selected. The primary objectives aim to measure the efficacy of desktop humidifier with Cinnamomum mercadoy leaf ethanolic CMLE extract formulation from baseline to week 3 in office workers according to these clinical parameters: Ocular Surface Disease Index Questionnaire, OSDI, non-invasive tear breakup time, NITBUT, tear meniscus height, TMH, and Schirmer's test 1, ST. Using these same parameters, the intervention was also compared to a control. While this study ultimately aimed for the said objectives, it also involves stepwise sub-objectives that are crucial prerequisites to ensure a safe intervention. These prerequisites are to confirm the antioxidant capacity of the blood samples, to evaluate the safety of the CMLE extract formulation, to measure the reliability of the OSDI questionnaire in the local population, and to document other effects observed. In order to do this, the research was divided into 4 phases. The plant phase involved the collection and processing of the plant material, with the goal of confirming its antioxidant property. The PPH assay test was used to determine the plant extract's radical scavenging activity. Formulation phase involved the selection of a safe CMLE formulation that will be used in the intervention. This formulation was then tested for dermal and ocular irritancy and corrosion using OECD 404 and 405 protocols. As reliability testing, 30 dry eye patients answered the OSDI questionnaire. Data obtained underwent Cranbox alpha and was tested by subscale with omitted question and as a whole. A dry eye analyzer was used to objectively measure the NITBUT and TMH. Schirmer's strip was utilized to measure ST. For the clinical trial, eligible participants are those ages 20 to 60, worker in an air-conditioned office for at least 3 months, with an OSDI score equal or greater than 13, and a NITBUT score less than 10 seconds. The participants were randomized into control or experimental group. Each treatment session was 30 minutes every day, where participants activates the desktop humidifier positioned 1 meter away. Both groups underwent 5 sessions every week for 3 weeks. Statistical analysis was done next in the analysis phase. Both groups were calculated for mean and standard deviation. A paired two-tailed t-test was done to calculate the respective p-values between and within the groups. For DPPH assay test, the results indicate that CMLE extract has a scavenging activity greater than 90%, higher compared to ascorbic acid. This means that the CMLE extract has a strong antioxidant property. For OECD 404 and 405, some initial evaluations show a low score of 1. Preceding checkups indicated no reactions. The CMLE extract formulation was then determined as non-irritant and non-corrosive. Based on the Cranbox alpha, the OSDI was seen as a reliable questionnaire on the local population. Even in its categories, it retained a score greater than 0.8, indicating good reliability. Finally, for the clinical trial, both groups had significant improvements in OSDI and NITBAT, with both p-values less than 0.001. Additionally, the experimental group showed significant improvement in TMH and ST scores, both having a p-value less than 0.05. Comparing the two groups, there was a statistically significant difference on the NITBAT of the experimental, with a p-value less than 0.05. In conclusion, the study showed that the DESUP humidifier with CMLE extract has the potential to improve dry eye symptoms, particularly in tear film stability. With significant increase in OSDI, NITBAT, TMH, and ST, and a significant increase in NITBAT compared to control, this intervention is seen as a prospective treatment for dry eyes. The researchers recommend future studies to have longer duration, more follow-ups, and a bigger population, in order to monitor the progression of the parameters. They are advised to determine and to test the specific components of the CMLE extract. Tear osmolarity may also be included as an added parameter. Humidity and temperature check is also advised so as to monitor any environmental changes. This ends my presentation. We hope that you have become intrigued as we, the researchers, have. Thank you, and once again, good day.
Okay, thank you for all the 6 presenters. So before we will be proceeding with our Q&A in a short while. Again, we'd like to reiterate that in the interest of time, we will be limiting only one question for each of the presenters. So I will be randomly calling each of the following judges so that you will be acknowledged, and then you can post your question for our presenters. Before we begin with the question and answer portion, I'd like to once again announce to the audience what will be the criteria for judging. For the technical dimension, it will have first 20% for originality of idea and appropriateness of methodology, 15% for potential for the creation of new advancement of knowledge and evidence of benefit to the area covered by the research, 20% will be quality of technical paper, the quality of submitted technical report, including the abstract, and 15% will be the anticipated outputs, outcomes, and impacts of the proposed research, including potential contribution to economy and social benefits. Then the next 30% will be allocated for the actual presentation. 10% will be for the overall impact on the audience, understandability, concise reporting within the given time frame, while another 10% will be looking into the format presentation, the clarity of the description of the research, and again, the last will be a research salesmanship, meaning to say knowledge on the project and the communication skills of the presenter, giving a total score of 100%. So we are now formally opening our question and answer portion. So I'll be calling randomly on our 3 esteemed judges. I will begin by calling Dean Napoleon R. Caballero. Kindly post your first question, sir. For our first presenter, Aiki Kawai. Is Dean Caballero with us? Okay, perhaps Dean Caballero is having some technical difficulty. Perhaps I'll be calling first.
Sir, Dean Caballero is there.
Okay, good morning, Dean. Welcome back. Would you like to pose your first question, sir? For Aiki Kawai.
Okay. For Aiki Kawai, is the paper about the coping strategies. Is this the one that you have presented, Ms. Kawai?
No po.
I'm sorry about that. So your paper is about
Activities of daily living and self-care agency.
Okay, with regards to the sample or the population that you have selected, do you think that this would be translated more, or this would be would represent the target population that is intended for the research?
No po. We have failed to generalize the findings and the results of the study because of the limitations of COVID-19 as well as the
Okay.
locations of each researchers po.
So how were you able to obtain those information with regards to the survey that you conducted?
We have messaged them personally whether they have known or they had COVID-19.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, thank you. Thank you. We will be moving on to our next presenter. Sorry, because we have very limited time for the question and answer portion, just 5 minutes for each of the presenter. I'll be moving on to Dr. Inubaya. Ma'am, would you like to pose your question for Mr. John, Aaron John Lugdu?
Hi, good morning, Aaron.
Good morning po, ma'am.
This is a very interesting topic for me because when I was doing my master's, I also dealt with lung cancer data for the survival analysis. So my question is, in your paper, you suggested using a cohort design for further evaluating this diagnostic test. What do you think is the advantage of doing a cohort design over a cross-sectional design, which is more commonly used for evaluating diagnostic tests?
I think one of the advantages of using a diagnostic cohort design is that it is confirmatory in nature. So our current study is technically a diagnostic case control study design, which is exploratory, since the study is revolving around determining the potential. So using a diagnostic cohort study would also factor out the concepts of prevalence of the disease itself and also the possible factors such as the state of the patients, like the smoking habits, and so on and so forth.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Pop.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we will be moving on to our third judge. I'd like to call on Dr. Jennifer Niles. You may now pose your question for our third presenter, Ms. Erin Ong.
Miss Arian, congratulations for your study. I thought professional category. The advantage of this kind of studies is very straightforward, but I would like to know, you recommend foundation for more studies. How can you share to us how long this kind of findings can reach the intended population, like making use of it for curing lung cancer, acute monocytic leukemia, and the rest.
I think our results are quite preliminary, so I would say it's kind of the first step in advancing research on calamansi extracts and even other crude plant extracts, because we used cell lines, and so advancing the study further would need determining, for example, the mode of action. We want to find out the specific mechanisms involved so that we can check how the extract can affect other cells potentially. And I think that for further study, you would also need to do, for example, animal models and preclinical and clinical trials. So it's honestly quite a long way off, but I think the novelty is that we want to serve as a foundation, or we want to spark that conversation and spark interest in these kinds of studies so that more research can be built and more research can be undertaken to sort of support evidence for this. Or even if we don't find evidence that supports it in, for example, clinical trials, at least we know what the limitations and the potential is for these extracts.
I also want to add, can you add in your manuscript the discussion on functional foods, because I did not see that in the manuscript, but it was in the presentation that as a functional food, calamansi can be, the reason why you choose calamansi is because it's a functional food, and you said that it's a long way to go before this can actually be used. So while we are waiting, we can make use of the calamansi for people who have cancer and use it as a functional food.
Yes, definitely. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We will be going now to our fourth presenter. I'll be calling once again Dean Caballero to pose her question for Mr. Rodolfo B. Opido Jr.
Yes.
Sir, you are muted, sir.
Mr. Opido, congratulations to your presentation. Truly, everyone, even Ms. Aiki, have presented very well. Although we had challenges with our audio, but this is the chance where you could clarify some issues or some questions that may arise. I would have the same question: can this be generalized to population with the survey that you have done? And also, maybe you can clarify some of your recommendations that could be shared to everyone.
Okay, certainly. First of all, I'm very sorry for the audio. I'd like to ask if I'm audible first. Narinig po ba ako?
Yes, you're quite audible. You might want to speak louder.
Okay po, okay. This study is not really, cannot really generalize the findings because number one, we are actually, again, we are actually limited on the number of the nurses that we extracted. So out of the 199 prospective nurses that we want to extract on the NCR, we actually only gathered 129 participants. So that means that there is a need for more research that would incorporate rigorous and rigid and more power sample size. So for the recommendations, we're actually recommending subsequent studies to use a qualitative or a mixed method design to capture the essence of this study, to create a bigger picture on what are the coping strategies and job satisfactions of our current nurses amidst pandemic. So this would also mean that we want to increase our sample size and consider addressing and controlling some of the extraneous variables. So we're actually recommending from these generated findings institution-based policies and capacity building programs that would actually enable and strengthen the problem-focused coping strategies among nurses, especially in the nursing service in the hospital. So that would also mean that there is a need to address also the issue on the extrinsic domains, because I've mentioned in this study that we use that job satisfaction is categorized as either intrinsic or extrinsic job satisfaction. So with that, we are recommending to look for the novel ways and unprecedented ways to raise and maintain the nurses' job satisfaction. So that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Opido, and probably stratify the description or makes stratified studies on the different institutions or different levels and categories. So thank you so much, Mr. Opido.
Thank you very much. So we are now moving to our fifth presenter. I'd like to call again Dr. Inobaya to pose her question for Mr. Alex Reyes.
Hi, good morning, Alex.
Good morning po. Can you hear me po?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you. Given that there may be a lot of factors that influence the performance or the grade in the professional nursing grade of nursing students, it can be influenced by like the current units or load that they have. It can be influenced by the innate capacity or intelligence of the student. And it can also be influenced by maybe the frequency of the use of these different multimodal learning materials. What do you think would be the most ideal study design or methodology in assessing or evaluating the real effect of multimodal learning materials such as this?
So I think that the best design for this is to conduct an experimental study wherein the researchers will provide the participants of the same contents, and then the and then the evaluation is also the same. And then through this, they can outline if which of the three multimodal learning materials is the most effective po.
Would there be anything else that you would like to do apart from specifically assigning the multimodal learning material that they are going to use? Maybe perhaps with the selection of your potential subjects in the study. Is there anything that you would need to maybe control in terms of their characteristics?
Okay. Can you repeat the question po? Hindi ko po na ano po.
Kasi di ba, if your plan is to do an experimental study to randomly assign the intervention or the multimodal learning material that they're going to use. But apart from doing a random allocation of the material that they're going to use, in terms of the selection of your study participant, is there anything that you would want to, like a criteria for the selection of the participants that you're going to include?
The criteria would probably be of the same year level of the students, and also who are taking the same program.
Okay, thank you very much, Alex.
Thank you very much. And for the last undergraduate category presenter, I'll be calling again Vice President Niles to pose her question for Mr. Sumatsen Nelson Tungbaba.
Okay, good morning. I saw you conducted first an animal study before you applied this to humans, and this is quite risky because what if you find it not acceptable for humans? But I commend that you did this first. My question is, there are two questions that I want to ask from you. What was your basis for the 30-minute exposure to cinnamods? And if you have the luxury of getting enough sample, how will you limit your inclusion criteria for your population?
Okay, good morning, Doc. Okay, so I'll answer first the question. The basis for the 30 minutes of the 30 minutes na exposure every day was from basically our study was based from two studies. It was from Wang et al. And from Choi et al. And Choi et al. Was the one that utilized, it was Wang et al. That utilized desktop humidifier as a treatment for dry eyes. And he used in their study, it was the base for the 30 minutes because in their study they utilized it also for 30 minutes. Kaya po siya 30 minutes po lang. And then for the next question po, Doc, is if we had the luxury talaga to get the population, the exclusion criteria would be, of course, first of all, pregnant women, because they have hormonal, since their hormones can affect the study by the clinical parameters that could be observed. Also, people taking vitamin A deficiency, because vitamin A deficiency can also affect the parameters. Also, for smoking people, they are also going to be excluded for the study. And also people who underwent ocular surgery. With recent ocular surgery, and also individuals who are recent contact lens users, there is a chance that the ocular surface could be, there will be something in the ocular surface that will, of course, be the one causing the dry eyes instead. Yun po, Doc.
How about
Doc?
How about age?
Yes, for the age, Doc, is that we will going to limit it as for we're going to limit it into 50 years old, because with increased age po kasi there's also an increased prevalence of dry eyes, which is why dry eyes is also common for the elderly.
Okay, thank you very much to all our student presenters. Congratulations for completing all of your research endeavors, and we are truly proud of your accomplishments. And now we will be moving to the professional category. So to begin the professional category, we will be calling on first. The title of the paper will be The Antibacterial Property of Coffea liberica, or Kaping Barako Extract Against Salmonella Typhimurium, an in vitro study, to be presented by Marielle H. Morales.
Good day, everyone. Nothing says productivity like having a cup of coffee to wake and keep you up. Turns out, coffee may be able to do more than just that. Interesting, right? That is what I have come to speak about as I, Nikita Agarwal, present to you our research entitled The Antibacterial Property of the Coffea liberica Kaping Barako Extract Against Salmonella Typhimurium, an in vitro study. Coffee is more than just a beverage that we drink when we need that quick pickup in the morning to jumpstart our day. Studies have shown a variety of helpful benefits such as antioxidant properties and is now being further studied for its antibacterial activity. Our study aims to provide an alternative antibiotic that is more readily accessible to those who live in far-flung areas with little to no access to the pharmacies and the drugstores. It also aims to provide a cheaper antibiotic alternative that is more environment friendly. Lastly, it aims to provide a baseline knowledge for our future researchers who opt to further study on different alternative approaches to antimicrobial therapy. With increasing reports of the drug-resistant bacteria, especially here in the Philippines, it has challenged the health practitioners and the pharmaceutical companies alike to find new or alternative approaches in the treatment of the patients. In relation to this, there is still lack of local literature to determine whether coffee does contain antimicrobial property. The research design that was used in this study is an experimental design using Coffea liberica extract. In this study, the antibacterial effect of the aqueous extract of the Coffea liberica will be tested against Salmonella typhimurium using the distribution method. Here on this slide is a flow diagram. The Liberian coffee was obtained from Pinangtunggulan, Lipas City, Batangas. Then the authentication was done at the University of Santo Tomas. Extracts of the Coffea liberica were obtained by filtering a volume of 100 milliliter of pre-boiled sterile water to 30 grams of coffee. After the preparation of the 30% of the aqueous extract of the coffee, further dilution was done using sterile water to obtain the concentration of 30%, 20% and 10%. Furthermore, a filter paper was used to separate the extracts from the coffee grounds. Then, the authentication and the phytochemical testing was done at the University of Santo Tomas. Finally, the incubation, isolation, and the antibacterial susceptibility testing using the diffusion was done at the DOST ITDI. We then compared which was the most effective concentration against both the negative control, which was the water, and the positive control, which was the amic acid. We used ANOVA to determine the difference in the zone of inhibition between the 5 groups, namely the coffee extract aqueous 10, 20, and 30%, the positive control, and the negative control. And for the pairwise comparison, we utilized Bonferroni test. For our result, the first table shows here that there is a zone of inhibition of 10 millimeter in all concentration. Amikazin 30 microgram, which was used as a positive control, exhibited a complete inhibitory activity with a zone of inhibition of 19.34 millimeter. Here, on the second one, it showed that first, there was no significant difference in the comparison of zones of inhibition by the different extract with the p-value showing more of 0.05. Secondly, there was significant difference noted when the zone of inhibition of the different extracts was compared to either the positive or the negative group, as proven by the p-value of 0.001 in the zone of inhibition between Coffea liberica 10 millimeter against amikacin 19.34. Here is a picture of our distribution method with the 3 different concentrations showing the same level of inhibition. The extract was effective since it was significant with the negative control, but its effectiveness was not comparable with the positive control. Researchers concluded the following. Coffea liberica has antibacterial property against Salmonella typhimurium. There was no significant difference noted across the three different concentrations, that is 10%, 20, and 30% respectively, that able to exhibit its antimicrobial property against Salmonella typhimurium. There was a significant difference of less than 0.001 in the zone of inhibition between Coffea liberica 10 mm against the amikacin with 19.34. For the future researchers aiming to study further what we have provided here, we highly recommend the determination of the specific active compound of the coffee exhibiting its antimicrobial effect and of the minimum bacterial concentration of the minimum inhibitory concentrations of the Coffea liberica in Salmonella typhimurium. Here is our references. This is my cue to the quote famous saying, "There is nothing a cup of coffee can't fix." With that, I end the presentation. Thank you so much for your attention and time.
Thank you very much. Suddenly, I am now craving for kapeng barako this morning. So moving on to our next research study to present the paper entitled Clinical Profiles and In-Hospital Short-Term Outcomes of Suspect, Probable, and Confirmed Adult COVID-19 Patients. A descriptive study, I'd like to call on to the virtual stage Dr. Ana Katrina C. Longos. Can we request the tech team? I believe there is no audio coming from the video. Okay, so we have a message from the technical team. Let us kindly wait for our audio team, for the tech team to address the technical glitch. But once again, we would like to remind everyone that there will be 6 professional studies that will be presented this morning. And we will still have the same panel of judges for our presenters under the professional category. I think we have resolved the. Can we go back again to the first slide of the start of the video presentation? Okay, thank you. Can we request, is it okay if we move first to the third, then we'll go back to the second? Since we're having a bit of technical problem with the second presenter, is that okay for the organizing committee? We're having, we still do not hear the audio, so perhaps we could move on to the next presenter for now. So let's move first to the third presenter. We'll be calling once again the presenter from the second presenter. So the third study is entitled Comparative Study of the Profile and Clinical Outcomes of Healthcare Workers with Probable and Confirmed COVID-19, to be presented by Dr. Eric Gerard C. Maglaya.
A novel coronavirus was identified in late 2019 as the cause of cluster of pneumonia cases in Wuhan, China. The World Health Organization designated the disease term COVID-19 or coronavirus 2019. As of March 31, 2020, the Department of Health has amended the COVID-19 testing protocol to include frontline healthcare workers who are experiencing mild symptoms. As of April 10, 2020, we have 4,195 confirmed cases of COVID 19. 140 patients have recovered with 221 deaths. The case fatality rate was 5.2%. A total of 252 healthcare workers, of which 65% are doctors, while 25% are nurses, have tested positive for the disease. The clinical and diagnostic information among healthcare workers were inadequate. No articles yet were available regarding the extent and impact of COVID 19 on healthcare workers. Hence, we wanted to establish data regarding this. Based on recent studies, chest radiograph had 65.5% sensitivity in detecting COVID 19. The British Society of Thoracic Imaging has developed a chest X-ray reporting template to facilitate consistency of reporting. Chest radiograph pattern based on the phase and severity of COVID 19 is very vital to the clinicians. My general objective is to compare the profile and clinical outcomes of healthcare workers with probable and confirmed COVID 19 in St. Luke's Medical Center, Quezon City. Here are my specific objectives. This is a cross-sectional study on healthcare workers of St. Luke's Medical Center, Quezon City, who were suspected with COVID-19 and who underwent either admission or self-quarantine. The calculated sample size was 87. Here are the inclusion and exclusion criteria. The outcome measures are number 1, profile, clinical outcomes, and prevalence among healthcare workers with probable and confirmed COVID-19. Number 2, proportion of COVID-19 using BSTI categories on chest X-ray among healthcare workers with probable and confirmed COVID-19. Census from the Infection Control Service was reviewed for possible inclusion in the study. Chest X-ray and lab tests were done. All baseline chest X-rays were anonymized and individually reviewed by 2 radiologists for presence of ground glass opacities, nodules, consolidation, and pleural effusion. Chest X-rays were then scored and assessed using the BSTI imaging guidelines. Table 1 shows the clinical profile of healthcare workers with confirmed and probable COVID-19. 36.8% were confirmed COVID-19 and 63.2% were probable COVID-19. The mean ages were 34 and 33 respectively. There is significant difference in the proportion of hypertensive and diabetics, higher in the confirmed group. There is also significant higher proportion of confirmed COVID-19 that underwent admission. Table 2 shows the comparison of CBC profile of confirmed and probable healthcare workers with COVID-19. Healthcare workers with confirmed COVID-19 show significant difference, having higher hemoglobin, hematocrit, and neutrophils, and lower lymphocytes and platelet values. Table 3 shows comparison of radiologic features and disease severity score among the confirmed and probable healthcare workers with COVID-19. There is no significant difference in the severity of disease between confirmed and probable healthcare workers. However, healthcare workers with confirmed COVID-19 disease had higher severity score. Table 4 shows the comparison of chest X-ray impression and COVID-19 BSTI categories of healthcare workers with confirmed and probable COVID-19. There is significant difference noted in the two groups, showing a p-value of 0.04 and 0.02 respectively. And lastly, Table 5 shows no significant difference in comparing the outcomes of admitted healthcare workers with confirmed and probable COVID-19. Limitations of the study include it is a retrospective, single-centered study in a private tertiary hospital. The other laboratory tests are not included in the study, and also the outsourced personnel are not included, as they are under the LGUs as their referral system. In conclusion, there is higher proportion with hypertension and diabetes among confirmed COVID-19. The prevalence of confirmed COVID-19 is 36.8 and probable COVID-19 is 63.2. Among patients with confirmed COVID-19, they have higher hemoglobin, hematocrit, and neutrophil values, and they have lower lymphocytes and platelets. Confirmed COVID-19 had higher severity score. 15.6% confirmed COVID-19 disease had classic COVID-19 according to the BSTI, and 90.9% probable COVID-19 had normal findings according to the BSTI. Thank you and stay safe.
Thank you very much. So we are now moving to our next presenter under the professional category. The fourth paper will be the gut bacteria of Acroria grisella, lesser wax moth larvae as biological agent for polyethylene degradation, to be presented by Muskan Segal. For the tech team, are we also having another technical glitch? We cannot seem to hear the audio of the fourth presenter. So while waiting for the technical tech team to resolve the glitch, perhaps we could, okay.
Good morning. I'm Segal Muskan, here to present my group's research entitled Gut Bacteria of Acrogrycella, or lesser wax moth, larvae as biological agent for polyethylene degradation. Most plastics are made up of polyethylene, which is highly resistant to degradation. This, compounded by their versatility and utility, contributes to the exponential increase in plastic waste, made worse by the environmentally toxic methods like incineration that are used to dispose of plastics. The discovery of these plastic-eating larvae has led to interest in their use in plastic disposal, with some looking at the role of their gut bacteria in their ability to consume plastic. In 2018, the larvae of Acrogrycella, or lesser wax moth, was reported to consume plastic. These are harmful pests living amongst bee colonies and feeding on wax food. The role of their gut bacteria in biodegradation, however, was yet to be explored. This led us to formulate the following objectives. We aim to determine the weight difference of high-density polyethylene or HDPE films treated with the gut bacteria of these larvae compared to HDPE films that was not. Specifically, we aim to characterize the bacteria cultured from the gut of the larvae and to determine the percent change in weight of the HDPE films both submerged with and without the larvae's gut bacteria and to compare them to each other. To do this, we first acquired Acrogrycella larvae from infested bee colonies. We dissected and extracted the guts and suspended them in saline water. We also prepared HDPE films in uniform sizes and weighed them. We inoculated the suspension fluid into blood agar and McConkey's agar plates and incubated them for 24 hours at 27 degrees Celsius. After observing growth on blood agar plates, we incubated them for an additional 24 hours and characterized the colonies and performed gram staining to confirm the presence of bacteria. The bacteria was inoculated into nutrient-brought tubes. For each incubation period, we prepared 5 replicates each for nutrient-brought tubes with and without bacteria. 1 HDPE film was submerged into each test tube. The nutrient-brought test tubes were agitated once a day, starting from day 7. Due to the Luzon-enhanced community quarantine, agitation was done only until day 21, and the maximum incubation period was cut to day 25. The HDPE films were washed, air-dried, and weighed on their designated times. The percent changes in weight of the HDPE were computed and the data was analyzed. Bacterial colonies grew on the blood agar plates after 24 hours of incubation and were observed to be round, medium-sized, dry, dull, translucent, white, with entire or even margins or umbinate elevations. Gram staining confirmed the presence of bacteria, characterized as gram-positive rods with chain formation observed in some cells. Table 1 here shows that the initial weights of the HDPE films had no significant difference, and the final weights on days 7 and 14 of the HDPE without bacteria was significantly greater than that with those with bacteria. Table 2 shows here that there is significant difference in the initial and final weights of the HTPE films with bacteria on days 14 and 21, and without bacteria on day 4, 7, 14, and 21. Here, it can be noted that the percent change in weight of the HTPE without bacteria was consistently greater than that with bacteria in incubation periods, in all incubation periods. The decrease seen in HTPE without bacteria may have been due to changes in the plastic during the biodegradation assay or the nutrient broth. As mentioned, agitation of the nutrient broth was only done starting from day 7 to day 21. Precipitates that have settled on the HTPE on the 1st to the 7th day of incubation may have caused the high percent increase in these films shown here in box red. It should be noted that the HTPE films on day 25 shown here box in blue were preceded by days when the nutrient tubes were not agitated, and this may have caused the changes in the trend in both treatments. The comparatively lower increase in weights of HTPE with bacteria shows that the presence of bacteria may have offset the increase in weight in these films, so that the change in weight was not as high as that of HTPE without bacteria. In conclusion, HTPE films submerged in nutrient broth with and without bacteria isolated from the gut of Acrobacilla larvae and incubated for 7, 14, 21, and 25 days showed an increase in weight in both treatments for all incubation periods. Although there is no significant difference in the percent change in weight in all these treatments, the comparatively lower percent increase in weight in the HTPE with bacteria shows that the biodegradation may have taken place. We recommend the use of different culture media to allow for more bacteria to grow. The use of culture media that ensure that HTP is the sole carbon source in the biodegradation assay, continuous agitation of the biodegradation assay, regular checking of the pH of the nutrient broth tubes, and finally, we recommend the use of different tests to analyze the HTPE further. These are the references that we used for this study. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we are moving to our fifth entry under the professional category to present their paper entitled Optimization of Hyaluronic Acid Chitosan latanoprost nanoparticle for improved ocular drug delivery. I'd like to call to the virtual stage Anna Marie L. Rubinisha.
Good day to all. Our research title is Hyaluronic Acid Chitosan latanoprost nanoparticle for improved ocular drug delivery. I am Dr. Anna Marie L. Rubinisha. My co-authors are Dr. Oliver B. Villaflores and Dr. Agnes L. Castillo. The research worked on improving target site delivery of a clinically established anti-glaucoma drug latanoprost by formulating it with mucoadhesive, biodegradable polymers, chitosan, and hyaluronic acid. The drug latanoprost was embedded into the chitosan matrix. Chitosan with cationic amino group will bind together, forming the nanoparticles upon the addition of the anionic cross-linker tripolyphosphate. Upon the formation of the nanoparticle, the addition of the anionic hyaluronic acid will adhere to the surface of the nanoparticle. The formulated hyaluronic chitosan latanoprost nanoparticle have mucoadhesive property, wherein the positively charged nanoparticle will bind to the negative charged sialic acid of the mucous layer of the cornea that would allow drainage of the drug controlled by mucous turnover rate and would reversibly open tight junctions found in the corneal surface. So this would enhance drug corneal contact time and permeability and would provide prolonged and controlled drug action. Optimization of the nanoparticles was performed with varying ratios of chitosan and tripolyphosphate and of chitosan and hyaluronic acid. Characterization was done by measuring particle size, polydispersibility index, and zeta potential using Malvern synthesizer, percentage entrapment efficiency with dynamic dialysis technique, quantitation of the drug using high-performance liquid chromatography. The optimum hyaluronic chitosan latanoprost nanoparticle was further examined with morphological evaluation using SEM, chemical integrity analysis with FTIR, in vitro drug release with HPLC, and mucoadhesive tests using Malvern synthesizer. The formulation with the smallest particle size is the basis for selecting the optimum nanoparticle. The formulation 1:0.33 ratio of chitosan and tripolyphosphate has the smallest particle size of 199 nanometer, polydispersibility index of 0.274, zeta potential of 27.70 millivolts, and entrapment efficiency of 64%. So these parameters indicates a stable colloidal dispersion that is not irritating to the eye and would provide large surface area for the binding of the nanoparticle to the mucous layer that would promote prolonged release to the drug and improve permeation of the drug. The selected chitosan and TPP ratio was further optimized with varying ratios of chitosan and hyaluronic acid. So the optimum hyaluronic chitosan latanoprost nanoparticle is the formulation 1:0.05 with particle size of 340 nanometer, PDI of 0.4, zeta potential of 30 millivolts, and entrapment efficiency of 68%. These are the micropictographs of the optimum nanoparticles. The spherical shape of these nanoparticles will provide high surface area for the binding of the nanoparticles to the mucous layer of the corneal surface that will lead to enhanced corneal contact time. With SEM, the mean particle size is 72 nanometer. FTIR spectra of the hyaluronic chitosan latanoprost nanoparticle showed that the important functional groups of latanoprost was retained. With the membrane diffusion technique, the drug release profile of the plain latanoprost showed 100% release in 2 hours, while the hyaluronic chitosan latanoprost nanoparticles showed sustained release of the drug. Among the drug release models, the Hickson-Crowell model release had a correlation coefficient of 0.994 that is closest to 1, which expressed that latanoporous release from the nanoparticle is by degradation of the polymer and diffusion of the drug. With mucin particle method, the mucoadhesive property of the nanoparticle was proven by the shifting of the zeta potential of the nanoparticle from positive 33 millivolts to below 0 when mucin was added. The results of the stated parameters shows that hyaluronic chitosan latanoprost nanoparticles could be formulated into stable colloidal dispersions that is not irritating to the eye and could deliver latanoprost with enhanced corneal contact time and permeability. The formulation materials and processes used in the study are of low cost and economical approaches that could improve drug delivery to latanoprost. Improving glaucoma treatment will retard vision loss that leads to sustaining the independence and productivity of an individual. The researchers recommend formulating the nanoparticles into a more neutral pH. The in vivo part of the study was published in a peer-reviewed international journal. In the future, maybe these new drug delivery systems will become the arena of clinical practice. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, thank you very much for our fifth presenter. Moving on to our sixth presenter for this morning. We will be calling now the paper entitled Efficacy of Intravenous Lidocaine in Attenuating Hemodynamic Responses During Laryngoscopy and Intubation. Can we call to the stage Dr. Annabelle M. Sinlao?
Good morning. Direct laryngoscopy and intubation following induction of general anesthesia lead to strong cardiovascular responses. These hemodynamic changes are due to reflex discharge caused by epipharyngeal and laryngopharyngeal stimulation, resulting into hypertension and tachycardia, generally transient, occurring at 30 seconds after intubation and lasting for less than 10 minutes. Lidocaine is an amide-type local anesthetic and has been popularly used agent for attenuating circulatory responses during intubation. The beneficial effect is due to its direct cardiac depression and peripheral vasodilatation, ability to suppress airway reflexes, analgesic as well as antiarrhythmic properties. This is the general objective of the study. The following are the specific objectives. This is a prospective, double-blind, randomized controlled trial conducted from January to March of 2020, which included admitted patients for scheduled elective surgeries in a private hospital. These are the inclusion and exclusion criteria. Patients were allocated randomly to 3 groups using computer-generated software. Group A or the placebo were given NSS, and Group B and C with IV lidocaine 1.5 mg per kilogram administered 2-minute and 1-minute respectively prior to laryngoscopy and intubation. After patient confirmation, preoperative history taking and PE were done. The procedure was explained to the participants verbally and a written consent was obtained. Baseline vital parameters were recorded at the ward. All patients were pre-oxygenated with 100% oxygen. Midazolam, fentanyl, propofol, and atricurium were given as inducting agents, followed by the administration of the study drugs 2-minute and 1-minute before laryngoscopy and intubation. All patients were ventilated with oxygen and 3% sevoflurane using intermittent positive pressure ventilation with a fresh gas flow of 2 liters per minute until intubation. About 2 minutes or 1 minute after the study drug was given, laryngoscopy was performed with a Macintosh laryngoscope bleed and trachea was intubated by the investigator with an appropriate size cuff endotracheal tube. Parameters were recorded 1 minute, 3 minutes, and 5 minutes after intubation. At the end of the surgery, neuromuscular blockade reversal was given. The endotracheal tube was removed after the adequate spontaneous ventilation was established. The ASA determined normal vital signs parameters to be plus or minus 20% of baseline initial vital signs while undergoing procedure under general anesthesia, which will not cause any morbidity on the part of the patient. The demographic characteristics of the 3 groups were compared as shown in Table 1. The results showed there were no significant differences as shown by all p-values of more than 0.05. Tables 2, 3, 4, and 5 show the comparison of heart rate, systolic and diastolic BP, as well as MAP at different intervals, and the results showed a significant difference as shown by all p-values. Based on the comparison of the baseline parameters with 1 minute after intubation, lidocaine 1.5 mg per kilogram given 1 minute prior to laryngoscopy and intubation blunt increase in heart rate at 4%, systolic BP at 5.3%, diastolic BP at negative 14.2%, and MAP at negative 11.81%. Orotracheal intubation consists of 2 phases. Direct laryngoscopy causes the greatest increase in blood pressure, whereas endotracheal intubation causes an increase in heart rate. Both are due to sympathetic stimulation. The highest risk interval during anesthesia and operation is the period in which intubation is performed. In addition, these are associated with more profound stimulation than surgical incision. Lidocaine is most frequently used clinically for its anesthetic and antiarrhythmic properties. It is considered efficacious, safe, and cost-effective by the WHO. The optimal time of injection of IV lidocaine for the maximal attenuation of circulatory responses was studied by Thames et al. A dose of 1.5 mg per kilogram given 3 minutes prior to intubation offered complete attenuation against increase in heart rate and blood pressure, and partial attenuation when given 2 minutes prior to intubation. The findings of our study supported the study of Abu Mahdi and Levin-Rosen that administration of IV lidocaine 1.5 mg per kilogram can prevent the pressure response and increase in heart rate to tracheal intubation. SARS-CoV-2, which causes COVID-19, is highly contagious. Transmission is predominantly by droplet spread. Cough is one of the prevalent features of this disease, and any airway instrumentation can exacerbate it. Airway management of patients with COVID-19 is high-risk procedure to anesthesiologists and other airway managers. The highest viral load appears in the sputum and in upper airway secretions. Premature intubation, especially when patient further desaturates after administration of muscle relaxant, can cause coughing and barking when intubated earlier than the expected peak effect of the muscle relaxant. Lidocaine can blunt coughing and decrease aerosolization from tracheal intubation of the COVID-19 patients. Based on this study, it has been concluded that the administration of lidocaine with a dose of 1.5 mg per kilogram given 1 minute prior to laryngoscopy and intubation is significantly effective in attenuating the hemodynamic responses among patients who underwent elective general surgeries under general anesthesia. The following are the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we will be going back to presentation number 2. I hope we have already resolved the technical glitch, so I'll be calling once again to present the paper entitled Clinical Profiles and In-Hospital Short-Term Outcomes of Suspect, Probable, and Confirmed Adult COVID-19 Patients, a Descriptive Study. Can we call back again Dr. Ana Katrina C. Longos?
A pleasant morning to everyone. I am Dr. Ana Katrina Longos, and in behalf of my co-authors, I will be presenting our paper entitled Clinical Profiles and In-Hospital Short-Term Outcomes of Suspect, Probable, and COVID-Confirmed Adult Patients at the Philippine Tertiary Specialty Center. COVID-19 emerged as a new disease during the early period of 2020. As of March 26, 2020, the Philippines had 707 confirmed cases with an overall case fatality rate of 6.36%. However, it was noted that patients with cardiovascular disease had the highest case fatality rate of 10.5%. Information on its presentation, demographics, and prognosis were initially lacking. Hence, we felt an urgent need to gather clinical evidence to aid in the rapidly evolving clinical management. Given that our institution is a specialty center and our patients have numerous comorbidities compared to the general population, we wanted to determine the clinical profiles and in-hospital short-term outcomes of suspect, probable, and COVID-confirmed adult patients seen at our institution, and we sought to answer the following objectives. This was a descriptive study conducted from March 1, 2020 until June 30, 2020, and we included adults with a diagnosis of suspect, probable, and confirmed COVID-19 pneumonia, while those who were sent for home quarantine and/or isolation and were unable to have subsequent follow-up at least once, or who were readmitted for COVID-19 symptoms were excluded from the study. Eligible patients were identified from the COVID-19 census of our institution, and we utilized consecutive sampling strategy based on their chronological date of consult. Diagnostic testing and therapeutics were left to the discretion of our COVID-19 medical strike team. Patients were then monitored for their short-term outcomes while in the hospital until their discharge from the COVID areas. We enrolled a total of 323 patients. 117 were COVID confirmed, 43 were probable, and 163 were COVID suspect cases. The mean age was 52.32 years, and we had more males than females across all 3 groups. The most common comorbidities observed across all 3 groups were heart disease and hypertension, followed by diabetes mellitus and chronic kidney disease. The comorbidities of patients were comparable in the 3 groups except for hypertension, heart disease, and cerebrovascular disease, which were noted more commonly in suspects compared to probable and confirmed patients. The most common presenting symptoms were shortness of breath, followed by cough, fever, and sore throat. Of these presenting symptoms, fever, rhinorrhea, and myalgia were noted to be more significantly seen in COVID-confirmed patients, while shortness of breath was noted more in COVID-19 suspects. The most common presenting chest X-ray finding of all the patients in the study was the presence of bilateral interstitial infiltrate. With respect to vital signs on initial consult, COVID suspects turned out to have higher heart rates, higher respiratory rates, and lower oxygen saturation at room air, and had significantly more frequent morbidity outcomes, specifically the need for mechanical ventilation, ARDS, sepsis, septic shock, acute mental state deterioration or alterations, acute renal failure, and acute coronary syndrome. Most of the COVID probable and confirmed cases, among which were our own healthcare workers, were asymptomatic or had mild or moderate severity of illness. Suspect patients, on the other hand, were mostly cardiac patients who had other active comorbidities and concomitant infections that probably accounted for their symptoms and subsequent admission. The study showed 36.5% incidence rate for confirmed, 13% for probable, and 50.46% for suspect adult COVID-19 patients seen. Severe and critical probable and confirmed patients presented with more clinical instability, increased inflammatory markers, lymphopenia, and desaturations. For probable and confirmed adult COVID-19 patients, We frequently saw asymptomatic cases at 25%, followed by mild symptoms at 21.25%, moderate symptoms at 23%, severe symptoms at 16%, and critical cases at 14%. The overall mortality rate for probable and confirmed cases was 25.54%, with a 91.3% mortality rate for critical cases. In conclusion, all COVID-19 case classifications were seen and admitted in our center were predominantly male, age 52 years old with concomitant hypertension, heart disease, and cerebrovascular disease, and they presented more with shortness of breath, cough, and fever. Severe to critical patients presented with more clinical instability and increased inflammatory markers. In-hospital morbidity and mortality were highest in severe and critical, probable, and confirmed patients. We therefore recommend that further studies be done to compare the demographic characteristics, clinical presentations, and in-hospital short-term outcomes specifically of cardiac patients. A continuation of the study can also be done as more therapeutics have become available in our institution and in our country. Further studies and previously recovered patients who were subsequently readmitted for COVID-19 symptoms can also be an avenue for further study. Also, a comparison of the clinical profiles and outcomes of COVID-19 healthcare workers can also be done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So that now completes our presenters under the professional category. Once again, we will be proceeding with the question and answer portion. We will once again limit the number of minutes for each of the presenters. So I'll be calling randomly the different members of the panel of judges to pose their questions. Perhaps we would like to remind our judges to please limit your question to just one per presenter. So I'll begin with, I'll randomly select, I'll begin with Dr. Jennifer Niles. Ma'am Jen, would you like to ask your question for Miss Marielle Morales?
Okay, Miss Marielle on coffee, Liberica. My question is, in your conclusion, you said that there is a statistically significant difference between the zone of inhibition between coffee and any casein. How else can you express this conclusion, which is understandable to the lay?
Good day, ma'am, and thank you for the question. So, ma'am, for your question, as mentioned in our results and the conclusion, that regardless of the concentration of the extract, all extracts provided a similar zone of inhibition. So, ma'am, it means that regardless, even if we change the concentration of the extracts of the Coffea liberica, it still showed the significance difference, which means as the title of a research is antibacterial, to check if the Kapeng Barako shows us whether it has antibacterial property or not, it means that Kapeng Barako does shows antibacterial property, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I'll be calling on Dr. Inubaya. Dr. Inubaya, you can now ask your question for Dr. Longos.
Good morning, Dr. Longos. My question is that in your studies, you did comparison of the clinical profile and comorbidities across the different severities of the infection. What do you think is the advantage of doing this in comparison to analyzing them as risk factor for severe outcomes?
I think, ma'am, that you would be pertaining to probably table 2.
Dr. Longos, can you please speak a little bit louder? Thank you.
Ma'am, good morning. So if I'm not mistaken, you're pertaining to table 2 of my results, wherein we actually discussed about the severity of illness in probable and confirmed patients. So we wanted to be able to differentiate first and foremost, before we analyze if there were risk factors or not. We wanted to know if
The ones that we found are results in Table 1 pertaining to the difference between suspects, confirmed, probable, and confirmed patients were also seen once we had those probable and confirmed patients according to severity. The problem with our sample, we can't actually just say risk factors because we had a heterogeneous sample. We did not just merely have cardiac patients or those with comorbidities, but we also had our own healthcare workers, and some of them were actually had no comorbidities.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now be calling Dean Caballero. Dean Caballero would like to ask now Dr. Maglaya.
Thank you again for this opportunity. I would like to congratulate all of the professional level contenders for the research competition, professional level. They were all quite technically sound, and also they were presented clearly. So I don't have much question, but one curious question that I had curiosity on the BSTI. It showed there that there is COVID-19 normal of measure. Does it pertain to a normal or non or asymptomatic classification, or a normal person or a normal patient? Individual.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, doctor.
The COVID-19 BSTI, or stands for British Society of Thoracic Imaging. They are a society that managed to do a guideline on chest X-rays. So they had 4 categories, one of which, as you mentioned, is the COVID normal. So it just simply says a normal chest X-ray, or there is no presence.
Okay, there you go. Because the word COVID-19 was attached to it. So that's
the parameters that they used.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Maglaya. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maglaya. Thank you, Dean Caballero. I'd like to call again to the stage Vice President Niles. Would you like to pose now your question for Ms. Segal?
Okay, my question is on table 1, the weight of the HDPE films were presented, analyzed by means of means, but there are also computation for median. Why did you do that? Is there a need for a median presentation of the results?
Hello, am I audible po? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you for that question, po, Doc. Actually, we, in our objectives, it was mentioned that we will be analyzing the culture media and the results on we had to characterize what findings we had on the culture media. So that's what we included in our studies, along with just the graphs. We included what we found on our culture media.
Actually, my question is, you presented the findings using means, and in another, in the same table, you also presented them as median. So my question is there a need for you to present that in as median, considering that they are continuous variables?
I'm sorry, po, Doc. It was all choppy. Could you repeat the question, please?
Why median?
Okay. Yeah.
Why median was used?
The question for Ms. Segal, you presented both the mean and the median. So is there a need to present both, given that the variable of interest is a continuous variable?
We wanted to know the median to consider the outliers, but there is no need because the mean has no significant difference in that.
Okay, thank you very much. So we will be calling now Dr. Inubaya. Dr. Inubaya, your question please for Dr. Rubenisha.
Hi, Dr. Rubenisha. For your study, I don't know if you just missed it on your paper, but was there an attempt to calculate the sample size? And what was the sample size used to ensure the generalizability of your result?
So in the experiment, we had 3 batches with 3 samples each, a total of 9 measurements per batch.
Was this a calculated sample size or just preferred sample size on your part?
It's a preferred sample size based on journals that makes use of 3 trials, 3 samples per test.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And for the last presenter, I'll be calling again Dean Caballero. You may now pose your question for Dr. Sin Lao.
Good morning, Dr. Sin Lao. My question would be, were there opportunities for comparison with other similar to lidocaine, some other formulas or some other medication that can be compared with there's a great interest in lidocaine, and if there are opportunities for you to further or other clinical trials that may progress or develop after this study?
Yes, good morning, Dr. Caballero. Thank you po. Well, yes, there are some medications that can be compared from lidocaine, such as the opioids. However, my study is only focusing on lidocaine. Maybe it is actually in my recommendations that maybe if I can further do the study on laryngoscopy and intubation, maybe I can do this one, sir. It is in my recommendation that I will compare the other medications other than lidocaine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so
Dr.
much.
Sin Lao.
Okay, thank you very much. So I believe that wraps up our question and answer for the professional category. We'd like to thank all the institutions that sent their entries for both the undergraduate and the professional categories. We believe we received a good number of papers to choose from. So on behalf of the organizing committee of MMHRDC, we'd like to thank everyone for participating in the research competition. At this point, we will be now going into the research poster presentation. So I turn you over to the video. Okay, so once again, I believe we are now, if you visit the gallery, there are about 31 papers under the undergraduate category. So we will be watching this video once again. Okay, so once again, those were the 31 entries for this undergraduate category. And now we are presenting the professional category, wherein we have a total of 21 research posters. So thank you very much. That completes and concludes our research competition. So on behalf of the organizers, maraming salamat po. This is Dr. RJ M. Javier saying padayon and stay safe. God bless the Philippines. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Javier. You know, the topics for our research presentations are very interesting. The judges must have a challenging time in evaluating the submissions this year. Actually, the academic exchange between the researchers and the panel of judges are quite engaging to watch.
Indeed, it has fed our brains again this morning. Let's check. Is everyone still okay? Because we still have some more before we head on for lunch. So let us make way to the next competition. The 3-minute pitch to policymakers will be facilitated by Mr. Michael George N. Peralta of University of Santo Tomas, Manila. He will be introducing the panel of judges for this competition category.
Hello, good morning to everybody.
Morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Morning. It's truly been a very fruitful morning. Lots of insights, lots of new ideas that would eventually help us to survive. Now, for the 3-minute pitch, the aim of this activity is to serve as an exercise for researchers to cultivate their presentation and communication skills. Hello, is my audio okay? Do you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Yes,
Okay, loud and clear. So it's my headset. Pardon me about that. Okay, good morning again. So it's a beautiful, fruitful morning full of insights and new researches. Okay, so the aim of the 3-minute pitch is to serve as an exercise for researchers to cultivate their presentation and communication skills to influence policy. The MMHRD recognizes that researches which have policy-relevant findings should be communicated to key policymakers and stakeholders to guide their decision-making. And now for the panel of judges. The 3-minute pitch to policymakers was held last Monday, September 20, 2021. Okay, so our first judge is the current Assistant Regional Director of the Department of Health, Metro Manila Center for Health Development, Dr. Aleli Annie Grace P. Sudiacal. Our second judge is a Director of Research for Research Publication and Dissemination at the UERM MMCI Research Institute for Health Sciences and an Associate Professor in Surgery. Let us all welcome Dr. Jose D. Cabral. And our third judge is a faculty of the Graduate School of De La Salle University and St. Luke's College of Medicine's MS Molecular Medicines program, and is granted the Scientist in Residence of DLSU. You have met her this morning, Dr. Maria Luisa D. Enriquez. Dr. Enriquez is the chair of the panel of judges. So here are my committee members. Okay, so the following were the entries. First entry, entitled Household Survey on Owned Dog Population and Rabies Knowledge in Selected Municipalities in Bulacan, Philippines, a cross-sectional study, which was presented by Dr. Timothy John R. Dizon. Entry number 2, entitled Assessment of the Knowledge, Attitudes, and Practices of Filipino Deaf People on Medication and Complementary and Alternative Medicine Use, a basis for developing informational materials, presented by Ms. Ariat A. Francisco. And entry 3, entitled Satisfaction of Filipino Adults Towards Patient-Focused Telemedicine During COVID-19 Pandemic, which was presented by Dr. Agnes V. Raimundo. Here are the video excerpts.
Dog population and rabies education campaigns.
Did you know that rabies is a preventable disease? Many countries have already eliminated it. I believe we can do it too. It is estimated that 59,000 deaths occur worldwide annually due to rabies. In the Philippines, there is an average of 231 deaths every year for the past decade. Despite providing over 1 million doses of rabies shots every year, there are no signs of these cases going down. Dogs spread rabies among countries with the highest burden of the disease. It is two sides of the same coin, and we cannot eliminate it if we focus solely on humans. According to the World Organization for Animal Health, mass animal vaccinations and 70% coverage of the at-risk dog populations are the most effective methods for controlling rabies. However, it is difficult to provide an adequate amount of vaccines if we do not have an accurate estimate of the dog population. If local data is unavailable, they are estimated using the 1:10 dog-to-human ratio. This simply means that there is 1 dog for every 10 humans. So we have ascertained that we might be underestimating the dog population. Our data show that the 1:3.7 ratio might more closely reflect real-world figures. Even with the 1:10 ratio, we only cover 41.7% of the dog population, even less with the 1.37 ratio, with only 15.5% coverage. Our survey on rabies knowledge showed that the community has a relatively good knowledge regarding rabies. However, the knowledge regarding rabies as a disease and how animals and humans can acquire it is lacking. This leads to the perception that rabies is innate in dogs and not a disease that can be eliminated. Addressing this misconception is an essential step for us to eliminate rabies. This data shows an urgent need for us to revisit the current guidelines in estimating the dog population for us to provide an adequate vaccine coverage. Finally, we need targeted education campaigns that would not only explain the dangers of rabies, but also focus on aspects where there is insufficient knowledge. Thank you for listening.
Good day, honorable panels and participants. I'm Ariat Francisco from Adamson University and an advocate for improving medication literacy of the deaf and hard of hearing Filipinos. Since one of the struggles between healthcare providers and deaf patients is the difficulty in discussing medication-related information, unless there is an available Filipino Sign Language interpreter on site, the latter may be susceptible to misconceptions and improper use of medications, which can lead them to possibility of experiencing adverse drug events. And we do not want that to happen. Thus, in response to Republic Act 11106, or the Filipino Sign Language Law, which was enacted to protect, promote, and ensure that the Filipino deaf have equal access to health services through the provision of free FSL interpreter and information materials. To achieve this, a basis for developing information materials should be used to address topics that are in need for them to be educated towards general medicine and complementary and alternative medicine use, or CAM. Complementary and alternative medicine is the use of medications or health practices that are not usually used by the doctors. Our study showed that although they have high literacy, considering that most of the deaf respondents are college graduates, 51% have poor knowledge and 81.13% have improper practices towards general medicine and CAM use. So by developing mostly preferred instructional videos that are tailored for the deaf and hard of hearing through social media platforms and advertisements can also help in educating those who have low literacy. There is a need to discuss about the similar efficacy of generic and branded medicine, dose dumping, paracetamol toxicity, precautions when taking herbal supplements, and also antibiotic resistance. This can provide a huge impact for them to be educated and have favorable and informed decisions when buying or taking medications. Today, I seek the help of the policymakers to assist us in achieving an effective information dissemination to the deaf community. To the Regional Director of the Department of Health to include Filipino Sign Language interpretation when developing information materials to correct misconceptions and improper practices on medication use. To the Food and Drug Administration, partnered with the National Telecommunications Commission to include FSL in direct-to-consumer advertisements of approved medicines. And to the Commission on Higher Education to propose the addition of basic Filipino Sign Language training to the curriculum of medical programs, which can be a huge step in bridging the communication barrier between healthcare providers and the deaf community. That will be all. Thank you for listening.
Sensitive patients' data could raise issue on data protection. Users fail to develop the sense of trust if there is lack of adequate privacy protections and security for underlying data and systems. The success of telemedicine could be undermined if serious privacy and security risks are not identified nor addressed. With the prevalence of data infringement and transgressions, stakeholders should be cognizant of measures on how to protect and manage data. To this date, no adequate privacy and security guidelines and requirements have been established for telemedicine practice because they have been based mainly on international and general code of ethics Even legislation on telemedicine activity is lacking, if not completely absent. As such, this question is raised. How can patient rights, safety, privacy, and confidentiality be safeguarded in telemedicine? Detailed data management and protection plan should be put in place through a comprehensive regulatory framework developed and enforced by multi-stakeholder groups, unified legislations, and operating policies that implement fair information practice principles must be enacted. Health professionals are required to establish and comply with appropriate restrictions on their disclosure, use, and access. Security mechanisms may include the use of access controls and data encryption. Ultimately, values and attitudes are key elements in fostering trust in telemedicine. It would be desirable for policymakers to demonstrate great sensitivity with regard to upholding patients' rights. For telemedicine to realize its full potential, interventions of policymakers are needed to ensure a reliable privacy and security policy environment. Thank you for your indulgence.
Okay, so the criteria that was used for judging: comprehension is 35%, communication style is 35%, and engagement is 30%. Those were our pictures. Good day, everybody.
Okay, thank you to our researchers' recommendations to our policymakers. Along with you, I hope these advocacies will result in better guidelines for the benefit of our country. Ms. May, have you finished right in time with the schedule?
We are just right in time for our schedule for this morning session.
Wow! So that's good news. And
Yes.
that ends our morning session. We will break for lunch and be back at exactly 1 p.m. for the much-awaited creative and photography competitions. Bon appetit, everyone.
Enjoy your lunch. Try to visit the exhibits.
Welcome to
afternoon, everyone. Is my co-host here?
Hello, we're back.
Hi.
How was your lunch, Miss May?
I had a feeling one. I hope everyone had a good lunch too, because this morning our brains has been fed by the presentations. So it's I hope your stomach has been fed during the lunch break. So this afternoon, what do we have in store for us, Doc Pearl?
Yes. This afternoon, we will usher into the creative presentations. This will be facilitated by Dr. Teresita K. Capacete of Trinity University of Asia in Quezon City, and she will be introducing the panel of judges for this competition category.
The floor is now yours, Dr. Capacete. Is she already around or she is already in with us?
Okay, so while we're waiting for Dr. Capacete.
Okay, just to give you.
Yes, ma'am.
Just to give you what are those that are in store for us, or what are those creative competitions, we might give them an idea. Or, oh, she's already there, okay? So let's try to listen to her. Okay, the floor is now yours, Dr. Capacete.
Okay, so I think we're having some technical difficulty. So while waiting for Dr. Capacete, would you like to fill us in, Ms. May, on what is in store for us this afternoon? You're muted, ma'am.
Thank you po. Sorry po.
Okay, good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am.
Good afternoon po. Well, it's a pleasure to discuss to you the rationale for the 2021 MMHRDC 5th International Symposium and 12th Annual Scientific Conference Creative Competitions. Afterwards is a video presentation showcasing the entries for the different competitions. The present situation has impacted us so much that it has affected all our lives in more ways than one. The way we see things now has changed to a great extent, depending on how it hit us. We express a melange of feelings and share our thoughts in diverse ways. Many have been distressed, but others seemed unperturbed. Many have been downtrodden, but more and more people have stood up and continue to fight and live normal lives as best as they can. We want to hear from them. We want to hear from you. We want to learn. We want to inspire. We want to give comfort and hope to all audiences. To address the scale of needs stemming from this unprecedented situation, the Metro Manila Health Research and Development Consortium, in collaboration with Trinity University of Asia, pioneered the MMHRDC creative competitions designed to awaken and increase consciousness and awareness of audiences toward circumstances and issues, particularly on the COVID-19 pandemic realities, through poetry writing and recitation, also known as spoken word poetry, creative articulation of life's lessons through blogging, and sharing various creative, funny, or amazing clips for pleasure and delight through video memes. The competition aimed to engage member institution constituents to demonstrate and share their creativity and ingenuity to help cope with the unenviable challenges and uncertainties brought about by the coronavirus disease, for us to thrive and survive for work or life beyond. Once again, thank you and good day.
I'm going to present to you the video meme competition. This competition aims to entertain and to alleviate anxiety in the time of pandemic through video memes. For the criteria for judging, message content 30%, delivery and performance 20%, originality 20%, creativity 20%, overall impact 10% for the total score of 100%. May I present to you our panel of judges. Our first judge is Mr. John Paul Jacinto, also known as Ambo Jacinto. Direk Ambo is a freelance film director and a cinematographer. His latest work is a YouTube episode series entitled Love is the Series. Our next judge is Mr. Willan Jan Postolero, also known as DJ Jigo. DJ Jigo is a multimedia reporter and online radio host. One of his first programs is Taliktok, which caters wild experiences and romance of different people. Last year, 2020, Abante launched another program hosted by Jigo and named after him, Jigo Live, which features success stories of personalities from different walks of life. This year, 2021, his third program was launched as Sentado, a public service show with attorney Claire Castro that offers free legal advice during airing of the show online. And last but not the least, we have Mr. Jefferson Biting. Direk Joey is a senior lecturer in University of the Philippines Diliman Extension Program in Pampanga and Olongapo, and assistant professor in University of Makati. He currently owns Taurian Films, which its maiden film, Hasa, has become finalist for the 28th Gawad CCP para sa alternatibong pelikula, and the winner in 2016 Cinema One Originals Short Film category and Art Theater Manila, which its maiden theater project sa Kuntula won for Best Non-Musical Production, Actor and Director at the 2017 Aliw Awards. Under digital media, he has produced and directed Oh My Sexual, a boy love thriller series, and Convo, Confessions and Volitions online talk during the pandemic for TG Creatives on YouTube channel. May I present to you our 5 video meme entries.
We're gonna rip you off, taking our time right behind your back.
A person under observation has tested positive for the novel coronavirus. Oh no!
Ginagawa?
Ang biro lamang Tumaping ang tulad mo.
Okay, don't worry, girl. I got your back. From right here.
Kayo makialam! Magsiuwi nga kayo! Palibasa mga bobo kayo lahat!
Nay, huwag kayong magsasalita mga...
Ay ano, ikaw bobo ka rin!
Hoy! Hoy! AstraZeneca ng Pilipinas.
Tayo na ba?
First shot?
Oo Cheers!
Second shot?
Teka, mamaya na ulit ako
Tumal mo naman. Second shot na ako
Okay.
Oy, one big Pfizer. Late dating
Yeah, dude. Better late than never. Cheers to first shot.
Oy, isa pa tong late. What up? Ani Moderna.
Uy, gagi dude. Pero siyang first shot tayo.
Abol kayo Second shot ko na.
Excuse me, can I get one shot only, please?
Huh? One shot only?
That's all for the video meme competition. Thank you everyone and congratulations to all the participants.
Walang label ang pangalan ng dahil ito. Ikaw at ako, pero hindi tayo. Hindi tayo kasi alam kong malabo. Malabong mahulog ka, malabong magseryoso ka, malabong makuha kita at malabong maging tayo. Pero huwag kang mag-alala. Tanggap kong hanggang dito na lang tayo. Tanggap kong kaibigan pa rin ang turing mo. At tanggap kong wala kang balak jowain ako. Sapat na siguro yung ikaw at ako. Kailangan ko lang makontento sa kung anong meron tayo.
Is God really faithful? When He let this pandemic happen, and so many lives have been taken, it seems like we have been forsaken. Is God really faithful? When there are greedy politicians, and we're living in this messy, chaotic condition, it seems like He can't hear our petition. Is God really faithful? When I'm here stuck in online school, making me wait for a miracle like a fool, or is He just that cruel? Is God really faithful? When Sarah was 90 and barren and thought she was done, she even laughed at Him. But God remained true and gave Isaac as their son. God was faithful. When the Israelites were in Egypt for 400 years, they weren't free. But God delivered them from Pharaoh, sent 10 plagues and parted the Red Sea. God was faithful.
Bituin. Tuwing gabi,
apoy tumitingala sa mga bituin. Ito'y napakaganda, ngunit sila ding napakalayo. Nais ko sana sila'y may lagay sa isang garapon. Pagsapit ng umaga, ang mga kumikislap na maliliit na bola ng ilaw ay bigla na lang mawawala sa aking paningin. Pag-asa. Ito ay tulad ng isang bola ng ilaw. Minsan dumarating at minsan ding nawawala. At sa mga sandaling nais nating maayos ang lahat, ngunit sino ba talagang nakakaalam? Tulad ng isang bituin, ang pag-asa ang magdadala ng ilaw sa madilim na kailaliman. At sa kadiliman ng nakikita ang mga bituin na nagliliwanag sa ating lahat.
Nasaan ka? Nang tumigil ang mundo. Malamang ikaw ay nasa bahay ninyo. O kaya naman natutuliro dahil mga kaganapan ay hindi na mapagtanto. Bawal munang lumabas ang naging dakilang payo at napurnada ang lahat ng iyong plano. Paano kaya makakatakas ay naging tanong sa isipan mo. Makakatakas sa sitwasyong halos wala ng wakas. Ako? Nasaan ako? Nandito kami sa labas, humihingi ng milagro. Sana ay makaalpas sa hinaharap na peligro. Hinahanap ang wakas sa pasyenteng libo-libo. Natatakot na baka bukas sa simpleng ubo ay hindi na makaiwas at sumunod na ako. Hindi naman sa nagrereklamo. Mahal kong wagas itong aking trabaho. Kahit na minsay minamalas, wala pa raw munang sweldo.
Words. A lot of words have been anchored next to Filipinos. Some says that we are the most kind, generous, and patient. The thing is, for so long, one adjective has always been my favorite. And it's not the common words like brave, beautiful, the best cook, so savor it. Ever since I heard this word from my English class, I always knew that Filipinos were made to be called resilient. Resilient. I could go all the way, taking up every hour of your day to enumerate all the things that would prove that nothing can keep this resilience away from us. But sometimes we get tired. When all the things go wrong and wired, we get confused and ask, how did it happen that all this are things that we never desired?
I know. We all knew. A year had passed since these all started, leaving our life feeling disconnected from everything that didn't go how we expected. Habitually browsing and scrolling on SocMed just to feel belong and connected, though sometimes it feels like we aren't. Behind this beautiful life that has so many to offer, we are imprisoned in our own shelters, worried about how everything will turn out and thinking how this race will end with no doubt. I know there were days that feels like a roller coaster, trying the best as we can to handle what we're carrying in our shoulder. Some of us were struggling just to make for a living, while others are working so that they can provide something on the table for their family and children.
Sa isang iglap, ang mundong puno ng ingay at saya, ngayon nababalot na ng matinding katahimikan at kaba. Pansin ang pagbabago sa paligid, mga tao ay nakatakip ang ilong at bibig. Ang mga sasakyan na nagsisiksikan na halos hindi na magkasya at ang nakatutulig nitong mga busina ay ngayon wala na. Ang katahimikan na hindi matumbasan, nakukulong sa sariling tahanan na kahit ang ating mga pamilya ay hindi na magkan dahil sa takot na baka magkahawaan. Pero sa kabila ng lahat ay meron pa rin tayong mga bayani na patuloy lumalaban, sinasakripisyo ang sariling kapakanan para lang may ligtas ang sambayanan, na pati ang kanilang mga pamilya ay iniwan para lang magserbisyo sa mga nangangailangan.
As the days blurred into months, a change, progress was to be expected, yet no such thing happened. Isolation, human contact, human interaction. Our very lives just changed in a blink of an eye. It's as if life came to a screeching halt, and as our world seemed to stop, my entire mood, along with every fiber of my being, also seemed to drop. Went on living, working, while studying, like nothing was amiss. Yet, at the back of my mind, it lingered. That heavy feeling slithers into the night. That hollowness that engulfs my insides keep me up at night. On most days, the night just blurs till daylight is in sight. Found myself pausing, not resting, nor breathing, while the world continued to spin. My mind was yet filled to the brim. And as my will grew weary, days became more dreary, thoughts were in overdrive, nerves were always lit alive. Fatigue plagued my entirety, felt like I'd gone through a great calamity.
Good day, everyone. I'm here to introduce to you the 2021 MMHRDC Blogging Competition. MMHRDC, in collaboration with Trinity University of Asia, hosts the MMHRDC Creative Competition. This is designed to awaken and increase the consciousness and awareness of audiences towards situations and issues about the COVID-19 pandemic realities through the art of creative articulation of life's lessons. The mechanics: the blog contest is open to all constituents of member institutions. The contest is sponsored by the MMHRDC, and the contestants must choose from the sub-theme of the conference for the content of their blog. The criteria for judging: so we have educational content, 35%, clarity of expression, relevance of content, 30%, adherence, appropriateness to theme, usefulness of information, social relevance, creativity and uniqueness, 25%, and presentation, verbal, visual, and audience impact, we have 10%. The judges for the blogging competition: we have Ms. Anand Sadihan, the program head of the communication department of Far Eastern University, Manila. And second, we have Ms. Carolina Palumbarit, assistant professor from the Department of Arts and Communication of the University of the Philippines, Manila. And last but not the least, we have Mr. Jervis Manahan, the reporter from ABS-CBN. And the committee members for this year, we have Ms. Aleli Ayos, our vice chair, and yours truly, Dr. Maria Cecilia C. Kong, the chairperson for this year's blogging competition. So watch out later for the announcement of our winners, courtesy of Dr. Teresita Capacete. Okay, she will be in charge of announcing the winners. Okay, later.
Hi, I am Jane Guevara, a third-year college student. Watch me as I share with you what I do to keep myself fit and healthy during this pandemic.
Hello everyone, Kiana here. Hopes everyone motivated and healthy. So please join me as I take a day off to rest to take care of my mental health.
Hi virtual friends, I'm Ray Pardales. Today, I'll be sharing with you what I do to nurture my social well-being. As humans, it's imperative to have a supportive network of people that we can rely on when we feel down. With that being said, come with me as I enjoy my time prioritizing the essence of social self-care.
Hi guys, join me as I present a thing that is beneficial for me and also for you for having a healthy emotional welfare. Since quarantine started, I also started writing songs that reflects to my emotions and is really appealing to the heart.
心地向いて So good You're 世界一の言い方さ君がいればどんな願いも叶いそう You know this love's so strong 詰まれ to be together forever ずっと隣にいてだって君は僕の body Baby be my body
Welcome to my vlog. So I'm gonna show you what it's like to travel internationally since we're all in pandemic and what are the requirements. I am a nursing student, so limited face-to-face is back at it again. So I'm going to take advantage of that RLE. Without further ado, I'm gonna take you guys along with me with this vlog. Just enjoy and keep on watching.
Because of the storm or the pandemic, a lot has changed. We even have this new term, new normal. First, students are enrolled in an online class which requires many devices. Others have found a way to connect and build relationships that make them happy and alive even with online platforms only. Many uses the time to enjoy themselves and to relax by watching movies online. But we cannot deny the fact that we are in the same storm but not in the same boat. Others suffer from mental health illness because of the quarantine. Many cannot enjoy and relate to others because of the lack of resources.
Some of us enjoy this time of pandemic because we are able to spend the whole day with our family. A lot of us hates quarantine because we are deprived to do the things that we usually do before this starts. But did we even consider how others cope with this?
Okay, there you have it. The first set of our creative competitions, just to recognize the chairpersons or the persons who have facilitated the creative competitions. For video meme competition, we have Miss Hazel Yahweh Arce. And for the spoken word poetry competition, we have Divino El Cantal. And for the vlogging competition, we have Maria Cecilia CEO. The presentations had showed how creativity has triggered the minds of each of those who have sent their entries. Now let's have another set for this creative competition. Okay, the photography competition will be facilitated by Dr. Jerome Cleofas of De La Salle University, Manila. He will be introducing the panel of judges for this competition category. Thank you. Take the floor now, sir.
Good day, everyone. I hope that you're all enjoying our creative competitions. Right. Okay, so our photography competition has been around since the beginning of the MMHRDC yearly conference, and we are glad that we are still holding it even remotely during this time. So the judges for our photography competition are as follows. All right, so ayan. All right. And the photographs for this photography competition, the gallery for the photographs are also found at the official website of the MMHRDC International Symposium website. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed all of the photography entries, and thank you to all who sent their photographs for our competition.
Okay. Okay, so those our competition or our creative competitions had, or that's the end of our creative competitions. They really have shown creativity in all of those works that they have submitted and presented. Okay, Ma'am Pearl, so what's next for us? Ma'am Pearl, I think you are on mute. Can you turn on your microphone, please?
Oh, I'm sorry for that. Um, so while our esteemed panel of judges is still tallying the scores of our research presenters, we would like to give the floor to Mr. Sergio Icaro, TUA Chamber Ensemble, to give us an intermission number.
Fly me to the moon and let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand. In other words, darling, kiss me. Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I cherish and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, I love you. Oh, Maria, oh, Maria, Maria, Maria. Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I cherish and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, I love you. Oh, Maria, oh, Maria, Maria, Maria.
Pangin ka ba kasi nahuhulog na ako sa'yo naman kasi unggoy ka ba kasi sumasabit ka sa puso ko naman kasi pustiso ka ba kasi you know I can't smile without you. Pagod na ako, maghapon ka na kasing tumatakbo sa isipan ko. Kasi naman kasi mahal kita. Bagay tayong dalawa, picture nga para mapadevelop kita. Hindi tayo tao, hindi nang tayo hayop. Bagay tayo, bagay talaga. Papupulis kita kasi ninakaw mo ang puso ko naman kasi kuto ka ba kasi
palagi ka sa ulo ko naman kasi apoy ka ba kasi I love you. Magsalbabida ka nga kasi baka malunod ka sa pag-ibig ko. Kasi naman kasi mahal kita. Bagay tayong dalawa, picture nga para mapadevelop kita. Hindi tayo tao, hindi rin tayo hayop. Bagay tayo, bagay talaga. Kamukha mo si Papa P, Papa P, John Lloyd. P, Papa P, Papa P, P, Papa P, Papa P, John Lloyd. Exam ka ba kasi sasagutin kita agad-agad naman kasi drugs ka ba kasi kaka-adik ka kasi naman kasi langot ka ba kasi you're really really hard to get. Posporo ka ba? Pwede posporo rin ako para match kasi naman kasi mahal kita. Bagay tayong dalawa, picture na para mapadevelop kita. Hindi tayo tao, hindi rin tayo hayop. Bagay tayo, bagay talaga. Gusto ka ba kasi I really can't smile without you.
minutes. 525,000 moments, oh dear. 525,600 minutes.
How do you measure a year?
In daylights, in sunsets, in midnights, and cups of coffee. In inches, in miles, in laughter, in striving. 525,600 minutes. How
Do you measure a year in a life?
How much love? How much love? How much love? Measuring love. Seasons of love. Seasons of love. 525,600 minutes. 525,000 journeys to land. 525,600 minutes. How do you measure a life of a woman or a man? Streets that she led, times that he cried, and bridges he burned, or the way that she died. It's time now to sing out the story never ends. Let's celebrate, remember a year in the life of friends. Remember that love, 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 love. stronger. You thought that I'd be broke without you, but I'm richer. You thought that I'd be sad without you, I love harder. Thought I wouldn't grow without you, now I'm wiser. Thought that I'd be helpless without you, but I'm smarter. You thought that I'd be stressed without you, but I'm chilling. You thought I wouldn't sell without you, sold my million. I'm a survivor, I'm not gon' give up, I'm not gon' stop, I'm gon' work harder. I'm a survivor, I'm gonna make it, I will survive, keep on surviving. I'm a survivor, I'm not gon' give up, I'm not gon' stop, I'm gon' work harder. I'm a survivor, I'm gonna make it, I will survive, keep on surviving. Thought I couldn't breathe without you, I'm inhaling. You thought I couldn't sleep without your perfect vision. You thought I couldn't last without you, but I'm lasting. You thought that I would die without you, but I'm living. Thought that I would fail without you, but I'm on top. Thought it would be over by now, but it won't stop. Thought that I would self-destruct, but I'm still here. Even in my years to come, I'm still gonna be here. I'm a survivor, I'm not gonna give up, I'm not gonna stop, I'm gonna work harder. Yeah. I'm gonna make it, I'm a survivor, keep on surviving. Yeah. I'm not gonna give up, I'm not gonna stop, I'm not gonna work hard. I'm gonna work hard. I'm gonna make it, I will survive, I will survive. Yeah. Wishing you the best, pray that you are blessed. Much success, no stress, and lots of happiness. I'm better than that, I'm not gonna blast you on the radio. I'm better than that, I'm not gonna lie to you and your family. I'm better than that, I'm not gonna hate on you in the magazine. I'm better than that, I'm not gonna compromise my Christianity. I'm better than you that, know I'm not gonna diss you on the internet, cause my mama taught me better than that. I'm a survivor, I'm not gonna give up, I'm not gonna stop, I'm gonna work harder. I'm a survivor, I'm gonna make it, I will survive, keep on surviving. I'm a survivor, I'm not gonna stop, I'm gonna work harder. I'm a survivor, yeah. I will survive, keep on surviving. After all of the darkness and sadness, soon comes happiness. If I surround myself with positive things, I'll gain prosperity. I'm not gonna give up, I'm not gonna stop, I'm gonna work harder. I'm a survivor, I'm gonna make it, I will survive and keep on surviving. I'm a survivor, I'm not gonna give up. Stop me now. I'm a survivor, I'm gonna make it, I will survive, keep on surviving. I'm not gonna give up, I'm not gonna stop, I'm gonna work harder. I'm a survivor, I'm gonna make it, I will survive, keep on surviving. I'm a survivor, I'm not gonna give up, I'm not gonna stop, I'm gonna work harder. I'm a survivor, I'm gonna make it, I will survive, keep on surviving.
Okay, that was quite entertaining. That was quite an intermission number. Nagising ba kayo? I know this is quite the very unholy hour wherein everyone is quite sleepy already, but I know the intermission numbers has woken you up and some might have tried joining the dance. Di ba, Sir Caleb? Kahapon, ikaw din eh. Okay? So
Yeah,
yes,
tsaka we are all survivors. No? It's a
Yes.
reminder that we are surviving this pandemic.
Yes,
And also
definitely.
thank you to the TUA Chorale and TUA Chamber Ensemble for serenading us with your enchanting voices. Di ba maganda yung mga
Yes.
boses nila?
Yes.
What can you say about the talented students of TUA, Miss May?
Ano nga eh, nakakainggit, just trying to recall, during my student days, nagawa ko ba yun? Parang hindi
talaga lang.
naman. Kaya nga, nagawa ko ba yun? Parang hindi naman. So I'm just really amazed on how they could really still fit in and do all of those things that they love and do it well. So it was really quite entertaining.
At saka iba na ngayon, ano? Even if they are dancing sa virtual platform, ang ganda-ganda pa rin tingnan, no? Parang nare-remember pa rin natin yung mga nagsasayaw tayo sa auditorium.
Yes, it is.
Dr.
It's really
Pearl
a
and
reminder.
Miss May, it's never too late.
Not at this time, Sir Caleb. Okay.
Okay, so I think it's about time, no? Miss May, we're signing off.
Yes, for the plenary, but because we would be turning in the floor too, and we would be shifting to the awarding ceremonies. That's why it would be Mr. Caleb's turn. Okay, so we would be signing off from the plenary sessions, but at this point, we would turn over the cloud floor as how Sir Caleb is addressing our. So we will be turning the cloud floor to Mr. Caleb Don E. Conyete for the closing
Closing
ceremony.
ceremonies.
Thank you very much,
Take
Dr.
it
Pearl
away.
and Miss May. We saw the coolest entries to the contests ever. Nakita natin kanina. And those were done with a lot of limitations brought about by the pandemic. In the next conference, when there's no more quarantine, I can just imagine the outputs that we will see. In Filipino, sobrang lupit nung gawa ng mga bata. At this point, I am very excited to introduce an esteemed professional who will inspire us through this talk centered on hope and resilience amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. Please allow me to formally introduce Dr. Eva Maria Cotionco de la Paz, the Executive Director of the University of the Philippines National Institutes of Health. Dr. Eva Maria Cotionco de la Paz received her Bachelor of Science degree in Biology at the UP College of Science in 1984. She finished her Doctor of Medicine degree from the UP College of Medicine in 1989, and in 1992 completed her pediatric residency at the Philippine General Hospital, where she received awards as an outstanding intern and outstanding resident in pediatrics. In addition, she had her research fellowship in molecular genetics at the International Center for Medical Research at the Kobe University Graduate School of Medicine in Japan, under the Japanese Monbusho Scholarship. She took her subspecialty training in clinical genetics at the Hospital for Sick Children, University of Toronto, Canada, as a UP Medical Alumni Society of America scholar. She was board certified as a fellow by the Canadian College of Medical Geneticists in 2000. Dr. Cotionco de la Paz also received the 10 Outstanding Young Men Award for the field of genetic medicine and the National Academy of Science and Technology Outstanding Young Scientists Award in 2002. She also received the 10 Outstanding Women in the Nation Service Award for Medicine in 2007, and the Metrobank Foundation Outstanding Filipinos Award in 2019. As a professor and researcher, she has published her works in genomic medicine. Her research interests include the genetics of monogenic and complex genetics conditions in the Filipino population, such as congenital disabilities, cancer, diabetes mellitus, X-linked dystonia, Parkinsonism, and population genetics, mainly genetic diversity studies on indigenous peoples. She received the 2011 UP Manila's Outstanding Researcher and the Professorial Chair for Excellence in Teaching and Research in Pediatrics and Genetics. In addition, she was the chair of the Technical Review Board of the NIH from 2006 to 2011, director of the Institute of Human Genetics in the NIH from 2010 to 2014, and program director for health in the Philippine Genome Center from 2013 to 2016. Ladies and gentlemen, the Executive Director of the University of the Philippines National Institutes of Health, Dr. Eva Maria Cotionco de la Paz. Dr. de la Paz, magandang hapon po.
Magandang hapon, Dr. Caleb, and thank you for your kind introduction. That was so lengthy. Sorry for the very long introduction, but I'm grateful to be here with all of you to give the closing inspirational message. But really, this is a message of thanks, no? Thank you for participating, to all our participants. Thank you for participating in this year's 5th International Symposium and 12th Annual Scientific Conference of the Metro Manila Health Research Development Consortium. This year's symposium and conference focused on the theme COVID-19 Pandemic Realities, Equitable Initiatives for a Healthy One. We may be living during one of the worst public health crises of our lives, which has put our responsiveness, resourcefulness, and resilience to grade test. This came with a high cost as it surfaced the immediate social problems in the Philippine health, education, and economy sectors. The loss and prolonged uncertainty deepened by the COVID-19 pandemic is hitting us too close to home as our own families or families we know and love are getting infected. These past weeks alone saw the uptrend in numbers of COVID-19 positive patients in Metro Manila, averaging around 6,000 cases per day and almost 20,000 cases nationally. Amid many lockdowns, national and granular, as well as the newly imposed quarantine classifications, Metro Manila continued to own the lion's share in the 2.5 million cases that have been reported so far, 20 months since the first case of COVID hit the Philippines. One silver lining may be that with each passing day, we know more and more about the virus, hopefully bringing us closer to more effective solutions through research. We take this pandemic not to defeat our hopes, but rather to sharpen our skills. There is now more than ever a pressing need to provide data-driven solutions towards the better normal. As health research institutions, we face this challenge head-on to create interventions that would address all Filipinos' immediate as well as long-term needs. We heard excellent presentations from our colleagues in this two-day conference, all of which are beginnings of holistic, equitable, and interdisciplinary solutions, which can only be achieved through collaboration and cooperation. We learned about COVIDization of healthcare, fighting the infodemic, maintaining a healthy mental state, flexible learning, where parents are partners of teachers, perspectives from our economic frontliners, to name a few of those excellent plenary sessions. And today we heard exciting and very informative research outputs from MMHRDC member institutions. Despite the challenging times, I'm so happy that MMHRDC, its mandate, and its membership are as strong as ever. I congratulate our host institution, Trinity University of Asia, under the leadership of my professor, former professor at the UP College of Medicine, Dr. William Chu, the overall chair of this year's organizing committee, Dr. Maria Antonia Capili, and her excellent team, NIH Director of IHPDS and Director of the MMHRDC, Dr. Hilton Lam, for their hard work in guiding our member institutions towards our common goals. What I really wanted to say is actually a three-letter word: wow. To our host, you, and of course the other participating member institutions who are a part of the organizing committee. You brought our MMHRDC conference to a new level of experience, cognitively, visually, as well as acoustically. You all deserve a big round of applause. As we draw this conference to a close, let me pose this challenge to each one of us. Let us continue doing research in order to get ahead of this virus. Let us not allow it to take away our joie de vivre, or the joy of living. Again, thank you, and may God in His faithfulness bless and protect us all. Salamat po.
Thank you very much. Okay, I can't on my video. All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Cutionco de la Paz. Please stay as I call the president of the host school as we go to the awarding of the winners for the contests that we had for this year. Oral research paper for both professional and undergraduate categories, poster research paper for both professional and undergraduate categories, video meme, spoken word poetry, vlogging, photography, and 3-minute pitch to policymakers competitions were held this year to give everyone a venue, the students a venue to share their intellectual and artistic outputs. The entries are all good, and this time we will be choosing the 4 best per category. The awards to be given are People's Choice, third place, second place, and of course the first place. That's why I'm so excited when I was introducing Dr. De La Paz. The tech team were saying, take it easy. I'm really excited because I'm just so amazed with the entries, and of course excited to listen to the inspirational message. Let's get to the first category. All right. So I have for the oral, maybe for the results, I will request Dr. De La Paz or Dr. Tu to read the winners. Everybody's just excited to hear the winners. Okay. Oral research paper competition professional category. I will be reading the certificate of recognition before we state the results. This is for Metro Manila Health Research and Development Consortium in cooperation with Trinity University of Asia presents this certificate of recognition to name of the winner for winning, and then the place for the entry entitled, and then oral research paper competition professional category during the 2021 MMHRDC 5th International Symposium and 12th Annual Scientific Conference with the theme COVID-19 Pandemic Realities, Equitable Initiatives for a Healthy Juan, held at TUA events.org/MMHRDC from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. of September 24 and 25, 2021, signed by Ms. Maria Gracie Rosales, the chair of the Research Competition Committee, and Dr. Maria Antonia Capili, the Director, University Research and Development Center of Trinity University of Asia. All right, let's see the results. Okay, we'll start with the third place. Okay, I think we're having a problem with the deck. Third place, the title is Clinical Profiles and In-Hospital Short-Term Outcomes of Suspect, Probable, and Confirmed Adult COVID-19 Patients at the Philippine Heart Center, a descriptive study. Maybe Dr. Tu, I hope it's it's big enough. I'm having a difficult time seeing it. Sir, Mr. President, for the winners, please, for third place. I'm sorry, sir. I think you're on mute.
Naka-mute kayo, sir.
So for the third place in the category of the oral research paper competition, the professional category, the winning paper, third place, is Clinical Profiles and In-Hospital Short-Term Outcomes of Suspect, Probable, and Confirmed Adult COVID-19 Patients at the Philippine Heart Center, a descriptive studies. And the names of the investigators are Dr. Ana Katrina Longos, Dr. Maria Teresa Abola, Dr. Irene Bandong, Dr. Maria Encarnita Blanco Limpin, Dr. Alexander Tuason, and Dr. Lorraine Grace Almelor Sebrana. Congratulations.
Congratulations to you. They are from the Philippine Heart Center. The second place, Dr. De La Paz, please, ma'am.
The second place goes to the paper entitled Efficacy of Intravenous Lidocaine in Attenuating Hemodynamic Responses During Laryngoscopy and Intubation. The names of our investigators are Dr. Annabel Sinlao, Dr. Monique Yoinko from the MCU TMF Incorporated. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Okay, Dr. Q, for the first place, please.
The first place, paper entitled Gut Bacteria of Acroia grisella, lesser wax moth larvae, as biological agent for polyethylene degradation. And investigators are Hester Nodora, Janir Rodriguez, Ezequiel Rosimo, Arian Rufino, Renzo Lu Sandang, Simona Saksi, Erolyn Nerissa Santos, Sheila Marie Santos, Juan Miguel Señado, Muskan Sehal, Prashan Singh, Ann Patricia Sio, Abigail Tabarangao, Mid Virani, Janice De Leon, and they are from the Manila Central University College of Medicine.
Wow, congratulations to the winners of the oral research paper competition professional category. All right. Oh, for the winners, I think we have a message here from the tech team. Feel free to turn on your camera, maybe just to say hi. For No People's Choice for all the oral research paper competition. Yes, thank you. Okay, next category. We go to the undergraduate category. Okay, oral research paper competition, undergraduate category. And the winners are, here we go. Maybe we'll start, Dr. De La Paz, please announce the third placers.
The third place for the oral research paper competition undergraduate category goes to the paper entitled Desktop Humidifier with Cinnamon Mumercadoy S. Vidal extract, double-blind randomized clinical trial of efficacy on dry eyes among office workers. And the winners are from the Centro Escolar University, Sumatsen Nelson, Tungbalan, Lilian, Magdalene, Salas Kyle Kino, Dalangin Patricia Luis, Punzal Najma, Bin Darwish Angelica, Estopase, Gent, Danielle Ramirez, Kyle Ruth Panaligan, Edwin Clifford, and Tito and Brix Ronyo. Congratulations to our winners.
Congratulations to the winners and of course the institution CEU. Dr. Mr. President, for the second place.
The second place goes to the paper entitled Cytotoxicity of Citrus Microcarpa, Calamansi, Pill-Derived Essential Oil and Small Cell Lung Carcinoma, Acute Monocytic Leukemia, and Colon Adenocarcinoma cell lines. The investigators are Erin Ong, Colin Ko, Ina Mulingbayan, Dr. Glenn Oyong, and Dr. Maria Luisa Enriquez from De La Salle University. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Okay, Dr. De La Paz, the first place, please.
And the first place goes to the paper entitled Artificial Neural Network in the Discrimination of Lung Cancer Based on Infrared Spectroscopy from the University of Santo Tomas. We have Elron John Dugtu, Denise Ramos, Ala Jen Agpalza, Erica Cabral, Rian Karandang, Jenica D, Angelica Martinez, Dr. Julius Eleazar Jose, Alan Felizar, Abigail Santillan, Ruth Bangauli, Dr. Pia Albano, and Engineer Rock Christian Tomas. Congratulations.
Wow, congratulations to the winners of the oral research paper competition. I'm sorry, a while ago I said that no winners for the People's Choice. I will be announcing the winners for that category later. And it's a good thing I have Dr. Tu and I have Dr. De La Paz here with me, because I would have a difficult time reading the technical terms. The next category, the next competition. All right. Okay. Okay, the next competition is the poster research paper for the professional category. We'll start with Dr. De La Paz for the third place.
The third place for the poster research paper competition professional category goes to the paper entitled Anti-Angiogenic Activity of the Caulerpa lentilifera or lato extract using in ovo chorioallantoic membrane assay. And the winners are very challenging to read as well, but let me try my best. Xenia Nasito.
Yes, that's right.
Yes. Fran Narag, Christian Obnial, Hannah Olfindo, Isolina Pacheco, Suile
Pame.
Art Paredes, Angelica Beatriz Pensueña, Adrian Pineda, Lady Margaret Rafanan, Shields Rentilio, Cez Reyes, Rifga Famath, and Delia Lim. Congratulations.
Congratulations. They're from the
MCU College of Medicine. Sorry.
Congratulations, Dr. Q, for the second place, Mr. President.
The second place goes to the paper or to the poster entitled Anti-Angiogenic Activity of Moringa oleifera ethanolic leaf extract in chorioallantoic membrane assay. And the investigators are Carlos Achondo, Quetzara Actanasiri, Shane Molin Agraan, Remar Alba, Lisel Alingayao, Yelena Anzures, Maggie Rose Apalisok, Ederlin Araya, Mary Rojalane, Rose Arenge, Mel Sergio Arosena, Anki Gupta, Sumamitra Day, Arpit Patel, and they are from MCU College of Medicine. Congratulations.
Thank you. And now for the first place, Dr. De La Paz, please.
And now for the first place, wala lang ang suspense, no, kasi nakikita na nila Sir Caleb. But nonetheless, they all deserve their names to be announced. So for the first place, for the poster research paper competition, professional category goes to the paper entitled Halal Compliant Personal Care Products Promoting Health and Hygiene Amidst COVID-19 from the Department of Science and Technology, ITDI, and the names of the investigators are, you have to help me with this, Sir Caleb, Chelsea Jose, Danielle Canilo,
yes, Canilio,
Dana Taladro, Harvey Esmundo,
yes,
Rachel Parcon, and Rosalinda Torres. Congratulations.
They are from DOST ITDI. Wow. Okay, congratulations to the winners of the poster research paper competition. Maybe the reason why the font are so small is because we want to add to your excitement. Yung pangalan ko, nahirapan na silang basahin. Okay, next. The next category. Later, we'll announce the People's Choice Awardees. Okay, this is the poster research paper competition for the undergraduate degree. We'll start with President Hugh for the third place, sir.
Yeah, for the third place, for the poster entitled Consumers' Knowledge Attitude Practices Towards Self-Medication Amidst the COVID-19 Pandemic. And the investigators are Dalin May Yasul, Suzanne Shane Sausa,
yes.
Peter John Garcia, Roger Roque Jr., and they're from MCU. Congratulations.
Congratulations for the second place.
Second place goes to the paper entitled Lived Experiences of Staff Nurses on Gender-Related Discrimination in the Workplace. And the institutional affiliation of our investigators are they're from the Far Eastern University. We have Joffred Doholes Jr., Apple Jean Dulig, Carmel Fernandez, Hill Ganiban, Atria Marie Garcia, Luis Germain Goboy, Catiomiles Quinto, Princess Jose, Rain Liwanag, John Marlu Mabras. Congratulations. Pwede po siyang pagpilian ng pangalan ng anak. Ang dami po choices.
Thank you. That's true. Dr. Q, for the first place.
For the first place goes to the poster entitled Knowledge, Skills, Attitude, and Compliance of Staff Nurses and Infection Control Protocol, a sequential explanatory design. The investigators are Camille May Laginlin, Rodaline Esquivel, Angela Daniel Bosito, and Michael John Flores, and they're from MCU. Congratulations.
Congratulations to the winners of the poster research paper competition, undergraduate category. Okay, next. I'm sure a lot of them or all of them are celebrating right now. Okay, for the video meme competition. Okay. And later we'll play the first placer in this competition. For the People's Choice Award, congratulations to entry number 2, Kyle Miko Dimaon, the work is entitled COVID Speed Run. Okay, for the third place, Dr. De La Paz, please, ma'am.
The third place for this competition goes to entry number 1, Miss Carla Marie Cordero from the Trinity University of Asia.
Dr. Q for the second place.
Second place goes to Dal Miko Dimaon from Trinity University of Asia.
And the first place, Dr. De La Paz.
And the first place goes to entry number 5, Mr. Romeo Luis Ramirez from the De La Salle Medical and Health Institute.
All right. Congratulations. We will watch the entry of the first placer. Let's watch this. It's going to be very exciting. If vaccines were party goers. Okay. Are we going to play it again? I'm sure it was supposed to have like audio, right? All right. Well, at least it had the subtitles, so it's okay. It's okay. Okay, we'll get to the next contest. The result of the next contest, please. Very catchy title, If Vaccines Were Party Goers. I wonder who will be the life of the party if they were party goers. Okay, next. Oh, okay.
AstraZeneca ng Pilipinas. Tayo na ba? First shot? Oo Cheers! Second shot? Teka, mamaya na ulit ako Tumal mo naman. Second shot na ako Okay. Oh, one big Pfizer. Late dating Yeah, dude. Better late than never. Cheers to first shot. Isa pa tong late. What up? Ani Moderna. Uy, gagi. Dude, Paris first shot tayo. Habol kayo Second shot ko na.
Excuse me. Can I get one shot only, please?
Huh? One shot only?
All right. Okay. Congratulations to those who came up with that idea. Next. Okay, we'll have the spoken word competition. Spoken word competition result, please. Okay. Yes, spoken word poetry, sorry. Okay. I hope that there. Okay, spoken word poetry. The results of the competition. We are excited to see them now, the list. Here we go. Okay. I hope that the tech team is not experiencing problems with internet connection. But it's okay. We're almost there, guys. Okay.
Sir Caleb, we didn't tell them the price, the monetary price. But tagwa 1 million po ba yung lahat, yung mga winners?
I think I will ask the chairpersons later, Dr. De La Paz, but I'm sure they will have 1 million of our respect and our paghanga.
Yes, correct.
I'm sure there is. Okay. Yes, there we go. People's Choice Award winner for the spoken word poetry competition. The title is God Really Faithful? Congratulations to entry number 2, Miss Maria Andrea Yvette De Leon. Okay, for the third place, Dr. Q, please.
The third place goes to entry number 2, Maria Andrea Yvette De Leon of Trinity University of Asia.
Congratulations, Miss Maria Andrea.
The second place goes to entry number 7, Maria Angelica Dominguez from Trinity University of Asia.
Yes.
Congratulations.
And the first place, Dr. Q, please.
The first place goes to entry number 4, Joreshen de Belen from Trinity University of Asia.
Congratulations, Miss Jores. All right, we'll watch the entry of the spoken word poetry first placer. Yung first placer kay Mr. Jores. Hinaing ng isang mandirigma. All right. Okay, the organizers just messaged me. The winners, ito pala, the winners will receive, of course, the certificate.
Nang tumigil ang mundo, malamang ikaw ay nasa bahay ninyo. O kaya naman, natutuliro dahil mga kaganapan ay hindi na mapagtanto. Bawal munang lumabas ang naging dakilang payo at napurnada ang lahat ng iyong plano. Paano kaya makakatakas ay naging tanong sa isipan mo. Makakatakas sa sitwasyong halos wala ng wakas. Ako? Nasaan ako? Nandito kami sa labas, humihingi ng milagro. Sana ay makaalpas sa hinaharap na peligro. Hinahanap ang wakas sa pasyenteng libo-libo. Natatakot na baka bukas sa simpleng ubo ay hindi na makaiwas at sumunod na ako. Hindi naman sa nagrereklamo. Mahal kong wagas itong aking trabaho. Kahit na minsay minamalas, wala pa raw munang sweldo. Subalit ayos lang kahit na delikado. Ang paglilingkod sa bayan at ang pagkalinga sa buhay ng tao ay isang gawaing hindi ko tutumbasan ng anumang numero dahil mahal ko ang aking trabaho. Ngunit nakakapagod na, maliban sa pulutong na kaso, bakit aking nakikita na kay raming umaabuso, mga pagtitipon ay kabilaan, saka magdadahilan at sasabihing maituturing bang kasalanan ang maghangad ng kaunting kasiyahan? Pero paano naman kami? Matituring din bang kalabisan ang humingi ng konsiderasyon mula sa inyong aming pinagsisilbihang mabigyan. Nasaan ng aksyon para sa tulad naming puro na lang trabaho simula noon? Pangarap na lang ba ang makatikim ng kontribusyon at kakitaan ng pagsunod ang pinaglilingkurang nasyon? Inyo namang pakinggan, kahit ang bibig ay natatakpan, pilit na sisigaw, marinig nyo lamang. Hindi kami robot o laruan na hindi nasasaktan, na walang pamilyang uuwian. Tao rin kaming may nararamdaman, na naghahangad ng kaligayahan at humihiling ng katapusan nitong gerang kinahaharapan. Sa aming bawat hakbang ay umaasang kayo'y nasa likuran. Mga ngiti sa labing sasabihin kayo'y aming tutulungan. Hindi nasusuway sa patakaran at ipagdarasal ang ating kinabukasan. Kung ganito lamang sana, ay hindi na ako hihingi pa ng pera o kayamanang magara. Kapalagayan ng loob ay sapat na at magsisilbing pahinga sa tulad kong mandirigma ngayong pandemya.
Wow!
Excellent,
Congratulations!
excellent.
Grabe naman si Jores. Ang tindi ng hugot. Next is the vlogging competition. Okay? The winners are for People's Choice Award ay nakuha ni entry number 4, Rochelle Jem Castro. Ang title, ang pamagat ay Light. Okay? For the third place, Dr. De La Paz, please.
The third place goes to entry number 4, Miss Rochelle Jem Castro from Trinity University of Asia. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Second place goes to another Trinitian, K. Love Cabral and Company. Congratulations.
K. Love and Company.
And the first place goes to another, bagong word ko lang na laman yan, Sir Dr. Chu, Trinitian. Trinitian, another Trinitian, Angelica Senario Cornes. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Angelica. We'll see this entry ni Miss Angelica. Traveling during the pandemic.
I miss my cocoa butter kisses. Hope you smile when you
Hi
listen.
guys, and welcome to my vlog. So I'm gonna show you what it's like to travel internationally since we're all in pandemic, and what are the requirements if you wanted to, let's say, visit the Philippines, or you are like me, I am a nursing student, so limited face-to-face is back at it again. So I'm going to take advantage of that RLE. Without further ado, I'm going to take you guys along with me with this vlog. Just enjoy and keep on watching. Back again, I'm just gonna check in. So our time right now here in Los Angeles is 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So my flight is at 10:20 p.m. I arrive at the airport around 3 to 4 hours earlier departure time. Also, I'll be filming this vlog for you guys to see what it's like this time of pandemic. So see you at the airport.
Okay. Mukhang, I think, was that the whole thing or medyo naputol? Okay. We can, yeah, okay. We can continue that nung nasa airport na siya. Yes. Right. We're very excited to see this, the complete vlog. This is very interesting. Traveling during the pandemic. I'm sure she experienced a lot of requirements just to be able to do that. Okay. Yes, all right.
Requirements if you wanted to, let's say, visit the Philippines, or you are like me, like I am a nursing student, so limited face-to-face is back at it again. So I'm going to take advantage of that RLE. Without further ado, I'm going to take you guys along with me with this vlog. Just enjoy and keep on watching. Back again. I'm just gonna check in. So our time right now here in Los Angeles is 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So my flight is at 10:20 p.m. I arrive at the airport around 3 to 4 hours earlier departure time. Also, I'll be filming this vlog for you guys to see what it's like this time of pandemic. So see you at the airport.
It's really sad to see big companies like Philippine Airlines was hit by pandemic because they take pride on how they represent their brand, and look at their food right now. It's not normal.
All right, I must say, yung airport dito sa Manila, dahil wala masyadong tao, parang LA na rin, ha? Okay, so the next is photography competition. Right. People's Choice Award goes to, we don't, okay, maybe later. For the third place, Dr. De La Paz, please.
Third place for the photography competition goes to entry number 08, Mr. J.V. Chua from the Trinity University of Asia.
Wow. Sir, for the second place.
Second place goes to entry number 9, Raya De Leos from Trinity University of Asia.
And the first place.
And the first place goes to entry number 2, Christine Joy Castro, another Trinitian. Congratulations.
Congratulations to the winners. May we see the entry of Miss Christine Joy Castro? We want to see the picture. Accept reality, protect humanity. Yun! Meron ng... Thank you very much. May palakpak na this time. And last contest is the 3-minute pitch to policymakers competition. Okay, yung ating people. Okay, we go straight to the third place. Okay, Dr. Q, please.
Yes, the third place goes to entry number 3, Dr. Agnes Raimundo from MCU. Congratulations.
Yes. Wow, congratulations. Dr. De La Paz, please, for the second place.
Second place goes to entry number 02, Miss Ariette Francisco from Adamson University. Congratulations.
Congratulations. And for the first place,
First place goes to entry number 1, Dr. Timothy John Deason from RITM. Congratulations.
Congratulations to the winners. Okay. May we see the, yes, that's the entry of the winner. Right. Okay. Thank you very much for joining me here and for giving out the awards, Dr. De La Paz and Dr. Tiu.
Mr. Caleb, is it okay? I forgot to, before we go to the closing, I forgot to acknowledge a very important partner in this endeavor, and that is the Department of Science and Technology Philippine Council for Health Research and Development for all their support to the Metro Manila Health Research Development Consortium. And I'd like to acknowledge Ms. Anika Tameo of the DOSC PCHRD, as well as Ms. Paula De Leon. Maraming salamat for your unending support to the MMHRDC. Salamat po. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. De La Paz. Thank you very much, Dr. Tiu. Okay, so for the other winners, I think we were not able to show them, but later we will try to flash them so that everybody can also acknowledge and know if they won, especially that part, People's Choice Award. Thank you again, Dr. De La Paz and Dr. Tiu. Congratulations to all the winners. The last talk that we will hear will be on critical steps against this and other future pandemics. It will be through the perspective of the MMHRDC, as verbalized by the director, Dr. Hilton Lam, who is a PhD-trained health economist with extensive experience modeling the public health systems and health policy analysis. Dr. Lam was a member of the Philippine National Formularies Executive Council, which reviews all medicines to be included and excluded from the National Formulary from 2012 to 2017. Dr. Lam is the current director of the Institutes of Health Policy and Development Studied of the Philippine National Institutes of Health. He also teaches medical economics at the College of Medicine's Master of Science in Clinical Epidemiology course at the University of the Philippines, Manila. He is the University of the Philippines System Professorial Chair in Health Economics and Policy Analysis. He is also the current coordinator of the UP Manila Health Policy Hub. Major researches that Dr. Lam has been involved with include the Philippine National Tuberculosis Prevalence Survey of 2016, establishing the EQ5D5L National Preference Value Set, establishing the cost-benefit analysis of patient-centered MDR-TB care for China, Pakistan, Ukraine, and South Africa, estimation of the burdens of violence, road traffic, injuries, viral hepatitis, dengue, etc., setting up that National Center for Cost-Effective Disaster Risk Reduction in Health, and others. Ladies and gentlemen, the director of the Metro Manila Health Research and Development Consortium, Dr. Hilton Lam. Dr. Lam, magandang hapon po. Okay, while we are waiting for Dr. Lam, please be reminded, just in case there are problems with evaluation, because sometimes the website has heavy traffic, hindi makapasok yung iba, you can email mmhrdc@tua.edu.ph. mmhrdc@tua.edu.ph, just in case you have problems with the evaluation forms. You can't get into the link and you want to, or you need to accomplish it, please email MMHRDC at tua.edu.ph. And then please be reminded that for CPD units to be credited, you need to attend day 1 kahapon and today day 2 and accomplish the evaluation forms for day 1 and for day 2. Okay, so I'm just going to read here. I'm sorry, I was not able to mention a while ago the prizes that the winners will be getting for the various competitions that we held. For the oral and the poster research competitions, we have for the first placer, that's 10,000. For those who got the second place, you will get 5,000 each, and I mean per group. And for the third placer, you get 3,000 pesos. For the photo and creative competitions, okay? So oral, poster, and 3-minute pitch, 10, 5, and 3. For photo and creative competitions, you get 5,000 for the first prize. Second prize is 3,000 and 2,000 for the third prize. Of course, we are very delighted and we are very honored that we had a lot of good entries from the participants, and we are so blessed. We learned a lot looking at your entries, and we can feel, we really can feel the experiences of everybody, you know, in those entries. So we're hoping that by through those entries, if you know those materials can also help in advancing and promoting the things that we want the government and the other people and everyone around the world and around the Philippines to know and to feel and to experience in this time of pandemic. People's Choice winners will be given 500 peso worth of load, okay, cell phone load. All right. So we would also like to thank the Trinity Dance Troupe. We played all the Trinity Dance Troupe, Trinity Chorale, and the Trinity Brass Band. If you've noticed a while ago, we played all the videos that we've lined up for day 1 and day 2, because we said, you know, it's worth just going back and just watching it again. Those videos, they're so entertaining. It talks about the talent of the young generation. I'm sure the next host school of the next MMHRDC conference will also show us the talent and the skills of their students. All right. So if you have questions, just write them on the comments section. If you're on Facebook or you're watching through YouTube, but if you're here in Zoom, please write your questions there in the chat section so that we can address whatever concern you may have. Congratulations to all the winners. If you wanna see all the entries, you can visit the website, and all the entries are laid down for review. And then you can also enjoy and just see how beautiful the entries are. Nung nakita namin, we were like, wow, it's amazing. All right. So before we continue, let's take a breather. I know sobrang na-excite tayo sa result ng mga contest. Let's watch this intermission number.
Minsan nadarama kay bigat ang problema. Minsan mahihirapan ka at masasabi di ko makaka
sa langit. Baka sakaling may masumpungan, di kaya ako'y tawagin. Malalaman mong kahit kailan
Hawak kamay, di kita iiwan sa paglakbay. Dito sa mundong walang katiyakan, hawak kamay, di kita bibitawan sa paglalakbay. Sa mundo ng kawalan, minsan madarama ang mundo'y gumugo sa ilalim ng iyong mga paa. At ang agos ng problema'y tinatangay ka. Tumingin ka lang sa langit, baka sakaling may masumpungan. Di kaya ako'y tawagin. Malalaman mong kahit kailan hawak kamay, di kita iiwan sa paglakbay. Dito sa mundong walang katiyakan, hawak kamay, di kita bibitawan sa paglalakbay. Sa mundo ng kawalan, huwag mong sabihin nag-iisa ka. Laging isipin may nakakasama. Narito ako, narito ako. Hawak kamay, di kita iiwan sa paglakbay. Dito sa mundong walang katiyakan, hawak kamay, di kita bibitawan sa paglalakbay. Sa mundo ng kawalan, hawak kamay, di kita iiwan sa paglakbay. Dito sa mundo walang katiyakan, hawak kamay, di kita
Thank you very much to the TUA Brass Band and the TUA Chorale. Just putting together this program took a lot of love. We hope that everybody felt the love that we are sharing with you. We tried to make it as exciting as we could. And of course, we learned a lot since we've been learning a lot since yesterday, day one, day two, from all the speakers that we listened to. Now we will be listening to critical next steps against this and other future pandemics from the director of MMHRDC. I know some, but before that, some are asking for how long will you be letting the leaving the website open? We will be leaving the website for this particular conference open for the next few days, so that, as I've mentioned a while ago, you can go there and visit, especially the entries of those that joined the contests. And also there are questions, can we get like the materials that the speakers discussed? Can we have it for our own personal reference? Can we download it? We are still asking for their permission. Once we have their permission, we will put them up for so that you can have a copy, and you can also share it with others who would like to learn more and know more about the discussions that we had September 24 and 25, 2021 in this MMHRDC conference. I think we are very excited and very ready to listen to this discussion by Dr. Hilton Lam.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hilton Lam. I am research professor and director of the Institute of Health Policy and Development Studies at the University of the Philippines National Institutes of Health. I am currently on sabbatical as a Fulbright visiting scholar with the Brown University School of Public Health. My topic is critical next steps against this and other future pandemics. Before I continue, please allow me to congratulate the Trinity University of Asia and the Metro Manila Health Research and Development Consortium on the occasion of their 5th International Symposium and 12th Annual Scientific Conference. Yesterday was the official start of the autumn season here. The trees have started turning bright colors, and Providence is enjoying a 2.5% test positivity rate, a basic reproductive number of 1.2, with an infection rate of 29.7 cases per 100,000 population per day, a fully vaccinated rate of 59.7%, and a death rate of 1.7 cases per 100,000 population per day. Perfect sweater weather actually to go out and enjoy nature, but with face masks and social distancing of 2 meters. Even as the pandemic is still raging, allow me to share some of the success stories from a Providence City perspective. By now, you have probably been reminded again and again that this is not the first epidemic or pandemic to hit the world. In fact, the Pandemic Action Network estimates that from 1980 to 2010, there was a 6-fold increase in zoonotic-based infections globally. Think of Ebola, SARS, MERS-CoV, bird flu, foot and mouth disease, leptospirosis, red tide, rabies, etc. These zoonotic spillover events are usually natural, but they could also be deliberate or accidental. Dr. Jennifer Nuzzo shared that spillover events that are respiratory in nature are particularly worrisome, as they have been shown to be highly transmissible, highly mutating, and difficult to stop with conventional methods. The COVID-19 can be described as a syndemic. Syndemic is a word that was coined by Emily Mendenhall et al. In 2017, wherein they say that there is synergistic interaction between socio-ecological and biological factors, resulting in health outcomes that are worse than the sum of the individual epidemics. Perhaps this is one reason why, in the beginning, many world leaders failed to appreciate the enormity of the problem because they were fixated on the individual epidemics, but not on the syndemic. So what are these problems of COVID-19? In terms of individual health, globally, 4.7 million people have died. In the Philippines, that's 36,900. 229 million people have been sickened with COVID-19. In the Philippines, the number is 2.4 million. In terms of health systems interruptions, because of COVID-19, services for mental distress, especially fear and anxiety, is not a priority. Cancer care has been set aside. Dental care, even more so. Reproductive health and other diseases were pushed aside. In terms of economic toll, large increases in poverty, in hunger. Globally, did you know that COVID-19 caused a 6.5% loss in the global gross national products? That translates to $5.7 trillion. Mind-boggling number. In the Philippines, while our economic loss was 2 trillion peso, so comparatively it's small, but relatively speaking, this 2 trillion peso is equivalent to 11.4% of our GNP. So relatively speaking, we lost approximately 2 times more than the rest of the world. Socio-ecological tolls, we see that there are significant increase in the number and quantity of infectious garbage, especially from PPEs and used face masks. The poverty and COVID-19 vicious cycle, the fear of living and dying alone, the reality of poorly educated children, and the significant increase in online pornography and others. What have we learned or are still learning about? Let me share 7 lessons. The first thing that we learned is that not everyone can work or study from home. Not everyone has equal access to vaccines, tests, oxygen, ICU beds, PPEs, therapeutics, or even information. Multi-generational or multi-family households puts unfair risk to the elderly and children members of such households. Slow and unreliable internet access is a significant problem for many, many Filipinos. Children need one-to-one monitoring so that they can learn basic skills virtually. We also saw that smartphones cannot replace laptops, and commuting is a super spreader event risk. Here you will see is a picture of Filipino children learning from home. The little girl is hooked up online with her cell phone. As you can see from the picture, the house area is cramped, dark, and not conducive to learning. The other picture on the right are actually of Camarines Sur teachers. They have to go up to the roof of their schools so that they can get internet signal. Very unsafe and very unconducive to teaching. The second lesson that we learned is that leadership can transform the response to the pandemic. Even World Health Organization was very slow to accept that COVID-19 transmission is aerosol and not droplet, that mass masking works, that off-label use of medicine may be helpful, and that the virus will mutate quickly, and that there are roles for other tests within the continuum of PCR testing. We saw that centralized systems were more successful in protecting residents from disease, but they were less innovative compared to decentralized systems. We also saw very public conflicts between economic leaders, scientific leaders, public health leaders, medical leaders, and political leaders. Issues such as whether or not to open up businesses and schools, whether or not to jail those who got third doses, whether or not we can mix vaccines. But at the end of the day, it was leaders like Leni Robredo, Isko Moreno, in the US, President Joe Biden, Dr. Fauci, who gave us practical solutions that allowed us to be inspired to face the challenges of COVID-19. The third lesson that we learned is that time is of the essence. China was too slow in admitting pandemic and even slower in containing the spread. And this is according to the Doherty Institute in Australia. The Chinese researchers shared the genome sequence of the virus despite orders not to. This was according to Wright, as published in an article in The Atlantic, while Australian researchers shared data on PCR testing quickly. Countries that shut down borders early were relatively more successful in preventing the spread and kept their economies from contracting 12%, just like we did, although ours was 11.4%. The longer the community transmission, the more likely the mutation. Centers of Excellence for Research have been shown to share more reliable data and faster than competitive research grant awardees. According to an analysis by the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change, if the vaccine had come out 6 months earlier, the number of deaths would have been lower by at least 50%. Science seemed to have been able to deliver consistently reliable solutions, at least in our fight against COVID-19. Prevention is still the best. This is why vaccination with minimum safety protocols are so foundational to overcoming this pandemic. In the United States, the data has been consistent. Localities with low vaccination rates and low masking rates experience overwhelming overcrowding of hospital and ICU beds and high fatality from COVID-19. Natural herd immunity does not work if the virus mutates fast. Pandemic data is messy and often incomplete with evolving definitions. Remember when China changed its definition to include clinical diagnosis without laboratory confirmation, or when the early definitions included that the person should have had direct or indirect travel to Wuhan, China. Even now, there is disparity in definitions. Providence City considers herself very high risk for COVID-19, even with 29.7 cases per 100,000 population per day. This same number would be considered as only level 1 by the US CDC and by the Philippine government, because the US CDC and the Philippine government uses the following levels. Less than 50 is level 1, 50 to 99 is level 2, 100 to 500 for level 3, and more than 500 cases per 100,000 population per day is considered level 4. Better data are needed to mitigate impacts and to guide precision public health interventions. Because of data, now we know about super spreader events. We also know how race and socioeconomic status affects how a person may survive or die from COVID-19. We also now know that artificial intelligence surveillance on social media for alerts works. Taiwan and Singapore closed their borders with China because they were monitoring these social media. And we also learned that the virus mutates, which says that our science needs to improve some more. In terms of monoclonal antibodies, the heralded cure for COVID-19, specific mutations actually rendered monoclonal antibody Bamlanivimab with etesevimab ineffective. Similarly, mRNA vaccines, which elevated our process of vaccine or drug discovery and production, are also rendered less effective and thus necessitating third doses. Scientists warn us that currently we are lucky that COVID-19 does not mutate as much as the HIV/AIDS virus. If the next pandemic is a pandemic of a virus that mutates like the HIV/AIDS virus, which has about 100,000 strains currently identified, then mRNA will probably not work for that. We have to improve mRNA so that our mRNA vaccines can induce broad neutralizing antibodies. We may need to find another technology if mRNA cannot be optimized to that level. We also learned that parallel clinical trial phases work well in giving us reliable results. At the same time, we also learned that science alone is not enough. People, towns, and even countries are sometimes unwilling to report symptoms, test results, exposures, or vaccination status, thereby creating walls of ignorance. In our age of international travel and cross-border labor migration and humongous international airports and seaports, the risk from these ignorances are just too high. Access to testing, to vaccines is also an issue. Requiring the elderly to go to testing or vaccination centers in the middle of rains or floods is just too risky. Or insisting on PCR swab tests before hospital admission seems counterintuitive to the Hippocratic Oath. There is very low health science literacy among Filipinos. We also learned that hunger chronic illnesses, poverty, loan obligation, loss, fear of dying alone, etc., will lead people not to follow quarantine, testing, treatment, social distancing, or even vaccination recommendations. At the same time, local government units who were more efficient in the implementation of vaccination, contact tracing, quarantine, amelioration, support distribution were more successful. The world was unprepared for COVID-19. Consequently, it became apparent that we need more not only of rudimentary essentials, but also of new innovations. Among the rudimentary essentials, we need more hospitals, more real ICU beds, more doctors, more nurses, more vaccinators, more contact tracers, more oxygen tanks, more PPEs, more disinfectants, and more face masks. Among the new innovations, of course, we need better treatment, we need more vaccines. The seventh lesson we learned is that there are heroes and then there are unscrupulous profiteers from the pandemic. First, the heroes. Unfortunately, 8% of all infections are healthcare workers. According to WHO, these are usually 42 years old in median age and female. 68% of their sample were female. In the Philippines, we had 15,000 cases that were among healthcare workers, of which 82 perished. There is a generational toll when healthcare workers become sick. Generational toll because usually these 42-year-old healthcare workers are raising young children. And at the same time, they are the breadwinners, not only of their own family, but also of other families. Let's talk about the pandemic, the unscrupulous pandemic profiteers. According to the Center for Countering Digital Hate, there are actually only 12 Facebook, YouTube influencers with 62 million followers. And these 12 are responsible for 70% of the anti-vaccination content. And get this, they earn in total $35 million per year. That's close to $3 million per year per influencer. So they are in this for the money, not because of their principles. Telephone cons is another pandemic profiteering that has proliferated. A little known fact is that during the pandemic, there has been a proliferation of virtual porn and virtual child sex porn. And the emergence of new digital cash platforms or businesses have sprouted to profit from these transactions. Credit card fees have jumped, and we have had to endure the unheard of prices of 600 peso face mask, 1,500 peso ethyl alcohol, black markets for tocilizumab and ivermectin, both of which are still not indicated for COVID-19. So what can we do in light of what we have learned? What can we do now to increase our pandemic resiliency? Let me share 4 strategies. The first strategy is to improve our population health system. This means investing in government-operated and free transportation programs, investing in redesigned government housing units, setting up temporary government quarantine facilities to accommodate entire families, creating government program for wage earners. Of the roughly 15.8 million Filipinos who are wage earners, meaning no work, no pay, they are not covered by Social Security benefits. They have the lowest pay rates and do the most risky jobs. Yet, large companies profit by employing these as endo workers, and they make our economy run. When the quarantine measures and business closures were implemented, unfortunately, these wage earners were not protected by our government. Governments with programs for personal protective equipment, face masks, antiseptic stockpiling or production were successful in lowering cases and deaths, such as Taiwan, Hong Kong, Japan, South Korea. These programs usually include controls on pricing, exporting, and production level, as well as automation with robots, and guarantees of purchase by government at a pre-agreed price for specific volumes. The second strategy is to ensure that we have better data. We should reform the World Health Organization so that diplomacy does not overshadow science. According to an article by the Council on Foreign Relations entitled "The WHO and China, Their Election of Duty," the head of WHO was a health minister of Ethiopia, which had a $16 billion loan from China. This is approximately 800 billion pesos. Now, Ethiopia was unable to pay back that loan and was granted an extension to 2018. Thus, the misplaced praises of China, quote, setting a new standard for outbreak control, or, quote, openness to sharing information, as well as the WHO official opposition against travel ban from China, in light of this history, cast a cloud that a conflict of interest may have pushed for a diplomatic solution instead of a proper scientific assessment. This then caused the world to lose precious time to react and to contain that spread of the epidemic. Next, we need to learn from the successes of other countries or localities. Despite the slowness of WHO, countries that implemented border shutdowns and mass masking early were more successful, not only in protecting their economy, but protecting the lives of their population. Combat mis or disinformation. The misinformation peddled by the 12 anti-vaxxers in the USA gives rise to millions of disinformed Americans whose blind belief, despite scientific and empirical evidences pointing otherwise, behave much like drug addicts. The scientific discussions are ineffective to persuade them. The Center for Countering Digital Hate proposes a 5-step response. First, do not engage them publicly because you will be bombarded with coordinated hate trolls. Next, block them from your own network. Next, message them privately and try to get them to see from their own personal experiences why their current misinformation is wrong. Then, you report this misinformation to the proper authorities and you spread the official advice in your own network. Recently, in the USA, when female rapper Nicki Minaj tweeted that her relative's friend suffered swollen testicles from a COVID-19 vaccination, the US White House called Nicki Minaj and offered to answer questions that she had about the safety and effectiveness of the vaccine. Talk about being very quick to respond. Next, create space for medical and non-medical scientists and public health practitioners to work together. Silos separating medical doctors from scientists are dangerous during epidemics and times of emergencies. In fact, when they work together, the burden of the medical doctors become lighter and safer. Think back to the PCR test kits, the mRNA vaccine, the monoclonal antibodies, the acrylic boxes, the testing booths, the wastewater surveillance tests, the rise of digital consultations, and other scientific innovations born out of the collaboration of medical doctors and scientists in response to the needs of the pandemic. Countries must form stronger international outbreak observatories. The Outbreak Observatory of the Johns Hopkins University actually reported on, quote, unknown viral pneumonia in China back in January 2, 2020, meaning they already saw the red alerts back in 2019. Such work should be supported and strengthened. There should be third-party case reporting so that there is unbiased assessment of the impact or outcomes of the pandemic activities. We now know that India is the world's largest manufacturer of COVID-19 vaccines. And they do this because they concentrated on manufacturing while simultaneously taking up supportive roles in drug discovery and clinical trials with American and European companies and universities. Such integrated international collaboration system should be replicated. Because of the messiness and incompleteness of epidemic data, non-traditional techniques have been shown to be quite effective. Specifically, mathematical modeling for granular control in public health policy and real-world evidence to identify credible off-label use of medicines that can be tested in phase 3 clinical trials. And there should be more multi-year funding for centers of excellence in research so that they can generate much of the needed data on time and more willingly. The third strategy is to engage local communities. Community influences are a good source of individual behavior modification. Think of how Filipinos suddenly show up to work on time when they work for Western companies, or when drivers become traffic rule obedient when they are in the Subic ecozone, or that we do not spit nor chew gum when we are in Singapore, or that we become encouraged to walk around and exercise when we live in safe and beautiful areas. Pandemic response is not about dichotomies or ideology. So it's not one yes or no. It is not either you follow or you are not following, but rather it is about options. How much can you follow? When done correctly, community engagement can help generate options that the communities can control. Once they can control it, then they can achieve it. General steps are: 1, take the time to understand and build trust with one another. Then, generate options to achieve a science-based solution. And then, set appropriate spaces for implementation and monitoring. Depending on the level of and accessibility to resources in local communities, other more achievable modes of learning or working from home can be implemented, such as provision of lectures through radio. provision of hard copies of self-instructional modules of lessons, or provision of interactive PDFs or EPUBs of lessons or assignments, blended learning platforms, or car office, right? Or cafe co-working spaces. Whatever these options are, right? Local schools and offices and police enforcement should strive to accommodate them. Because pandemics are usually of novel diseases, the science of the disease follow the process of trial and error. Thus, knowledge evolves and accumulates over time. And so we may need to change recommendations. Therefore, scheduling constant updates of policies in light of changing realities and understanding of the disease not only shows that leaders care about the communities, but also provides residents a sense of security that someone else is looking out for their safety and success. And basic to all of these, there must be a deliberate program to improve the level of health science literacy among the general population. These include strengthening the teaching of the scientific method in elementary schools, constant critical assessment or fact-checking of miracle cures and other such claims. The fourth strategy is to strengthen universal healthcare against future pandemics, while maintaining the autonomy of the provincial and citywide service delivery networks. Provisions for time-limited pandemic national command systems should also be put in place. The time-limited command system gives the local service delivery network the opportunity and space to reorganize and eventually control pandemics more effectively and more self-sustainably. The COVID-19 pandemic has shown that honest people do not become dishonest when they switch to virtual procurements. Thus, policies to allow virtual meetings, electronic signatures, online meals need to accommodate this reality. In light of the risks of community infections, we have no choice but to work with the limitations of telehealth, telemedicine, and self-administered tests for virtual diagnosis, prescriptions, and monitoring. We cannot tell people not to get old, not to get sick. We cannot tell babies not to get bigger, right? So the picture on the left is of a person who is swabbing himself nasally for PCR tests, which is now the common practice in Brown University and most American universities, as all in-campus students and faculty and staff must be tested every week. The second picture is of a Zoom meeting wherein participants meet and enjoy a meal together virtually. Thank you very much. Congratulations to the Trinity University of Asia and the MMHRDC for their continued innovations and lead in creating options in health research and development. And have a good day to everyone.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lam. Indeed, science and genuine concern and love for one another are needed for everybody to get through the COVID-19 pandemic. With the learnings we acquired from this conference, we can say that we can further our desire to ensure our and every Juan and Juana's well-being, even in the time of this pandemic and hopefully not, but other health crisis. Before we announce, a while ago, I was not able to announce the winners for the People's Choice Award for, I think, 4 categories. Before we do that, let's take a breather. Can we request everyone, if you may, to just turn on your camera for a picture taking? I know there are a lot of us here, but can we just open it so we can document the presence of one another? And in a little while, hinahanda ko lang po, we will be announcing the winners of the People's Choice Award. So requesting everyone, those who can, but if you can't, maintindihan naman namin, but if you can, please open your camera for the picture taking documentation natin. There are still 501 here in Zoom. Okay? Ayan. Right? Yeah, I think we're almost everybody's ready. Tech team, just tell us, okay, when we can stop smiling. This is one of the difficulties of the present normal. When we say we'll take a picture, medyo matagal because usually like 3 or 4 pages. So you really don't know which page ka nakasama. So you just have to continue smiling. But it's okay. Your smile is an encouragement to every Juan and Juana. So tech team, just tell us, just inform us if you're done with the picture taking. And we're also excited to know yung mga winners ng People's Choice. I think 4 categories, yung hindi ko na banggit kanina. All right. Okay. Option to open cam, please. Okay, so tech team, option to open cam, please. What better way to spend your Saturday but to learn from experts, no? I'm sure we all enjoyed listening to the talks kahit na dun sa mga contests. Grabe, talagang very impressive, amazing work, amazing studies presented by the participants kanina. Okay, tech team, just tell us, huh?
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Okay po. So may habol ka po ba to our panelists? Okay, I think wala na po. So in count of 3, smile po. Ayan, may mahabol ka po. Wait lang po. Okay, coming. Meron pa? Last 3 seconds. Wala na. Okay, so again, after 3, smile everybody. 1. Oh, wait lang. May mahabol ka po. It will be good for 1 panel lang po. Everybody can capture 1 single shot. Okay, thank you again. So after 3, smile everybody. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, thank you for everyone.
Thank you very much to all the panelists. Thank you po. Okay, we have a comment here. Good to see you all smiling. Thank you. That's a very big encouragement. All right, we go to the winners of poster research for the professional category. It goes to this study with the title Association of Chest Radiograph with Chest Ultrasound Findings among Adult Patients with COVID-19 Pneumonia in St. Luke's Medical Center, Quezon City. Congratulations to Dr. Leo Apale, Dr. Irene S. Bandong from the Institute of Radiology, St. Luke's Medical Center, QC. People's Choice Award for Poster Research Competition, professional category. Okay, the next. Poster research competition. This is for undergraduate. The title, undergraduate category, the title of the study is Extent of Healthcare Practices and Attitude of Senior Citizens Towards Enhanced Community Quarantine. Wow, in a selected barangay in Manila. Congratulations to Sumatsen Tungbaban, Lilian Salas, Kyle Dalangin, Patricia Punzal, Najma Darwish, Angelica Estopase, Jen Ramirez, Kyle Panaligan, Edwin Tito, and Brix Ronio of the Centro Escolar University, Manila. Okay. Then, for the oral research competition professional category, efficacy of intravenous Limuda. Oh no, then this is a problem. I hope I get it. I'm able to read it right, no? Or I need an expert to help me here. Lidocaine in attenuating hemodynamic responses during laryngoscopy and intubation. I hope I got it right. I apologize if I'm not able to articulate it properly. Congratulations to Dr. Annabelle Sinlao and Dr. Monique Yuinko from the Department of Anesthesiology, MCU, FDTMF Incorporated. Congratulations po sa inyo. Do we have one more? I think we have one more. Yes, for the undergraduate category, desktop humidifier with Cinnamomyrcadoy S-Vidal extract, double-blind, randomized clinical trial of efficacy on dry eyes among office workers. Congratulations to Sumatsen Tungbaban, Lilian Salas, Kyle Dalangin, Patricia Punzal, Najma Darwish, Angelica Estopase, Ramirez, Kyle Panaligan, Edwin Tito, and Brix Ronio from Centro Escolar University. Congratulations to you. Okay. Right. All right. Congratulations to the winners. Okay. And we would like to thank all the partners who pitched in to make this event a very productive one, and also are the participating schools. They helped, they participated, they pitched in, they worked behind the scenes. Right? Can we play it one more time? Okay, we just like to. Can we play it one more time so that we can just give enough recognition to the people who pitched in? Pwede ba natin pakita yon ulit, tech team? That video. Can we play that one? Okay. Okay. We will play that. We will play it again. But please don't forget to accomplish the evaluation for day 2. Okay. Don't forget to accomplish the evaluation for day 2, and of course for day 1. If you are not able to evaluate day 2 later, you have all the time, and these forms will be open as we've mentioned. I think a while ago, it will be open until Tuesday 12 noon, because sometimes traffic can be very heavy going to that website. Okay, so please don't forget to evaluate. Otherwise, we'll have problems with the CPD units. Okay, just make sure, again, just reminding you, you need to accomplish the attendance for day 1, day 2, then evaluation for day 1 and day 2. Okay, I hope that's clear, and please don't forget. Okay, there's a request here. Can you send evaluation in the chat box? Ayan, pakilagay natin yan, tech team, so that people will not have a difficult time looking for it. Okay. All right, can we show again the video for the thanks to the people who worked behind the scene there? I think it's ready now. We are just thankful to them. Thank you to the working committee, the Ways and Means Committee, Program Committee, CPD Committee, Invitation Committee, the members, Documentation Committee, Registration and Evaluation Committee, Creatives, Technical, Support Staff, Creative Competition Committees, Research Competition Committees, Photo Competition, and 3-minute Pitched Policy Makers Competition Committee. Okay. And of course, the MMHRDC member institutions, maraming salamat po for participating and joining us in this conference, contributing to the success of the conference. We learned so much from the speakers, we learned so much from the moderators, and we enjoyed entries to the competition. Okay. I would not be able to read all of the names, so we just decided to just make a video so that we can include everyone. Dami, no? Wow. These are the participating schools and the other institutions that are represented in the 2-day conference. Yeah. All right. Okay. Okay. I was messaged here. I was prompted by the tech team. Someone was raising her or his hand. We still have actually still have a lot of time. So if I missed something, announcement, please tech team, please enable the camera or the microphone of that person so we can bring it up. I may have missed something in the program. So before we say goodbye, we will address that. Thank you to all the institutions, the schools, all the private companies, all the government agencies and offices that helped us in this event. Okay, we just have problems, I think, right now with the evaluation forms. The links are kind of not working, or are some people are having a difficult time connecting. Don't worry, you have until Tuesday 12 noon to accomplish that. And then announcement here, CPD certificates after 2 weeks at the most. So if you're waiting for it, please give them a maximum of 2 weeks before you receive your CPD certification, your certificate for that. Okay. All right. I think we are, but someone is raising her hand. I'm just giving you opportunity. Maybe that's a very important announcement. Maybe we've missed something, or maybe you just accidentally push the button. Okay. We're waiting. Okay. Tech team, can you let Miss Anisha Catameo open her camera and your mic? Miss Anisha, if you have a certain concern, we can include that now because we still have a lot of time. All right. Okay. There's a question here. I think they want to ask Dr. Lam a few questions. They learned a lot from the talk, and I saw Dr. Lam. I can see him now. He's here with us. So if you have questions, maybe we can entertain 2 or 3. It was a very insightful talk. So I'm sure some people just want to ask him certain questions. If you do, please. We still have a lot of time, but we'll accommodate only 2 or 3 because I know we all have schedules also this day. Dr. Lam, magandang hapon po sa inyo. Good afternoon, Dr. Lam. We're just waiting for them to write down. Somebody was asking a while ago, can we have open forum with Dr. Lam? Okay, so Dr. Lam is now ready. Please, if you have questions, you can write it on the chat section, and then our tech team will try to get the question and pass them to me so we can ask Dr. Lam. Okay. Or you can open, I think the tech team has already enabled you, participants, to open your microphone. So you can just unmute your mic and ask the question. Yes, this is, wait. Napoleon, Sir Napoleon Caballero. Is this Dr. Caballero? Dr. Caballero? Dr. Napoleon Caballero, I think he has a question. Sir, we are ready to accommodate that question. Have question for kay Dr. Lam. Dr. Caballero.
Hello. Thank you, Sir Caleb. Thank you. Dr. Lam, good afternoon. Nice hair. Dr. Lam, I'm just interested in what you have relayed with regards to your recommendations or action points. Can you share to us, or briefly, what are the ways by which they see, or other countries, or where you are right now, how do they translate it to the community? You have said there that more engagement in communities. So were you have opportunity to see, observe, or see some examples of how they were translated to the grassroots or the community, sir?
Good afternoon. Thank you for the question, Dr. Caballero. The way I can only share what I saw here sa Providence, no? So here it's very open, no? They don't really command you, they don't force you. but the epidemiology department of their public health will go to establishments, and then they will say, these are the recommendations, these are the policies. Do you think you can follow them? Will you have any difficulty? And let's talk about them, how we can work together. And then the epidemiology department actually will do weekly follow-ups with them.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah, so that the application changes. So actually here, so even in the vaccination, you go to Sam's Club, you go to Walmart, you go to CVS, iba-iba ang proseso nila. But they all end up with the same vaccination card, the same information that is given, the same vaccine that is delivered. Well, they're one of the 3 vaccines.
Okay, so we could see that. So we could see that the agency responsible for such information consults, or there's a consultation process being undergone by these concerned groups or with these other institutions, so that they may be implemented smoothly and efficiently. So consultation, collaboration, and participation, trust is of great factor or concern here. Thank you so much, Dr. Lam.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Napoleon. We can still accommodate one more. Okay. Habang nandito si Dr. Lam. Okay. I'm checking. Tech team, just prompt me kung may nagtaas ng kamay. Okay. All right. Dr. Lam, so siguro I'll just give you some more minutes to give some more few words, reminders, words of encouragement before I say goodbye to you for now.
Thank you, Sir Caleb. I am, from what I saw, this is the best international convention of MMHRDC so far. So this gives a lot of pressure for the next one. So congratulations to Trinity University of Asia and all the people who worked for the success. So I am here sa Providence right now, so Fulbright, and I know that part of the program was the Fulbright presentation. And so I encourage you, so that would be my encouragement for you to join so that you can come, open your eyes, open your network. There is another world over here that is ready and willing to engage with serious researchers, young researchers, even old researchers like me. So I encourage you to stick with MMHRDC, because there will be more and more opportunities to learn, not only from international symposiums like this, but also other linkages that we will offer to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lam. Ingat po kayo. And with that, we end our 2021 MMHRDC 5th International Symposium and the 12th Annual Scientific Conference. Thank you to all the organizers, speakers, moderators, MCs, contest judges, technical team members, and everyone who helped behind the scenes. Thank you also to all the participants. Thank you to our host school, Trinity University of Asia. I am Caleb Don Conyate, praying for your safety and protection against the pandemic. Hanggang sa muli. Until next time, good afternoon, everyone. Maraming salamat po.